Liu Di sat across from a man who was telling fortunes on the street and asked him how long he would live. The man said that Liu had starlight in his right eye, and that in a few days he would begin to see again, not understanding why he needed to know about his death. Liu raised his hand to his eye, replying that it was fake, and he had lost his eye while saving a man 3 years ago. Liu rose to his feet, saying he didn't think the man's prediction was true. Liu saw a message on his phone that the disease from his right eye could spread to his left, and there was no treatment yet. Liu turned to the man again, saying that he would take the words as a blessing, and thanked him. Liu waved goodbye without turning around, saying that going blind at a young age was like death for him, and it was better to die. The next moment, his right eye sparkled. Liu leaned on the bench, holding his hand over his right eye due to the discomfort. Liu muttered discontentedly about how he might go blind right now. Liu sat down on the bench, his right eye still covered by his hand, and he sighed resignedly. The system window notified about the completion of regeneration and the beginning of the fusion of nerves with the brain. Liu opened both eyes again, not understanding what he saw in front of him. People, houses, and cars now had system windows with short information about them. Liu watched this while continuing to sit on the bench. Liu was shocked and tried to understand what was happening. A silhouette of a child appeared right in front of Liu, upside down, and greeted Liu. Liu screamed, thinking that a ghost had appeared in front of him. The boy introduced himself as Mo Tong, the supercomputer in Liu's right eye, an artificial intelligence linked to Liu's brain. Mo placed his hand on Liu's head, saying that he couldn't explain everything now, interrupting his questions. Mo pointed to a girl near Liu, saying that she was in danger. A pen fell from somewhere in the sky. The girl slipped on the handle and flew forward. The girl's head hit the advertising stand, and it began to fall right on the girl. Mo and Liu looked towards the girl. The pen continued to fall. Liu rushed forward without thinking. Liu jumped right in front of the girl and caught the handle, which could have turned into a disaster. Liu held a pen in his hand and asked Mo what had just happened. Mo said that he had made a rough model of the situation based on the data. Liu asked about predicting the future, but Mo said it was just a forecast. Mo interrupted the explanation, saying that people with strong destructive energy were approaching them. The car stopped abruptly at the curb. The men in suits got out of the car and headed towards Liu. Liu watched as the men approached him. Liu asked Mo, who admired their coolness, who these men were. Mo started to explain that most of them were former military personnel, and the car belonged to the best medical company, Inji. Mo suggested staying on guard. Liu's eye was activated again. System alerts warned that Liu's body would be modified, beginning with neutralizing toxins and blood clots. A man in a suit approached Liu and said that his boss wanted to meet him, pointing to the car. Liu and Mo were interested in what they heard. Mo nodded. Liu was politely asked to go to the car. Liu got into the car he was led to. Liu's eye continued to be active. The system window notified about the start of correction of the aesthetic part of the face. There was a girl sitting in the car in the semi-darkness. Liu's face was tense. He was trying to understand what was happening. The girl asked Liu where he had been for the last 3 years as Liu settled into the car opposite. Liu remembered the past when he saved a girl and told about it, adding that it ended badly for him. Meanwhile, the system window notified Liu about the strengthening of the body, along with the change in the face. The light came on in the car. Yan Qingwen introduced herself, telling Liu that it was her he had saved 3 years ago. Qingwen told Liu that he was very handsome. Liu tried to understand what had happened to his face, but Mo said that he had only changed his features, and that he met 90% of the ideal of beauty. Liu asked Qingwen if he was really her savior. Qingwen explained that she had looked for him for so long because she was trying to avoid the noise, and promised to repay him in full. Liu's eye activated. The system window notified that the retina had started working. Liu was able to see information about Qingwen, the third daughter of Yan Hongxing's family, a brief summary of her biography. Liu asked how she intended to repay him, and Qingwen said that she intended to do it with money, and he could not ask for anything he wanted. At this moment, Qingwen's father called on her phone. Qingwen tried to reassure her father that it was best to finish everything herself, but he insisted that she bring Liu to him. Qingwen was not allowed to finish speaking. The phone rang. Qingwen told Liu that he would have to meet someone, causing him to ask who it was. Qingwen replied that the meeting would be with her father. Liu thought about the fact that he was about to meet the richest man in Shanghai, Yan Hongxin. Liu smiled, saying that he would accept the invitation with great respect. They drove through the streets of Shanghai. Liu looked out the car window, saying that he didn't understand Qingwen, because she said that he was her savior. Liu asked why she was so cold to him, and Qingwen said that usually people had bad intentions towards her. Liu put his hands behind his head and said nothing. Liu mentally asked Mo who he was to allow him to see the future forecast for the first time, and perceive a variety of things. Mo replied that he was a simple Type 3 computer with artificial intelligence, whose mind was equivalent to that of an 8-year-old child. Mo explained that he could use the full power of the internet and the computing program, and he didn't know where he came from, only his codename in his memory. Mo remembered the codename Emperor 9 without knowing exactly what it meant. Liu put the questions aside, figuring that he must look completely different now that his muscles had grown by 268%. Liu reached for the book on the seat next to him, and Qingwen asked what he was doing. Liu said he was bored and decided to read, joking that he was not going to marry her and that she should not worry so much. Qingwen tried to understand why Liu was smiling so sweetly at her. Liu opened the book and began to flip through the pages. The system window notified that the speed reading skill and auxiliary memory were being activated. Liu asked Mo what this wonderful thing meant. The system window notified me of new skills that were being loaded due to reading. Liu flipped through the book in an instant. The system window summarized what had been read, processing all the information. Qingwen, who was watching from the seat opposite, told Liu that he couldn't possibly be so averse to books, even if he didn't like reading. Liu looked at her, saying in his defense that he just liked using paper fans, asking if there was any problem. Qingwen didn't say anything, crossing her arms in displeasure, while Liu continued to smile. People gathered near the luxurious mansion for a meeting. The twin girls complained about the heat, not understanding why they would meet some guy, even if he saved their sister. Another girl reassured them, saying that there was probably a reason for this, and the man next to her said that he could teach Liu a lesson if necessary. The car was moving towards the mansion where they were standing. Qingwen was the first to emerge from the car. Qingwen and Liu got out of the car and looked at the people who greeted them. The twins saw Liu and simultaneously called him handsome, looking at him with admiration. The system window revealed information about the twins, Yan Kai and Yan Smen Xing, the younger daughters of Yan Hong Xing. Yan Kai graduated from the police academy and is now a private detective. Yan Xing is a graduate student at the conservatory and a popular internet presenter. Liu looked at the twins, asking in surprise how there could be two such beautiful girls at the same time. Mo tried to tease him about what he said. The twins fell for Liu's words, calling him brother and saying that he was telling the truth. Mo was amazed that it worked. Liu thought he couldn't understand human emotions. Qingwen introduced her elder sister, Yan Yiwen, who greeted Liu. Qingwen then introduced Ouyang's son-in-law to Feng Yu, who extended his hand to Liu, saying that he welcomed him. Liu and Feng Yu shook hands. Mo noticed the reaction of his body when he greeted his elder sister, Yi Wen, and Liu asked what he meant. Mo pointed at the smiling Feng Yu, saying that he was angry with Liu. Mo immediately revealed information about Feng Yu. He was the husband of the eldest daughter and a master of archery. Liu wondered why he was so hostile at their first meeting, and Mo shared that Feng Yu considered him a competitor for the Yan family's shares. Feng Yu patted Liu on the shoulder, saying that they were now family and Liu could turn to him for help. Mo reminded him that it was a lie, and Liu replied that Fei Yu was exaggerating and that they were not family. Qingwen said that they have another sister, but she is currently abroad. This is Yan Shiwen. Liu was surprised. He knew that Shiwen was a popular actress. Qingwen continued her introductions, calling the twins by name. The twins told Liu that he could just call them by their first names. Liu smiled at them and said that he would do so, calling their acquaintance a pleasant one. The eldest sister, Yi Wen, said that their father was late, although the table was already set, and invited Liu to look around the estate. Feng Yu suddenly put his arm around Liu, placing his hand on his shoulder, and suggested they shoot a bow. Liu smiled, saying that he would accept the offer with pleasure. They went to the backyard of the Yan family's estate. Feng Yu pointed at the targets, calling himself an amateur despite having once won 6 championships. Feng Yu chuckled as he asked Liu if he knew how to shoot a bow and offered to teach him. The system window notified that Liu now had archery skills. Liu looked at the system window in surprise, which stated that his skills were now sufficient to defeat Feng Yu. Liu folded his arms across his chest, saying that he could shoot a little, and offered Feng Yu a sparring match. The twins warned Liu that Feng Yu was strong in archery, but Liu reassured them, saying that he had no intention of losing face. Feng Yu accepted Liu's offer and agreed to spar. Kai suggested that the punishment for losing be eating something upside down on live television, and Feng Yu accepted it. Liu also agreed to a similar punishment. Feng Yu reached for his bow and arrow. Feng Yu took aim, saying that he would start. Feng Yu fired an arrow towards the targets. Feng Yu's arrow hit the bull's eye. Xing clapped her hands, saying that she expected nothing less from Feng Yu. Liu took the bow and asked if he could win if he hit the distant target. The twins said that Liu's bow was too heavy, and that even Feng Yu couldn't handle it. Feng Yu agreed with the twins, telling Liu that he didn't look down on him. But with a bow like that, Liu didn't stand a chance. Liu looked at him and offered to bet on him since he was so confident. Liu pointed to the targets and asked if Feng Yu had the courage to stand in front of the target. Feng Yu laughed and walked towards the target, confident that he was right. Liu reached for an arrow in his quiver. Liu took aim and drew the bowstring. Liu turned to the twins and asked if the sight of blood made them sick. Feng Yu stood at the target while Liu took aim. Liu released the bowstring, sending the arrow flying. Feng Yu didn't understand what happened when the arrow flew through his hair, millimeters away from his ear. The arrow Liu fired hit the bull's eye. Feng Yu fell to the ground, pressing his hand to his heart in shock. Kai Kai ran to Feng Yu, and Xingxing told Liu that he had gone too far and she would ask her elder sister to kick him out. Liu replied that it was just a competition. Feng Yu, who was led by Kai Kai, agreed with Liu, saying that nothing terrible had happened. Feng Yu placed his hand on Liu's shoulder, praising his skills, and Mo noticed that he was afraid of conflict with Liu. Feng Yu walked towards the manor, saying that that was enough competition for today, and suggested that everyone go have lunch. Mo told Liu that Feng Yu broke the iron arrow in his hand out of anger, and this was not normal for people. After some time, at a hearty table, Liu and the children of the Yan family sat at the table. The chair at the head of the table remained empty. Liu looked at Feng Yu with interest. Feng Yu drank something calmly while Liu wondered if he had any supernatural powers. Liu wondered if Feng Yu might have once practiced witchcraft. His thoughts were interrupted when a quiet sound of a purse was heard from the stairs. The head of the family was coming down with the butler. The system window collected basic information about Yan Hongxing for Liu. Everyone stood up from the table, greeting their father. Hongxin walked up to Liu, greeting him and commenting on his handsome appearance. When Hongxin sat down at the table, he told everyone else to sit down. Hongxin apologized to Liu for taking so long to find him, and asked if Liu knew anything about his family and Yingji's company. Liu scratched his head awkwardly, saying that he knew something. Hongxin folded his hands in front of him, saying that he asked Liu to come here to offer him the opportunity to become his adopted son. Liu was surprised when he asked Hongxin about his adopted son. Feng Yu was shocked and immediately turned to his father. Feng Yu immediately approached Hongxin, telling him that he should think carefully again. Liu looked at them, realizing that Feng Yu's attitude was due to fear of competition for shares. Hongxin said that he had nothing to think about and wanted to accept Liu as his own son. The daughters also began to say that this was wrong and that it was too high a price to pay for saving a life. Hongxin closed his eyes, saying that Liu had lost his right eye when he saved Qingwen, and they couldn't even imagine what kind of life he had. Qingwen was shocked to hear this. Liu scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say in his defense, because his eye had not only begun to see, but had also received superpowers. Mo warned the shocked Liu that he had no protein left in his body due to his body transformation, and that he needed to eat immediately. Liu immediately began to eat the food in front of him, without caring about propriety. The twins were shocked, thinking that Liu was so hungry because he led a miserable life, just as his father said. Hongxin asked the butler to bring more food for Liu. The system window notified that Liu's condition was improving and that he should continue eating. Liu held a piece of meat in each hand and continued chewing with a dissatisfied expression. Feng Yu looked at this with a smirk. Feng Yu took out a bottle of wine, calling it a limited edition, and offered Hongxin a try, saying that he barely got it through a friend. Feng Yu leaned closer to Hongxin, saying that Liu's manners would bring trouble to the Yan family, as he was born into poverty. Feng Yu filled Hongxin's glass, offering to give Liu some money and let him have a good time. Feng Yu invited everyone to try the wine, deciding to start without Liu, who was probably not used to trying such delicacies. Lao spoke up, saying that the wine of 82 was just a simple way to profit from the rich. Hongxin asked Liu what he meant by this. Lao explained that there was a severe drought that year, and that was why wine was limited, and there was a mountain of food in front of him. Liu stuck his fork into a new piece of meat, continuing to talk about wine, and said that the harvest was unripe and not sweet. Liu took a bite of the meat, guessing that even the next 2 years after 1982 would not compare to the wine of 1990. Liu asked Feng Yu if he had tried the wine and said he didn't know what it tasted like, but Feng Yu said Liu was talking nonsense. Liu said that Feng Yu might not believe him, but he reminded him that he was the one who won the archery sparring match. Feng Yu felt nervous when he remembered this. Liu laughed, saying that it was just a joke and Feng Yu didn't need to worry. Hongxin asked Liu what he knew about China's economy, and Liu answered in detail about the economy. Qingwen was amazed that Liu's knowledge was not superficial, and he was speaking the true truth as she listened to Liu. Qingwen wondered what kind of person Liu was as he continued to eat meat. Hongxin asked Liu's opinion about Yingji's company. Liu replied that he shouldn't be asked about it and apologized, as he wasn't interested in the role of an adopted son. Liu's eye activated. Hongxin was thinking about Liu's answer while Feng Yu was sneaking a look at his phone. Feng Yu received a message that Liu must die, and he must gain control of Qingyan as soon as possible. Liu thought about what it could mean to have access to Feng Yu's phone thanks to Mo, and decided that he would have a good time here. Liu took this opportunity to explain the reason why he did not want to be Hongxin's son. Liu pointed to Hongxin's daughter, saying that he had his eye on her. Qingwen jumped up from her seat, asking what kind of nonsense Liu was talking about. Hongxin just laughed, saying that he understood how young people fell in love, and ignored Qingwen's displeasure. Liu said that he didn't want to end up in the Yan family, but just wanted to be by Qingwen's side, have a normal job, and take care of her while she was indignant. Hongxin interrupted Qingwen's dissatisfaction. Hongxin promised that he would support Liu's choice of work, and no one would be able to interfere with this choice. Liu thought about it and offered to be Qingwen's driver in order to be closer to her. Liu's words were met with surprise. Hongxin agreed to hire Liu as a driver, but said that Liu would have to live in Yan's house and be on call 24 hours a day. Lo said it was no problem, understanding that Hongxin had not given up on the idea of adoption, but Lo was willing to be patient in order to help Qingwen again. Qingwen reproached Liu, thinking that her father had once again turned everything to his advantage, without paying attention to his daughter's feelings. The twins watched from the sidelines, discussing Liu, who had managed to anger their sister so much that he had ended up staying in the Yan house. Hongxin signaled to the butler, saying that everything was decided and Liu would be Qingwen's driver. Hongxin said that he had prepared a small gift for Liu, saying that he would be under the protection of the Yan family, as the butler placed a gold card on the table. Liu thought that Feng Yu was looking at him with envy and the Yan sisters with disdain, and no matter how much he needed the money, he should not take the card. Liu told Hongxin that he didn't need the Yan family's money, and that he saved Qingwen because of his conscience, rather than the desire to profit. Feng Yu was angry, thinking that Liu was just trying to inflate his value, and his ultimate goal was to marry Qingwen and take the shares for himself. Hongxin tried to persuade Liu to accept the modest 5 million on the card, arguing that his conscience would purr if Liu did not take it. Liu was shocked by the amount, but then Mo intervened, asking why Liu hadn't told him earlier that he needed the money. Liu heard the notification on his phone, mentally answering Mo that there was no time earlier, and tried to figure out what was going on. System Windows notified Liu about registration on international trading platforms. Mo explained that he had set up an international trade account for Liu to increase his income, buying and selling coal at several times the price. The butler approached Liu, asking him to accept the card, saying that otherwise Hongxin would blame himself for the rest of his life. Liu finally agreed, saying that he would do everything for Hongxin's well-being. But he thought that he now had his own money, thanks to Mo. The twins whispered, thinking that this was Liu's special game to get Hongxin to offer him more. Hongxin stood up from the table with the butler's help, and laughed contentedly, and told Qingwen to take Liu to the shopping mall to buy new clothes. Liu watched as Hongxin and the butler left. Liu left the card he was given under the plate on the table. After a while, Liu stood on the terrace, leaning on the railing, looking at the back of the estate. Liu thought that he preferred to live independently without relying on the Yan family's lavish lifestyle for help. Liu turned around, hearing something behind him. The twins approached him and called him a freeloader, saying that Qingwen was already waiting for him downstairs. Liu saluted, responding as if he had accepted the order. The twins were again struck by his beauty. Liu walked down to the parking lot filled with expensive cars and wondered if every rich person had a garage like this. Liu walked up to the car and knocked on the tinted windows. Qingwen rolled down the window and asked Liu what he was doing. Liu pointed to a sports car and invited Qingwen to drive it today. Qingwen folded her arms across her chest, reminding Liu that he was just a driver and had no choice, and told him to get in the car. Liu made a sad face, muttering about the possibility of getting behind the wheel of a sports car before he went completely blind. Qingwen imagined Liu begging on the streets for alms. Qingwen gave in, agreeing to let Liu choose this time, making him happy. As they walked toward the sports car, another one pulled up next to them, and Liu heard himself being asked if he knew how to drive sports cars. Feng Yu and his wife Yiwen were sitting in a sports car, and Feng Yu asked Liu if he wanted him to teach him how to drive a sports car. Liu and Qingwen looked at the elder sister couple. The system window notified Liu that a sports car driving manual was already being loaded into his knowledge. Liu mentally thanked Mo. Liu laughed at Feng Yu's suggestion, saying that it would be his first time driving such a car, but Feng Yu only wished him luck and said that he was driving on. Feng Yu drove away from the parking lot, leaving Liu and Qingwen behind, laughing. Qingwen turned to Liu with irritation when they were sitting in the car, and Liu had not moved for 3 minutes. Liu smiled at her, telling her that he had everything under control and there was no need to worry. Liu pressed the gas pedal, and smoke poured out of the car's mufflers. The sports car in which Liu and Qingwen were sitting took off. Qingwen grabbed the handle, screaming, and said that Liu had gone crazy. Mo told Liu that, according to statistics, girls prefer a handsome driver. Liu thought he should look his best. Qingwen continued to hold on tightly and scream as Liu took sharp turns at high speed. Feng Yu saw their car in the rearview mirror, calling Liu an asshole who was trying to overtake him. Feng Yu put his hand on the gear lever, saying that he would now show what it was like to be unreachable. Liu's car was almost level with Feng Yu. Feng Yu held the steering wheel, thinking that he definitely didn't want to get into an accident. Yiwen looked worried. Yiwen wondered why Feng Yu was so irritated lately. In the underground parking lot of the shopping mall, Qingwen stood next to her car, barely able to stand after the ride and cursing. Liu mentally asked Mo if their attempt to make him fall in love hadn't worked, and Mo said that Qingwen wanted to kill him after such a trip. Bodyguards arrived and immediately asked Qingwen if she was okay. TC, who was adopted by Hong Xin, warned Liu that if he harmed Qingwen, he would have to deal with them. Mo kept count while Liu looked at the serious C. Liu wondered how many people Hong Xin had adopted. Qingwen warned C not to argue with Liu because he was on good terms with his father. C continued to look at Liu with displeasure. Qingwen headed to the shopping mall, saying that they still needed to buy clothes, and Liu realized his mistake. Qingwen and Liu walked down the street, attracting attention with the number of bodyguards behind them and their good looks. They went into the shopping center. Qingwen told Liu that they had arrived and he should start choosing, but Liu remarked that he didn't like it here. Qingwen pointed to stores, naming famous brands, but Liu said they were crap. Qingwen kept showing him new sections, each of which Liu rejected. Qingwen yelled at Liu when her patience ran out and asked if he was doing this on purpose. Liu asked her to stop acting like she was his wife, reminding her that he had not promised to marry her. And this joke made her even more angry. Qingwen was surprised when Liu grabbed her wrist and pulled her somewhere. Qingwen asked where he was taking her, but Liu said they were going to choose clothes. Qingwen looked at the sign in surprise and asked if this was where Liu wanted to come in. When Liu confirmed, Qingwen said that he would be laughed at because the average price for the items in the department was low, and his father would be unhappy. Liu didn't pay attention to her words and called his friend Ajia, and Jia turned around, surprised at what Liu saw. Ajia hugged Liu, asking where he had been for the past 3 years, but Liu said that he had come here to take care of Ajia's affairs, and Jia scratched his head, saying that his results would not change things. Liu recalled the past when Ajia always ran after Song Li, surprised at how their lives had changed, and Jia turned and called Li, telling her to look who had come to them. Li came out to them with a dissatisfied expression, telling Ajia to better accept the goods. Li immediately recognized Liu and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Li came closer to Liu and asked him if he had become rich. Li asked about Qingwen, assuming that she was Liu's girlfriend, but she said that Liu was just her driver. Li immediately lost interest when she learned that Liu was just a driver. Li demonstratively left, telling Ajia to charge Liu at least 300 yuan, saying that Liu could hardly afford it. Ajia apologized for Li's irritation and offered to bring something for Liu to try on, and he said that his taste had not changed. And Jia immediately ran to get his things, telling Liu that he still knew better than anyone what he would like. Qingwen watched the scene unfold, trying to figure out what it would be like and what their constant trio meant. After some time, Liu was in the fitting room. Qingwen stood next to him and waited for him while the girls in the store discussed his appearance and good looks. Qingwen was surprised to see Liu. Liu walked out of the fitting room, changing into new clothes. Li stood at the checkout counter, scanning Liu's items, which were no more than 500 yuan. Qingwen was amazed at how good the clothes looked, even though they were not expensive. Liu asked if Ajia would receive a percentage of the purchase, and Li said that she would be paying a commission. Liu asked to pack 3 dresses for him, each worth 200 yuan. Li was shocked and asked again with Ajia, and Jia pointed his finger at Liu, asking again about the dresses. Liu handed him the card, insisting that he could buy it for at least 200 million, and thought that, thanks to Mo, he already had a large sum on the card. Qingwen watched everything from the sidelines, thinking that Liu would finally spend the money his father gave him properly. After a while, they were standing in another store. Liu pointed to the lighters, asking them to wrap everything up. The saleswoman clarified that this was a limited edition collection, and reminded me of the lighter's high price. Liu simply handed over the card, saying that he was buying it, and the saleswoman's eyes lit up. Qingwen said that Liu was crazy to buy a cheap shirt and an expensive lighter. Liu held a new lighter in his hand, saying that he needed a lighter because he smoked. Liu confidently said that a man should have something unique, following the principle of taking the bus to a restaurant. You need to save and spend on what you need. The saleswoman handed Liu the card back, saying the payment had been successful, and Liu thanked her. When they left the shopping mall, Liu told Qingwen to wait for him here as he still needed to buy something. 10 minutes later, he returned to Qingwen, who was irritated by the wait. Liu handed her an ice cream cone, saying it was for her. Qingwen took the cone and pointed at Liu, saying that he had ice cream on his lips. Liu licked his lips to remove the sticky residue and asked if he had done it. Qingwen turned away from him, warning him that if she became ill, the responsibility would fall on Liu. Qingwen took a hesitant bite of the ice cream. Qingwen was surprised at how delicious it was. Liu told Qingwen that she didn't need to put on such a stern face and that she should be kinder since she was a girl. Lili hurried towards them, calling Liu by name. Liu turned around when he heard his name being called. Lili began to complain that they were former classmates, but they knew nothing about each other. Lili approached Liu, asking him to add her as a friend so they could chat late at night if he got bored. Liu asked Lili if she had Zituoyan's contact information. Lili looked at him with big eyes, saying that she would share her contacts if Liu added her. Liu handed her the phone, and Lili noticed the message about Liu's card balance, which had a lot of money. A notification appeared on the phone, indicating that Liu had successfully added a new friend. Lili returned his phone, saying that they would always be in touch from now on. Qingwen pulled the surprised Liu aside, saying that they should quickly go back and pick up the clothes he had bought. Lili looked at them while Liu tried to figure out Qingwen's reaction. Mo said that she was just jealous. Lili thought about winning over Liu, the handsome man with a lot of money. In the evening, Lili lay on her bed and typed messages on her phone. Lili invited Liu to meet her old friend. Lili said that his ex-girlfriend has a new rich boyfriend. Lili offered to talk to her in a message, and Liu blocked her. Lili got angry and threw the phone on the floor. Meanwhile, the twins walked towards the estate, wondering what clothes Liu had bought. Xingxing turned to her sister, sharing an idea that had come to her mind. There, Liu brought Qingwen to Haishu, and she asked why he brought her. Qingwen asked if Liu really wanted to remind her of the incident where he saved her after almost losing his life. Liu called Qingwen a baby and said her idea was too boring. Qingwen got angry and asked Liu who gave him permission to call her that as he approached an inconspicuous door. Liu opened the door to the room, allowing Qingwen to see where they had come. Qingwen was shocked, thinking it looked like a scene from a horror movie, with hospital beds lined up against the walls. Qingwen hid behind Liu, asking what kind of place this was. Liu didn't answer and looked towards a specific person. Qingwen screamed as she saw a man bending over the wounded man with a stake in his hand. Grandpa turned to Liu, telling him to keep his girlfriend quiet while he saved people. Grandfather stuck a stake into the patient. Qingwen began to scold, saying that this method could not help the patient, and pointed out the lack of medical supplies and sterilization. Grandfather told Qingwen to bandage it later since she had medical knowledge, and asked Liu if he had brought any wine. Grandfather Master Tu left the patient Qingwen and approached Liu, asking about wine, and Liu said that he had earned money. Qingwen held the bandage in her hands, trying to understand the relationship between Liu and Master Tu. Half an hour later, Liu and Qingwen were sitting in the car, and Liu was saying goodbye to Master Tu. The sports car roared. Master Tu reminded Liu to bring some wine next time, and the children next to him said goodbye to Liu and Qingwen. Qingwen asked Liu what kind of place it was. Liu drove the car, explaining that Master Tu was a simple doctor who treated poor people who could not afford to go to the hospital. Qingwen asked about the children as they walked along the road, and Liu explained that Master Tu had taken them in because they had no parents. Qingwen about how Liu met Master Tu. Liu honestly said that Master Tu saved him from death 3 years ago when Liu lost his eye. Qingwen felt uncomfortable, her hands clenched into fists. Qingwen apologized to Liu, feeling guilty. Liu looked at her, asking why Qingwen didn't sleep with him tonight if she felt guilty. Qingwen became embarrassed and began to scold him, calling him a man and a fool. Liu laughed, saying that he was joking with her, causing Qingwen to get angry once again. Qingwen changed the subject, saying that Master Tu was short of money at the hospital, but Liu said that it was not her concern since he had already given him the money. They returned to the estate only at night. The twins ran out to greet them, worried that their sister had just returned. Xingxing handed Liu the key, saying that they had prepared a room for him. Liu thanked her awkwardly, scratching his head, and Mo noticed that the twins had good intentions towards him. Qingwen was amazed at their speed and asked where their room was now, and Kai replied that it was in the basement, the farthest down the hall. Qingwen was surprised to hear that the room was in the basement. Xingxing reminded them that Liu was now a driver, and it certainly wouldn't be difficult for them to let him stay in the suite. Qingwen suggested that Liu start all over again, but Liu stopped her, saying that he was already grateful just for the roof over his head. Liu left, and the sisters remained to discuss his intentions. The twins were worried that he would deceive their sister. Liu walked down the stairs to the basement. Liu looked at the long corridor in front of him, surprised that such a place existed in the estate. Mo pointed to the camera in the hallway, and Liu guessed that the twins were now watching him and his suffering. The twins were watching him at that moment through a tablet camera, anticipating the performance. Xingxing told Kai that she was waiting for what would happen, even though it was bad on their part. Xingxing was surprised when the light came on in the corridor. Liu easily stepped over the traps prepared by the twins, surprising them. Xingxing didn't understand how Liu could avoid the traps so easily, as he dodged the balls that were fired at him. The twins watched through the screen as Liu stood in front of the door to his room, believing that he wouldn't be able to escape this time. The screen went black the next moment. The twins looked at each other, upset that they had lost access to the cameras. Liu at that moment easily caught the basin filled with water that fell on him. Liu placed the basin on the stand, noticing that the twins had done a good job with the prank, and Mo noticed an increase in reaction speed. Liu looked around the room. Liu noticed that this place did not look like a basement at all, only a slight dampness spoiled the impression. Liu was surprised to see a piano in front of him. Liu touched the keys, saying he dreamed of becoming a pianist when he was little. The system window notified that Liu had been loaded with basic knowledge of the classics and had studied the works of contemporary performers. Liu looked at Mo, asking if he had really tried so hard to make Liu's childhood dream come true. Liu began moving his fingers across the keys. Liu began to hum the song, following the sound of the music. Liu closed his eyes, enjoying how well he was doing. A young man was standing at a meat stall, buying shashlik, and heard a song. The young man was amazed by what he heard. He closed his eyes, enjoying the sound. The music continued to play in his headphones. Liu continued to sit at the piano, playing and humming his music. Mo noted Liu's excellent abilities, saying that he stood out among other people. Liu didn't understand what it meant that the download process was complete when he heard Mo. Mo started going around Liu, saying he had filmed and posted the song online, wanting to share it with the world, and Liu said he couldn't be mad at him. Liu continued to sit at the piano, deciding that the name Di was a very interesting pseudonym. A notification arrived on his phone. Liu picked up the phone, asking what was going on. The video featuring his song has already garnered 10 million views. Liu read the complimentary comments. Everyone was wondering who he was. Liu was struck by the fact that in the age of social media, the power of such communities should not be underestimated. Liu put the phone down, saying show business was too difficult. Liu decided that he wanted to pursue his other dream, to open his own business if possible. The twins were in their own room. Xingxing was pacing back and forth, wondering how Liu had avoided all the traps, and Kai was looking at her tablet. Xingxing suggested that her sister go to the second floor, saying that she wanted to see the evil brother Liu, but Kai was busy with something in her headphones. Xingxing pulled one earphone out of her sister's ear and asked what she was watching if she couldn't hear her sister at all. Xingxing looked at the tablet where Liu's song was shown, and asked what was so special about this video. Kai inserted the second earphone into Xingxing's ear, and told her to listen to how pleasant the stranger's voice was in the video. Xingxing admitted that it sounded good. Xingxing felt like she was going crazy and asked who he was. Kai said his name was Di, and he was hiding even though he already had a lot of followers. Xingxing said that she had decided to marry him, but Kai said that she had found him first, and a sister should not steal someone else's husband. The twins began to argue loudly throughout the house. Hong Xin lay on his bed in his room, not understanding what was happening to his daughters, who were disturbing his sleep with their loud voices. Liu's stomach growled. Liu was sitting at the table reading books and noticed that he was hungry. Liu rose to his feet, dissatisfied with how even simple thoughts took all his strength. Liu decided to go to the kitchen and cook something for himself. Liu opened the door, not expecting anyone to be standing behind it. Something was sprayed right in Liu's face. Liu fell to the floor, asking the culprit what he was doing, since this was his room. The twins were confused as they looked at Liu, who was still on the floor. Xingxing called him a shameless person who lives in their house, and Liu only confirmed this by saying that he was also spending their money. Xingxing started to speak, I warned Liu. Liu didn't listen to her, and walked down the long corridor while the twins scolded him, forbidding him to go to Qingwen's room. The twins were angry that he didn't listen to them. After some time in the kitchen, Liu laid the vegetables out on a board. The system window notified that Liu's cooking skills were now on par with a 3-star Michelin chef. Liu picked up the knife and thanked Mo. The twins watched him from around the corner, surprised that Liu could cook. Xingxing suggested to her sister to leave it as is and take money from Liu for the wasted food if he did something bad. But Kai admired Liu. Liu began chopping the onion. Next, Liu began to whisk the eggs in a bowl. Next, Liu took a frying pan and a spatula. Xingxing was amazed by the sight of Liu cooking. Xingxing tried to calm herself down so as not to fall for the handsome man's cunning plan. Xingxing turned to Kai, saying that they needed to wake up and not forget why they were here, to drive Liu away. Meanwhile, Liu prepared his dish. The twins were surprised to see the prepared food on the plate. The fried rice with egg was beautifully shiny and shimmering. Liu asked the twins if they wanted to try. Kai hesitantly began to answer, but Xing immediately cut her off, saying that they didn't want anything and weren't hungry. Liu pointed the spoonful of fried rice into his mouth. Liu began chewing, describing the taste and texture of the food to attract the twins. The twins listened to him, and Liu suggested they try again. The twins agreed, deciding they couldn't hold back any longer, and Liu found their behavior very childish. When the plates were empty, they appreciated Liu's cooking. The twins decided that such food was worth paying for, but even if they paid, he would still owe them a lot. Liu asked why he hadn't seen Feng Yu today, and Xing explained that her older sister and husband had a separate house, and only the twins and Qing Wen lived here. Liu thought for a moment, muttering that there were only 3 silly girls in the house. The twins asked Liu what he was talking about. Liu laughed, asking why they were so interested. The twins looked at each other, and Liu turned away from them, saying that they should be more careful, especially at night. The twins asked the question again, not understanding why he was saying it so seriously. After some time, Liu was standing on the roof tiles. Liu looked out over the estate grounds, surveying everything from the roof. Liu's eye activated. Liu wondered what the relationship was between Feng Yu and Qing Wen. Liu immediately realized that they were direct competitors for control of the Yan family's resources. Liu considered the possibility that Feng Yu wanted to kill Qing Wen. Mo told Liu not to worry, as if anything happened at the estate, he would immediately inform him, and Liu asked if he could keep an eye on Fei Yu. Mo said that it was possible if there were cameras in his house, and today Fei Yu decided to have some fun. Mo showed surveillance footage from Fei Yu's house, which showed naked bodies. Fei Yu lay on the bed with 2 girls who laughed and called him a bad boy. Fei Yu said that he would force the twins to serve him sooner or later when he became the master of the Yan family. Fei Yu moved to kiss the girl in his arms. Mo immediately cut off the broadcast. Liu was angry that his elder sister's husband turned out to be an animal who thought that way about his younger sisters. The next morning, Qing Wen asked why Liu hadn't come to them yet. Sai replied that he had knocked on his door twice, but Liu did not answer, and offered his role as an escort. Qing Wen refused, saying that Liu had his duties to fulfill and that they should continue knocking until Liu answered. Sai was already on his way to Liu again, but Qing Wen stopped him. Liu ran with a bag in his hands towards the estate. Qing Wen was surprised, thinking that Liu had gone jogging. Liu handed her a bag of buns, saying he had spent an hour running to a popular bakery. Qing Wen asked again, not believing that Liu had run 40 kilometers in an hour. Qing Wen started scolding Liu for being late, saying that it was simply impossible. Sai heard from the bodyguards through the earpiece that all this was true, since Liu was being followed. Sai told Liu that his physical fitness was admirable. Liu thanked him, and asked him to wait for him while he took a shower and changed clothes. Qing Wen watched Liu leave, calling him an insolent driver, and asked Sai why he should resign because of such a person. Sai didn't answer, his eyes following Liu. After a while they were already driving along busy roads. Qing Wen watched Di's video on her phone, guessing that he looked like Liu. Qing Wen looked at Liu, not understanding why the video was so popular. Qing Wen didn't understand what kind of person Liu was. Liu parked the car near the office. Liu followed Qing Wen at a distance. Liu was surprised when he entered the office building. On the wall hung a huge sales list, highlighting the successes of 3 employees. Liu was shocked that the chairman's daughter had to participate in such a business competition. Qing Wen asked Liu what he was thinking about when she noticed that he had stopped. Qing Wen said that every employee must prove their usefulness to the company, and she is no exception. Liu asked if he could take up sales and get to the top if he was now an employee of the company. But Qing Wen asked him not to make her laugh. Qing Wen went further. The company employees greeted her politely as she walked down the corridor. Liu followed behind Qing Wen, looking around. They were met by a beautiful girl who greeted Qing Wen. Liu was struck by her beauty. The girl, Chen, handed Qing Wen the documents to sign. Qing Wen walked into the office after accepting the papers, and asked Chen to make an appointment with General Manager Li of Xineng Hospital. Chen turned to Liu and asked who he was, thinking that he was very cute and comparing him to a puppy. Chen was amazed by Liu's appearance while Qing Wen imagined him as her driver. Chen pulled Liu out of Qing Wen's office, saying that they would disturb her work and that he should wait with her in another office. Chen pulled him into the next room. Liu didn't have time to say anything when she sat him down on a chair. Chen sat down on the table in front of him, telling him that he should take a look at her, as he couldn't reach Qing Wen's level. The system window reported information about Chen, Qing Wen's secretary, who was known as a social butterfly in the company. Liu looked at her as he received information through his eye. Liu blushed as Chen hand touched his cheek. Chen asked Liu if he wanted to add her as a friend, finding him cute and embarrassed. Qingwen advised Chen to keep her distance from Liu, watching them through the glass partition of the office, and told her to get down to business. Chen spread her hands, saying that she knew she had to do it. Chen told Liu not to look at her like that, because Qingwen already had a person in her heart. Liu asked who he was, and Chen said that he was some hero who saved her 3 years ago. Chen looked at Qingwen, who was busy with the documents, and said that she wondered if she had been able to find her hero. Liu was shocked and wondered if Qingwen really thought Liu was a hero. Mo caught his attention by saying that something strange was happening in Qingwen's office. Mo told Liu not to worry, saying there was nothing serious. Liu looked at Qingwen's office, interested in Mo's words. Mo began to explain, saying that the vases were for prayers, the painting was like a grave, and the statues were like a mausoleum. Mo said that Qingwen seemed to have come out of the grave. Mo said that after analyzing it, he realized that these things were needed to curse with deadly evil. Mo laughed at the stupidity of people who believed in curses, and Liu asked if it was true that it didn't work. Mo confidently stated that these were simply legends of local folklore, based on epics. Liu listened to him, understanding why he thought so. He wondered who could be so angry with Qingwen. Liu told Chen that he would go to the restroom while she was busy with her own affairs. Liu opened the door and walked into Qingwen's office. Qingwen asked him why he came in without knocking. Liu did not answer, saying that the vases were very good, and Qingwen said that they were a gift from Vice President Zhao, and he should be careful with them. Liu asked about the painting, and Qingwen said it was a gift from Vice President's son. Liu placed his hand on the statues, asking where they were from, and Qingwen said that they were from Fei Yu, and they were called Water Dragon Pearls. Mo noticed that Fei Yu was a real hypocrite, and Liu learned the names of his accomplices. Liu reached for the vase, deciding to break this mortal evil first. Liu feigned regret as one of the vases fell to the floor. Qingwen jumped up from her seat, yelling at Liu and telling him to take his hands off the vases. The vase broke into small pieces. Liu said that he accidentally angered Qingwen, and Chen came running at the noise. Chen was surprised, trying to understand what happened here. Qingwen approached Liu, saying that he had gone crazy. Liu replied that they were just vases, and he would transfer the money for them. He just needed to tell him the account number. But Qingwen said that they were expensive. Qingwen rubbed her forehead tiredly, saying that she would deduct their cost from Liu's salary. Liu agreed, and said that he could invest 100 million into the company right away. But Qingwen did not believe his statement. Chen interrupted them, reminding them that it was time to head out to meet Mr. Li from Xineng Hospital. Qingwen asked Chen to call the cleaning lady and told Liu that it was time to go. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the twins were playing tennis. Kai said she was tired and suggested going home. Kai stood near the dining table where she and Liu had dined together. Kai noticed something on the table under the plate. Kai reached for the map that Liu had left behind. The twins were surprised to see that Liu had left behind the map that Hongxin had given him. The twins were amazed that Liu was a gentleman, and began to reproach themselves for mocking him and calling him names. The twins remembered what had happened in a couple of days. The twins regretted their behavior, considering Liu very noble and remembering his other virtues. The twins began to worry that they had offended Liu and now had to apologize. Xing agreed with Kai that she should apologize. The twins wondered where Liu got the new clothes from if he didn't spend any money, thinking that they cost a lot of money. Kai slapped the table, assuming that Liu was spending third sister's money. The twins thought it was all a cunning plan by Liu to make them feel guilty while he spent his sister's money carelessly. Kai was once again disappointed in Liu, who seemed to them to be a very kind person. Xing didn't understand why Liu left so much money. The amount on the card was equal to her allowance for several months. Kai suggested that her sister spend this money secretly from everyone. Liu drove the car, changing lanes on the road to get there faster. Liu thought someone was remembering him when he sneezed. Qingwen and Chen were sitting in the back seat, discussing the upcoming meeting where they needed to conclude a large contract. Chen was worried that Mr. Li was treating Qingwen badly, but Qingwen asked her to stop, as Hongxin's reputation was at stake. Liu listened to their conversation, thinking that Inji's main income came from providing medical equipment to hospitals. After some time, they arrived at a private hospital. They met with Mr. Li in his office. Mr. Li began to say that the project was difficult to implement, and they had a lot to discuss. Liu asked Mo to find information about this man. Liu learned that Lida Hai was involved in criminal activities and drug fraud. Mo said hundreds of patients suffered from his scams and poor medical care. Mo said that this lawlessness continues to this day because the hospital has not been punished. Liu was shocked by this information and thought that hell had descended on Earth since such bastards were living happily. Qingwen suggested that Li Hai go to the company right away to get special conditions, but he stopped her. Li Hai suggested moving the discussion to the hotel to discuss everything over dinner. Liu couldn't stand it any longer and shouted at Li Hai, who suggested that Qing Wen go to the hotel. Liu asked him how he could propose such a thing to a young girl, while Qing Wen remained silent. Qing Wen yelled at Liu, telling him to shut up immediately. Qing Wen apologized for her driver, saying that he was new. Li Hai advised Liu not to interfere in his mistress's conversations in the future. Li Haiyu threatened his elder brothers, saying that if he didn't like something, no one would cooperate with Qing Wen. Qing Wen was angry at his words. Qing Wen asked if he would agree to the order if she agreed to dinner, and Li Haiyu assured her that he would. Qing Wen set her conditions, saying that it would be a simple dinner and that she would come with her assistant Chen Chen. Li Haiyu agreed, pleased that she had agreed. Li Haiyu was pleased that he would receive a lot of money for these two tonight. After a while, they were standing in the parking lot, and Qing Wen was scolding Liu because he asked her to wait. Liu recalled her words about anyone being able to try their hand at sales. Qing Wen couldn't find anything to say in response. Qing Wen asked him to stop acting like that, but Liu left, asking for just 5 minutes. Lao entered the office without knocking. Li Haiyu asked him what was wrong since he came in without knocking. Liu put his foot on Li Hai's table. Liu called Li Hai a real animal. Li Haiyu stood up from his chair, shouting at Liu and saying that he would cut off his leg. Liu told Li Hai to check his email before threatening him and pointed his finger at the computer. Li Hai looked at his inbox and saw an unread email. Li Hai couldn't believe what he saw in the email. In the video, Li Haiyu was seen accepting bribes to fulfill requests. There were videos of him talking about counterfeit drugs. Videos of Li Haiyu bragging about how he solved his problems with money. Li Haiyu didn't understand how Liu could have found out about this, and was afraid that the information might leak out. Li Haiyu tried to figure out who Liu was. Li Haiyu looked at the sender's name, finding out that his name was Liu Di. Li Hai looked at Liu and said that he had a bad memory and asked his name. Liu calmly introduced himself, saying that he was Qing Wen's new driver. Li Haiyu fell to his knees, begging Liu to pardon him. Liu suggested that Li Hai do something that would make him happy, since Li Hai knew that he was at fault. After a while, Liu returned to the parking lot, where he was met by Qing Wen, who was unhappy that Liu had not listened to her. Qing Wen said that they should return to the company, but Liu asked her to wait a little. Qing Wen asked with displeasure if Liu wanted to stay here when someone ran up to them, asking them to wait. Li Haiyu brought the documents, saying that he brought the contract and they should sign it right away. Li Haiyu handed over the papers, saying that he had already signed and sealed everything, and all that was left was for Qing Wen to sign, and she was surprised. Li Hai said he was ready to pay for everything at once, and ordered 2 billion, not 1, as previously planned. Qian Qian was shocked by the change in Li Hai's behavior, who was practically on his knees asking for a contract with him. Qing Wen checked the documents, asking if Li Haiyu was really serious, but he assured her that he was serious. Qing Wen signed the contract. After some time, they were driving through the busy streets of Shanghai. Qing Wen looked at the signed contract, which was the biggest in her entire career. Qian Qian said that they had already received payment from the hospital. Qing Wen asked Liu what he said to Li Hai to get the contract. Liu said he was a bit of a hacker and used information about shady dealings to put pressure on him. Qing Wen didn't believe it and asked him to behave normally. Liu joked that he was actually Li Hai, making Qian Qian laugh. Liu inquired about the commission for the transaction, and Qing Wen promised that the accounting department would contact him, and Qian Qian praised him. Liu said that it was entirely Qing Wen's merit, and he didn't need the money, and said that she could take it for the Voss, surprising Qing Wen. Liu said that Qing Wen could handle the rest herself, and advised her to see a psychologist so that she would stop keeping everything to herself. Qing Wen was angry and embarrassed when Liu said that she had him, a real hero, who would always cover her. Qing Wen looked away, saying that he was no hero. Qian Qian watched them, as if she felt that there was something between them. Everyone in the company was discussing the deal that Qing Wen had made, and trying to figure out who Liu was. The female employees discussed seeing someone with Qing Wen in the morning. They whispered, thinking how much Qing Wen cared about Liu. The employee screamed in surprise when a hand fell on her shoulder. Liu advised her to talk less about the company employee in public, saying that someone might become the chairman's son-in-law. Qing Wen pulled him aside, telling him not to embarrass himself in front of the staff. Qian Qian was now absolutely sure that there was something between the two of them. Meanwhile, Li Hai was complaining on the phone to his brother He Hu about Liu, who had pulled out his dark past from somewhere. Li Hai said that he would kill Liu, otherwise he would not be able to sleep or eat. Someone on the other side said it was interesting, because someone had recently offered 5 million for Liu's head. In the evening, the company's employees left the building happily. Some were planning to go to a new restaurant that served barbecue. Qing Wen and Liu left the office together, meeting Qian Qian at the exit. Chen asked Liu about his plans for the evening and invited him to have dinner together. Qingwen told her that she still had a lot of work to do, and that Liu would have dinner with her at home. They went home. Liu reported that he had discovered something strange while working, and Qingwen asked what else he had found. Liu turned to her and said that Chen wanted to sleep with him, and Qingwen was jealous. Qingwen told him to stop talking nonsense, but Liu just laughed. At the estate late at night, everyone gathered around the table, which was filled with delicious food. The twins were eager to try everything, and Qingwen thought that she didn't expect Liu to be good at cooking. Liu invited everyone to the table. The twins were happy to get started. The twins were surprised to see what Liu was doing. Liu began eating with his hands again, holding a piece of meat in each. Mo praised him, saying that lots of good food would strengthen his body. Liu continued to eat, wanting to become stronger. The system window informed Liu that he was now stronger than 99.99% of the people on the planet. Liu ate a huge portion of meat, filling his belly to the brim. Qingwen stood up from the table, suggesting that the twins exercise after a heavy meal, and they immediately protested. Qingwen invited Liu to go with her. The twins imagined their sister beating Liu and her begging for mercy. Liu didn't understand why the twins giggled at the same time. Liu was picking his teeth with a toothpick and asked Qingwen if she was sure about her desire. Qingwen told Liu to stop talking nonsense because she was confident in herself. After a while, they found themselves in the gym on the estate. Qingwen changed into her gym clothes and asked Liu if he wanted to change. Liu began to take off his shirt, saying that he would just take off the extra clothes, and asked again if Qingwen really wanted to fight him. Liu threw his shirt aside. The twins looked at Liu's muscles with genuine interest. Liu looked at himself, surprised at how his body had changed. Qingwen also stared at him with wide eyes. Liu asked where they would fight, scratching his head awkwardly. Qingwen stopped her thoughts, reminding herself that she was no nymphomaniac and that they were in for a simple fight. Qingwen used to be a red belt, but Liu's muscles were much more impressive compared to hers. Qingwen blushed, imagining Liu being on top of her and breaking her during the fight. Liu urged her to get started quickly. Qingwen began to tell Liu that he didn't understand anything and was going to treat a weak girl badly. Liu reminded Qingwen that it was she who suggested sparring, and he tried to stop her twice, but Qingwen said that he was a man after all. Liu adjusted his boxing gloves and said that if Qingwen admitted defeat, he would let her go. Qingwen said that she would not give up easily. Liu stood opposite Qingwen, waiting for the start. Qingwen looked at Liu, ready to fight out of pride. Sai opened the doors of the gym and said that he had heard about the sparring and had come to watch it. Si looked at Liu and offered himself as an opponent, noting that Qingwen was weak for this fight. Sai was adopted into the Yan family when he was 10. Since childhood, Sai was trained in various martial arts. Sai was able to defeat a group of bandits without receiving a single injury. Qingwen knew that she still blamed himself for not being able to come to her aid in time when she was attacked 3 years ago. Sai was sure that Liu was no ordinary person, judging by what he had learned and seen about him, and he was worried that Liu was evil incarnate. Sai stood up, motioning for Liu to begin. Liu agreed to start sparring. Sai clenched his fist. Qingwen asked Sai to be careful not to hurt Liu, but Si said she didn't have to worry. Si briefly told Liu about his military career, which was full of dangerous missions, and asked Liu to tell him about himself. Liu was amazed by Sai's achievements and said that he was an ordinary citizen who learned to fight by the grace of God. Si rubbed his neck, saying that since Liu was not going to tell the truth, he would find out with his own hands, thinking that he would beat him until he found out everything. Si rushed forward to attack Liu. Liu dodged Sai's blows, moving with him around the hall. Mo told Liu that people have an aura that can suppress everyone around them psychologically. Si avoided a blow to his legs when Liu suddenly crouched. Sai was amazed to see that Liu was moving very quickly. While they were fighting, Mo told Liu that he had strengthened not only his body, but also his magnetic field, his aura. The system window notified Liu that the power of his aura was now directly linked to his body. Liu felt the change. His eyes became more dangerous. Liu looked like he had an aura of imminent death about him. Sai was amazed at what he saw in front of him. Sai doubted that Liu had come out of the underworld itself. Sai was sure that Liu was from an elite troop and not an ordinary person. Si bowed to Liu, saying that he understood everything. Liu laughed, noting with pity that he hadn't even had time to have fun. He thought Si could be admired for his tenacity. Liu suggested that Si go to another room so that there would be no other people around. Sai was surprised by Liu's proposal. Sai said he was willing to lay down his life in service to Liu, hand on heart. Qingwen tried to stop them, telling Si that enough was enough. Sai asked if Qingwen didn't agree with him. After a while, Qingwen and the twins stood at the closed door, trying to hear something from behind it. They thought that Liu would be beaten. In a closed room, Liu fought with Si. sharing fighting tips right during the sparring session. Sai was hit in the face. Liu called Si an excellent warrior and student, saying that he had been well trained by the Eastern Excalibur. Sai was surprised that Liu knew about his teacher, since it was China's secret intelligence service. Sai knew that only 2 people knew about the existence of the Eastern Excalibur, one of whom was a senior naval general of China. Sai thought about the second person. Si apologized to Liu for worrying about him, mistaking him for someone else, and Liu was surprised. Sai confidently stated that there were only 2 squads in the Eastern Excalibur, one of which was Tian Liu, and the other was Shibukai. And since Liu knew about him, he was definitely a participant. Si bowed to Liu, saying that he had no right to look him in the eye, mistaking him for the leader of Tian Liu's squad, while Liu was thinking whether to tell him that he was wrong. Liu asked which hooligan Si was talking about, and he said that a crime boss had offered 5 million for Liu's head. Liu reflected on the fact that it was only after joining the Yan family that he had enemies, and was surprised by the specific price he had paid for his life. Liu wondered if it could be either Feng Yu or Li Hai. Sai offered to help Liu, saying that he could send his brothers to resolve the situation. Liu said it wasn't worth it, and asked how Sai knew about the reward. Sai said the information was passed on by word of mouth, and the ringleader was He Li, a Shanghai crime boss. Liu wondered if it was him that Feng Yu had been communicating with that day. Liu turned to leave, telling Sai not to think about it, and suggested that they spar again sometime. Si stopped him, saying that his old instructor, He Shan, would be coming to Shanghai, assuming that Liu knew him from Tian Liu's troops. Liu asked to be informed in advance before Si told He Shan, and Si agreed. Liu sighed, not understanding how he could explain his strength if he was exposed so quickly as he left the hall. Liu walked on, thinking about his own things. Qingwen ran to him, asking if he was okay. Liu scratched his head, asking if he had already told her that it was not appropriate for a young girl to behave like that. Qingwen turned away from him, shouting in embarrassment as Liu laughed at her. Liu waved to her as he walked further down the corridor. Si approached Qingwen, and she asked what happened between them. Qingwen asked Sai if he had beaten Liu, but Si said that he could not tell everything, and asked for forgiveness. Sai said that from now on he would protect her, and asked her not to worry about anything. After a while, Liu was sitting at the table, fiddling with his phone. A photo of Xin was opened on the phone. He received a notification that Xin was broadcasting live 200 meters away from him. Liu pressed the connect button. Xin sang a cover of Liu's song. Xin noticed Dai Yi's presence on the broadcast. Everyone in the comments asked Dai Yi to say something else. Liu pressed the button to exit the live broadcast. Liu was amazed at the buzz the song he made for himself had generated. Meanwhile, Kai asked Xin how she knew Dai Yi. Xin continued to say that she didn't know him. Xin's phone rang. They asked Xin the same thing on the phone. Xin repeated for the umpteenth time that she didn't know Dai Yi. Xin listened to her sister say that she wanted to take Dai Yi to the filming, while continuing to explain that she didn't know him. Xin burst into tears, not knowing where she could get Dai Yi's contact information. The next day, the girls were looking at Liu, saying they wanted to meet him. Mo said that aura not only has the power to intimidate, but also attracts the opposite sex. And Liu thought that there were too many strange things in the world. Liu asked Mo to help him find information about He Li. Liu received detailed information about He Li, who had become the leader of the Shanghai underworld. Liu wondered what kind of guy this was, thinking how he had no shame in committing such lawlessness. Liu decided he could have some fun with him. At the same time, He Li was lighting a cigar. He Li sat in a chair, smoking a cigar, and a beautiful girl stood next to him. A subordinate burst into the office, telling He Li that something strange was happening. A subordinate said that within an hour, the police visited their ports 2 times, and even intercepted a ship that had a new order. He Li put out his cigar, asking if this meant there was a traitor among them. A subordinate told of a strange call he received while he was conducting an interrogation, during which he was told not to look, since there was no traitor among them. He Li became interested in what was said, believing that this time what was happening was truly worthy of attention. At that moment the telephone rang. The subordinate started mumbling something about He Li's father when he picked up the phone, and laughter was heard on the other end. He Li stood up from his seat, asking what his subordinate had said, but he merely relayed the words from the receiver. He Li started shouting threats into the phone, saying that he would kill the caller, but the phone only told him to come if he had the strength. He Li threw the phone on the floor, calling the caller a bastard. The girl suggested that he track this call. He Li passed this order on to his subordinate, telling him to hire the best hacker. After some time, He Li was informed that he was found in an internet cafe near a nightclub. He Li said to send 30 guys there and bring the bastard who called. He Li walked out of the office, still holding the phone in his hands. The phone rang again. Li didn't understand how this was possible because the number was different. The caller advised Li to get another hacker. 20 minutes ago, Liu rented the premises for the whole night and ordered all the customers to be thrown out. The clerk was happy to accept the card for payment. The clerk tried to figure out who Liu was, suggesting that he might be a bandit, while Liu settled down on the sofa. Visitors and employees fled the building. Among the crowd that fled the premises were those who went inside. Liu looked at the 30 thugs that Li had dispatched. The thugs attacked Liu with machetes and pipes. Liu continued to smoke calmly, thinking with hope that he would be able to have some fun today. Liu threw the cigarette aside. The cigarette hit one of the thugs right in the forehead. Liu rushed after him, kicking him and knocking him down. Another swung a machete at Liu from the side. Liu dodged and punched him in the solar plexus. Liu easily scattered the thugs in different directions. Within 5 minutes, all the thugs were lying on the floor, and Liu asked them to tell Li that he would not tolerate this anymore and would get him. Liu decided that he needed to visit their boss himself. The subordinate ran to Li, saying that they almost lost 100 of their best fighters. Li asked how many people were with Liu, who died 100 times, guessing that there must have been twice as many. The subordinate said that Liu was alone, and he was incredibly strong. Li was shocked to hear that Liu was alone and thought that Liu was a monster. Li ordered the best fighters to be gathered, not believing that they would not be able to resist one boy. The subordinate conveyed the boss's order to others to kill Liu. The subordinate told Li that their people would kill this guy. They were already on their way to the scene. At that moment, the door broke with a bang. There was a guy from Li's people standing in the passage. Li recognized Jack and asked what happened to Liu. Jack, without saying a word, fell to the floor right in front of them. The sound of footsteps followed. Liu walked into the hall, smoking in a relaxed manner. Li and his assistant felt like they were on a battlefield filled with iron and blood. Li took a closer look at the newcomer. They both felt as if Liu was standing on a mountain of corpses, looking down at them. Liu seemed like someone else to them for a moment. Li barely managed to stay on his feet. Li couldn't believe what he saw. Li rubbed his eyes to come to his senses. Liu stood opposite Li and his assistant, moving around the room in a relaxed manner. The assistant turned to Li, saying that he almost fainted from fear. Li looked at Liu carefully. Liu looked at them, saying that they had something to discuss. Liu asked how they could offer a 5 million reward for him, someone so kind and responsive. Liu approached Li closely, asking if he really thought the amount was justified. Li tried to calm Liu down, calling him his brother, and suggesting that they had a misunderstanding. Liu put his hand on his shoulder, saying that this was not the place for talking. Liu pushed the man away, turning back to Li. The assistant didn't understand why Liu was acting like this, since Li, the boss, was right in front of him. Liu chuckled, again complimenting the hidden figure on his intelligence, worthy of the title of underground boss, and said that he would give him 10 seconds. The man in front of Liu hovered. The assistant remained silent, saying nothing. The sound of heels was heard. The assistant tried to figure out what the boss's personal maid was doing there as she walked straight towards Liu. The girl bowed to Liu and asked for forgiveness. The girl raised her head and said that Li would admit her mistake to Liu. Liu said he now had an idea of her true identity. Li, the girl who hid her role, wondered who Liu was and how he knew about her. Li said that they should cancel the upcoming meeting and discuss the issues with Liu. Liu said he didn't see her interest, and added that he could easily figure out secret information if he needed it. Li said that from now on she would be at his service, but asked that her identity not be revealed. Liu turned away from them and asked who was asking for 5 million for Liu Di's head. Li thought for a moment, thinking that the name sounded familiar to her. Li immediately responded by saying that it was Zhao Ji, who was once the president of Yingji. Liu turned around, surprised that it wasn't Feng Yu. Mo reminded him that Zhao Ji was one of those who gave Qingwen the attributes to create deadly evil. Liu repeated the customer's name and laughed, saying that was interesting. Liu asked Li again if she had received the task of kidnapping Qingwen. Li confirmed, saying that the assignment was from the same client. Liu chuckled, realizing that Feng Yu wasn't stupid, since he was using others to get away with it. Li offered to deliver the customer to Liu, but Liu refused, saying that he only needed Zhao Jie's teeth, and he would give 1 million for each. Li said they could handle it easily, but wondered what Liu would do with them. Liu said it was none of their business. Liu said he should get one a day. Li placed her hand on her heart, promising that the group would fulfill his request. Li suggested that Liu meet the bosses of the other factions in their group. Liu walked closer to her, saying that Boss Li would not change for others. It would be her or her henchmen. Liu turned around, telling them to call him by his nickname the next time they met. Liu declared himself emperor as he prepared to leave. Liu moved down the corridor. Liu heard a cry for help from the side. In the distance, he saw two men following the twins. The twins swore at the men, shouting at them to let them go. Liu folded his arms as he watched them, wondering how they had gotten into trouble again. Liu walked towards them, deciding that in his past life he had owed a lot of money to the Yan family. Liu walked confidently forward towards the building. Inside the building there were poker tables and a lot of people. Liu walked closer to the men holding the twins. The man told the twins that they shouldn't run away before the fun started. But Kai replied that they just wanted to leave after losing. The twins decided to spend the money Hong Xin gave Liu at a casino. They were fleeced blind at the casino. The twins regretted their choice, thinking that they would not have come here if they had known what would happen. The man told the twins that they could borrow the missing million from their family since they were the children of millionaires. But Kai said they didn't have the money. The man licked his lips, saying that the twins would have to pay with their bodies if they didn't pay. Kai tried to leave, saying that they would bring money, but they needed to go home first. Other men blocked the way, reminding the twins that they were not in a marketplace, and that they could not leave whenever they wanted. The man told them they only had 5 minutes to find the money, otherwise he would drag them into the room and put them back in their place. Liu approached them and asked if the man was asking for too much. Liu calmly remarked that the problem was only a few million, and the twins asked him for help after seeing Liu. The men laughed, thinking that Liu was trying to show off and save the girls. But Liu just said that he couldn't leave them, even if they were annoying. Kai asked Liu to call his sister and borrow money, thinking that he had nothing. Liu closed his eyes tiredly, thinking that the twins were rude, and decided that he would teach them a lesson after he sorted everything out. Liu said he couldn't help them get their money back, but he didn't mind fighting, surprising the man. Liu's eye activated, gathering information about the enemy. The man in front of him, Ren Boyuan, asked what Liu wanted to play. Liu understood that Boyuan didn't care about the million at all, and only wanted to catch the twins. Liu suggested continuing to place bets. They both went to the gambling table. Liu turned to his opponent, saying that he would bet 5 million against his 3. Kai started scolding Liu, calling him crazy, but he didn't listen to her, saying that now it was the opponent's turn to bet. Boyuan couldn't understand where all the pathos was coming from, since the casino owner had been bribed long ago, and his cards were stronger than Liu's. Boyuan bet 6 million. Liu raised the stakes, betting 100 million. Liu asked Boyuan whether he would agree or not, ignoring the shocked Xin. Boyuan said that he needed to check whether Liu had that amount of money, and called the casino manager to prevent a repeat of the story with the twins. 10 minutes later, Liu's card, which had passed the funds check, was returned, and he was offered membership in the VIP area. Boyuan couldn't believe what was happening and asked how this was even possible, but the casino manager said the bet was valid. Boyuan became nervous, knowing that he only had 100 million in his account. The twins couldn't understand where Liu got so much money from, since his family was so ordinary. Boyuan called his brother to borrow money. Boyuan placed the phone on the table with a loud bang. Boyuan bet 1 billion, wondering if he would be kicked out of his house after that. The people around were inspired, surprised by the huge bet. Liu chuckled as he bet 10 billion, warning in advance that this was not the limit. Boyuan became angry, not understanding where Liu got such confidence from, since he couldn't see his opponent's cards. Boyuan grabbed the cards from the table. Boyuan began to chew his cards, and the twins were amazed at what they saw. Boyuan began to threaten Liu with his brother from the Yahello group, who would be here any minute. Liu chuckled, saying he was looking forward to it. The next minute, a crowd of people ran into the casino. Liu and the twins were surrounded. The twins panicked, not knowing what to do now. The men who surrounded them said that they were ordered not to let anyone out of their casino until he arrived. Liu said he felt scared, looking completely relaxed, and the twins didn't believe him. Liu yawned and went to the sofa, asking to wake him up when their leader arrived. The twins continued to panic, admitting that they were wrong to steal his map that Hong Xin gave him. The twins called Liu when the gang leader, Yahello, entered the casino. The man who entered the casino was greeted with one voice by his subordinates. Boyuan complained to his uncle, pointing the finger at Liu, and said that he had cheated him out of his money. Mr. Feng said he wanted to see who was bullying his nephew. Boyuan began pushing people aside, saying that he would show it to them personally. The twins tried to wake up Liu, who had fallen asleep on the sofa. Boyuan pointed his finger at Liu. Liu continued to sleep peacefully. Mr. Fen was surprised to see Liu and called him Lord. Boyuan didn't understand anything and told his uncle to quarter Liu as soon as possible. Boyuan was losing his patience. He told his uncle and his men not to just stand there and show Liu who they touched. Boyuan shouted that he would take responsibility and suggested attacking. Mr. Fen turned around and punched his nephew in the jaw. Boyuan shouted at his uncle that he had hit the wrong person. He told Mr. Feng to turn around and hit Liu. Mr. Fen turned to his subordinates, telling them to beat the crap out of his yellow-haired nephew. The men in suits began to beat the screaming Bo Yuan. 10 minutes later, Bo Yuan was covered in bruises. Mr. Fen bowed to Liu, indicating that they were finished. The twins didn't understand what was happening. Liu got up from the sofa and said that he would go then. Mr. Fen respectfully handed Liu the cigarette, saying that he would give what his nephew had taken to Caesar, and Liu could come and pick it up whenever he wanted. Liu lit the offered cigarette. Liu turned to the twins, telling them it was time for them to go, and they obediently followed. Mr. Fen watched Liu leave. Lord Fen addressed his nephew, calling Liu the master of the entire city and the master of Taiji. Liu and the twins arrived at the car where C was waiting. Liu turned to the twins, telling them to return home. The twins apologized for taking the money their father gave him and thanked him for saving them. Liu said that it was still their money and their gratitude was not enough, and the aid was provided to avoid creating discord in the Yan family. The twins began to complain, but Liu covered his ears, pretending not to hear them. The twins asked why the bandits were behaving like that, and Liu said that they knew his friend well, so that's why they stood up for him. The twins sighed, accepting his answer. Liu's phone rang. Liu answered the phone and was asked where he was, as it was already the end of the working day, and he was still not at the company. The twins asked if his sister had called him, but Liu only replied that he had to go. Liu arrived at the office. Jian Jian met him, saying that Qing Wen had gone home without a driver, and he was ordered to accompany her to the meeting. Liu smiled, asking again about the date. Liu opened the office door without knocking. Liu looked at Qing Wen, who was still sitting behind the papers. Liu asked how Qing Wen could just ignore someone else's life while Qing Wen was wiping her hands. Qing Wen said that she was going to see Master Tu to help him with some matters. Liu thought about Qing Wen's kind heart. Qing Wen took out 3 huge folders and invited Liu to look at the lists, saying that she was going to donate something in her own name. Liu stopped her, saying that if she sacrificed some wine to Master Tu, then he could recognize her as his goddaughter. Qing Wen decided that this information was worth writing down in her notebook. Qing Wen picked up her handbag. Qing Wen asked Liu to take her to the bank as she headed out of the office, and Liu asked why she needed to go there. Qing Wen turned around, thinking the question was stupid, and said that she needed to withdraw money. After a while, they arrived at the bank. There was a large truck next to the bank. Inside the truck, a man in military uniform announced that the civilians would soon leave the bank and they would be able to begin Operation Han. The man who led the robbery wondered if the old man really thought he could compete with his soldiers. The young man addressed the boss, saying that Hua's soldiers were stronger than his soldiers, saying this with all due respect. The boss noted that this did not mean they could not fight back, and he had a couple of aces in his pocket. This made the soldiers smile, because they were not newcomers, but the best warriors in the entire country. The boss of this operation was He Shan from a secret Chinese military organization, and the soldier was the captain of Team A, Tian Luo, who was called the Grizzly Bear. Tian Luo informed He Shan that the newcomers were there, hoping that they would not disappoint them. He Shan suggested waiting and watching the show because Duan was too confident in himself, and it would be his undoing. At the same time, Liu and Qing Wen entered the bank. Mo warned Liu that a robbery would take place in 5 minutes. Mo pointed to the people in the bank, saying that some of them didn't look like ordinary people passing by. Mo pointed to a specific man, saying he was 69% sure he had a gun. Mo stated that no information could be found on the 6 people in the bank, and Liu chuckled, wondering if he could ever have a peaceful day. Qing Wen handed Liu a wad of money, telling him that she knew he didn't have any. Qing Wen said that no one would see it here, and let it be his pocket. Liu was surprised, saying that Qing Wen remembered his feet. Liu refused the money, telling Qing Wen to just buy him a pack of cigarettes. Qing Wen continued to hand over the money, asking with displeasure what kind of person Liu was. Qing Wen muttered that she would definitely beat him to death someday, and Liu shouted after her the name of the cigarettes he needed. Liu remained at the bank. Liu walked up to the man sitting on the bench and said hello, laughing. The guy smiled and said hello to Liu. Lao sat down next to him, remarked that the weather was nice today, and suggested that the guy rob a bank. The guy tensed up, agreeing that the weather was indeed not bad. The guy jumped up and asked Liu what he said. Liu swung his arm, apologizing for acting without warning. The guy's teeth fell out from the blow. The guy fell unconscious from one blow. He Shan put the cup on the saucer and asked what was going on. Tianluo reported that there was no such person among Duan's lists. Footsteps were heard in Liu's direction. The men rushed at him, determined to take Liu. Liu kicked one of them, knocking the air out of his lungs. The next 2 were knocked down at the same time. Liu dealt with the attackers without much trouble. There were 2 men left in front of Liu. The men began to curse at Liu, saying that they would kill him. Liu rushed towards them and grabbed both of them. With a slight movement of his hand, Liu pushed them aside, leaving them lying unconscious. Liu looked around himself, having finished dealing with the attackers, who were now lying on the floor. He Shan stared at the screen, not believing that someone had defeated his best fighters so quickly, and Tianluo remarked that it looked like a joke. He Shan gave orders to Tianluo to go and catch Liu. The truck door opened. Tianluo moved towards Liu, moving quickly through the streets. Liu looked at the unconscious men, acknowledging their strength out loud, but noticing that they had not chosen the best path. Liu heard footsteps and raised his head. Tianluo moved towards Liu, emitting a murderous aura. Liu decided that the situation was getting tense and he needed to gather all his strength for a decisive blow. Liu jumped towards Tianluo, leaving a footprint behind. Liu punched Tianluo in the solar plexus with all his might. Tianluo was thrown back to the opposite wall. Tianluo didn't believe that this was possible, and Liu was able to anticipate his attack. He Shan watched their fight through the screen, not believing that this was happening. Qingwen returned, asking about cigarettes, but interrupted herself to ask what was going on here. Liu turned to her, saying that nothing special was happening, and that they were just trying to rob a bank, but a handsome guy stopped them. Liu took Qingwen's hand and said that they needed to run while Qingwen asked where the handsome guy was. Liu replied that the handsome man was coming down now, and Qingwen realized that he was bragging again. Tianluo held his chest as he leaned against the wall, thinking that Liu was lucky he hadn't caught him. 10 minutes later, an ambulance was picking them up. He Shan looked at the place where the fight took place. Standing next to him was Duan, who admitted that he didn't expect Shan's fine soldiers to be wiped out by one civilian. He Shan told Duan to shut up and remarked that it was just an accident. Duan continued speaking, getting on Shan's nerves, and called the civilians incredibly brave, braver than the special forces. Shan rewatched the video from the bank, judging his abilities to be close to S level. Shan and Luo watched the recordings, and Shan thought that they would be lucky to recruit such a guy. Shan gave Luo the order to find Liu within 12 hours. Luo asked Shan if he really intended to recruit him into the army. Shan decided that such a person would not join the army, but could very well become a mercenary, and working with him would be profitable. Shan thought that with someone like Liu, their plan could actually be carried out. Duan approached Shan, offering to throw him a drink that evening to celebrate his arrival in Shanghai. Shan threw Duan's hand off his shoulder. Shan told Duan to drink alone since he had not finished with him yet, and called Luo to follow him. Duan asked why Shan was angry, saying that Shan doesn't have to drink if he doesn't want to, and there's no need to get angry unnecessarily. Duan called his subordinate over. Duan turned to the commissioner and said that he had 10 hours to find Liu. Duan looked at the screen again, wishing to have Liu as the leader of his police team in the war. Duan watched the replay of Liu beating Luo and thought that Shan wouldn't be able to steal him for himself. Mo laughed as he noticed Liu's face was on fire as they drove through the city. Liu asked Mo what he meant, and Mo said that there were currently about 4 military personnel looking for information about him. Liu asked Mo to hide for a while after he finished erasing the records. Mo immediately set to work, saying that he would do as Liu asked. Shan and Luo sat in front of the computer while the facial comparison process was going on. Duan sat in the car, thinking that Liu was really good while looking at his phone. Suddenly the screens went black. Shan was surprised and asked if it was a technical glitch. Duan cursed when the same thing happened to his phone. A subordinate approached Shan and said that all the videos with this guy had disappeared without a trace. In the Yan family mansion, the butler handed Hongxin a folder, telling the gentleman that he would certainly be interested in seeing what he had found. Hongxin opened the folder, which stated that the top sales were shared by Qingwen and Liu, who closed a deal worth 2 billion. The butler noted that Qingwen showed great promise, and Hongxin said that he knew very well what abilities his daughter possessed. Hongxin got up from the lounger and walked to the window, asking what exactly the butler wanted to say. The butler noticed that Liu was in the center, and he could not help but note his great talent. Hongxin turned to the butler, saying that he was no longer young, and even his search for talent was not enough for Inji. Hongxin looked out the window, noticing that Liu was truly talented, and that the chance to meet someone like him was once in a lifetime. The butler noticed that Liu did not have much interest in the Yan family. Hongxin thought it was obvious, because with such talent, Liu must be very arrogant, but he was young and didn't understand much. Hongxin stated that he had a way to force Liu to reconsider his priorities and take over the Yan family. Hongxin informed the butler of 2 instructions, one of which was to hand over full authority to sell medical equipment to Qingwen. The butler was surprised and asked Hongxin to think about it again, because this project was very important to Yingji, and Qingwen had little experience. Hongxin said that he couldn't rely on his daughter alone, so he would hand over the project to Liu, who liked Qingwen. The butler understood what he meant, and said that he hoped Liu would not let them down. Hongxin appreciated Qingwen's talent in charming Liu, and the butler asked him what he meant. Hong Xin said that he would return to Shanghai in a couple of days and hold a banquet at the Yan estate. Hong Xin said that he would invite his acquaintances from abroad, and the young people should meet to discuss ideas. Hong Xin sat down on the chair, remembering that his good friend and big shot in the army had recently arrived in Shanghai. The butler clarified whether he meant General He Pa. Hong Xin poured himself a cup of tea and confirmed the butler's guess. Hong Xin took the cup and said that he would create an environment for young people to meet high-ranking people, and asked to call Manhwa. At the Yan estate, Qingwen and Liu entered the house. Qingwen saw smoke and asked what was going on, assuming there was a fire in the house. But Liu only told her to come in and take a look if she didn't understand. They walked into the kitchen, covering their noses from the smell, and Qingwen complained about her eyes, which had started to water. The twins were standing at the stove and noticed the return of their sister and Liu. Qingwen cleared her throat and asked what the twins were doing. Kai replied that they had been preparing dinner for 2 hours. Qingwen was surprised and asked again, pointing her finger at the twins, if they really had prepared dinner for Liu. Kai said that they had done a great wrong to Liu and wanted to apologize in this way. Xing confirmed her words. The twins pulled Liu by the hands to the table so that he could try their food. Liu picked up the cloche and looked at the dish, asking what it was. There was some unappetizing food on the plate, and the twins said they had made fried rice using a recipe they had memorized while cooking it. Kai pointed to the plate, saying that they tried their best, and urged Liu to try their food. Mo warned that this food contained the most powerful poison in existence, and Liu's face twisted. Liu smiled at the twins and said he forgave them. The twins smiled, calling Liu the best. The twins turned to Qingwen and admitted that they needed to tell her something. Qingwen didn't expect such words and asked what they wanted to say. The twins handed her the bank card that Liu had left on the table. Kai said that Liu didn't take the card, which means he's not as bad a person as they thought he was. Qingwen was surprised, wondering where Liu got the money from, because she thought that he came to their family for money, and she was just an excuse to get it. Qingwen shook her head, clearing away unnecessary thoughts, and thought that this was impossible. Kai told Qingwen that Liu had a lot of money, and Qingwen was surprised and asked how she knew. Kai tried to guess how much money Liu had, showing 1 or 2 billion on her fingers. Qingwen didn't believe Kai when she heard the figure of 10 billion. Kai confidently stated that Liu had at least 10 billion, but they did not know the exact amount. Qingwen wondered how this was possible, since with such a sum, Liu would take his place among the richest people in the world. Qingwen asked the twins how they knew all this. Xing hesitated before answering, and Kai honestly admitted that they saw it in the casino when he bet 10 billion. Qingwen didn't understand what Liu was doing. Kai asked her sister not to think too much, stating that Liu was definitely a good person, and they would tell him so when he returned. Qingwen told them that for safety's sake, they should all pretend they didn't know anything and deal with him little by little. The twins tried to calm her down, saying that they knew everything, and there was no need to worry. The sisters turned around as Liu returned to the dining room, bringing with him the aroma of delicious food. Liu noticed that they had been whispering for a long time and offered them some real fried rice with egg, holding a large dish in his hands. The twins walked up to it and noticed that the taste was different from what Liu had cooked before, while Qingwen watched them from the side. Qingwen tried to figure out whether Liu was a good or bad person. Qingwen brought the spoon filled with fried rice to her mouth. Qingwen was amazed at how delicious it was, squeezing her cheeks with pleasure. Liu announced a new ingredient that can take the edge off. Liu said that he specially fried rice for them to calm the anger in their hearts. Qingwen jumped up, accusing Liu of eavesdropping. But Liu noticed that they were just talking loudly and hoped that they would stop treating him as something he was not. Liu turned away from them, saying that he was a man who had one important matter to do. Liu promised that he would devote all his efforts to helping the Yan family once he finished his business. Qingwen watched as Liu waved goodbye to them as he left the hall. Qingwen began to worry that she had really misunderstood him. Liu moved through the corridors. Liu remarked that it was not worth worrying about, because such a gorgeous man should have a broad outlook, and he would not argue with her. Liu was sitting in the room at the computer. Liu told Mo that it was time to put their plan into action. System Windows notified that Liu had been updated with a marketer's mindset and better advertising layouts. Liu picked up the phone. Liu thought that Dee's ardor had died down a bit, and now the time had come. Liu pressed the button, telling Mo, who was sitting opposite the laptop, what he was posting. An announcement about a quiz appeared on the screen. The winner receives 500,000. This was followed by comments wondering how many people must be on the team of Dee, who posted it, to process everything. Some people thought it was a simple joke. The girl sat at the computer, reading the question carefully. The girl adjusted her glasses, thinking that the conditions contained a reference to the person who invented multiplication. The girl wrote a reply. Other users called her naive, thinking it was a fake post. The girl heard a notification on her phone. She picked it up and saw that the winnings for the correct answer had been credited to her account. The girl was shocked. The money completely covered her college tuition. The website posted a congratulatory message for the girl, noting that there could still be 99 more winners. People in the comments were shocked and didn't believe it was true, rejoicing that someone was now sitting on money. Liu thought that they should keep trying, because the more answers, the better. Liu activated his eye. A message appeared that all 100 prizes had been awarded, and participants were asked to check their balance. People in the comments were happy, in disbelief, and sad about the pass. Liu told Mo to get ready, because now they were going to post the second question. The next puzzle was the first to be tied. The question was a tricky one, about the existence of another self, and the prize was 100 million. Users raised hot topics about someone publishing countless posts from multiple accounts, Di and Dai San, and the existence of a second self. At 5 in the morning, people were sitting in the office with a pile of papers on their desks. The girl made notes in a notebook, deciding that these were the coordinates of the place. The girl Googled this meaning on the internet. A pinned message appeared congratulating Hes on the correct answer, twins. People in the comments tried to understand how they came to this answer, and Liu read their reactions the next day. Liu told Mo that it was now time to get down to business. The next puzzle didn't have any bonuses, but it did entice everyone to find a partner in life. When clicking on the link, the screens offered to download the twins. Many people have downloaded twins for themselves. Some guy was eating while downloading a program and thinking about how slowly everything was happening. The guy entered his nickname like a careless person. A message appeared on his phone that the system was analyzing his identity. The guy decided not to write anything about himself because the software was considered unreliable. The system finished its personality analysis, calling him outwardly self-confident, but in fact, restless inside. The guy looked at his phone, shocked by this, noodles hanging from his mouth. He received the following message about the successful conjugation of users, and it gave him the ID of the lost heart. He matched with the girl in the application. The guy was delighted and decided that he definitely had to meet her. Liu looked at the number of downloads and authorized ones, reading user comments. Liu thought that thanks to the magic eye, he had created the perfect app. People watching Gemini were amazed at how a certain D-San created such a cool program. One company held a meeting that was dedicated to twins. Mr. Lee's assistant said the app was recently developed by a company called Creator. Mr. Lee looked at the report, not understanding how a newly established company could be so popular. His assistant stated that since the advent of Gemini, their users continue to fall. Mr. Lee was shocked by the news and ordered the personality analysis method to be copied to add to their app. His assistant said that they tried, but they were unsuccessful since they did not have such technical capabilities. Mr. Lee slammed the table, saying that their words were empty talk, and they should stop talking nonsense. Liu continued to sit in his room at the computer. Liu told Mo that because of their popularity, they should get an office space. Mo asked what exactly Liu wanted. Liu told Mo that they needed an office that was quite premium, grandiose, and intriguing. Mo projected an image from his eyes. A satellite map of the city appeared in front of Liu, and Mo suggested choosing the tallest building in Shanghai. Liu thought it was not bad, and decided to buy it. Mo said that everything would be decided in 3 days, and they had also selected 300 good candidates for the job. Liu thanked Mo, saying he couldn't have done it alone, and said he needed people who were trustworthy. After some time at the shopping center, at the store where Adzia works, and Zia stood behind the cash register, sorting through documents. Adzia answered the call, asking Liu why he was calling him. Liu remembered his student days, remind me how Adzia wanted to open his own business, and also hit Gugu and Wei Wei. And Zia laughed, listening to him on the phone, and called it the dreams of a wonderful youth. Liu said he had recently started a company and asked Adzia if he wanted to come over and help with something, and Zia was surprised by the proposal. Adzia asked Liu if he was sure he could help with anything, but Liu assured him over the phone that he trusted only him. Lili yelled at Adzia, asking what he was doing at such a time, and said that he had to work. And Zia reminded Lili that 3 years had passed since she last smiled at him. And Zia kicked the cash register counter, saying that he wouldn't do that anymore. And Zia threw off his apron and forbade Lili to address him simply by his first name from now on. Adzia was angry. He told Lili his full name, Zhang Tianjia. The next day at the Yan family estate, Liu was stretching in the parking lot when Qingwen approached from behind, suggesting that they leave early. Qingwen was dressed in a beautiful dress and said that important clients would be coming to the company today. Lao stared at her, saying nothing. A message came on the phone saying they would meet at the Zhongteng building at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qingwen handed Liu some buns, saying that he hadn't had time to eat breakfast because of her. Liu asked why she was showing concern, suggesting that she either wanted to steal or cheat as they sat in the car. Qingwen said that he had nothing to steal and noted that she brought buns so that he wouldn't get bored and die from overeating. Liu laughed, noting that many women saw him as a man, but Qingwen told him to stop. Qingwen asked Liu where he got the money, and Liu explained that the founder and his friends started the company. Qingwen sighed, thinking that this sounded unreliable. Qingwen told Liu that he could turn to her for help, and that he didn't have to be strong all the time. Liu looked at her, saying that in that case he could tell her a couple of his secrets. Qingwen became curious and asked what these secrets were. Liu leaned towards her, saying that he sang well, and invited Qingwen to listen to his singing. Qingwen refused, telling Liu to concentrate on driving. In the company of Inji, the female employees gossiped about Liu and Qingwen, believing that they were not compatible with each other. Liu sat in the office next to Qingwen's, twirling a pen in his hands and thinking about who might come today. The next moment, the door opened and Feng Yu appeared on the threshold with another person. Liu immediately recognized Zhao Ji, whose teeth he had ordered from He Li, but immediately thought that Qingwen was probably not waiting for them. Feng Yu asked Qingwen what happened to the vases she was given as a gift, noticing that they were missing when they sat down opposite Qingwen. Qingwen replied guiltily that they all crashed by accident. Feng Yu was shocked and asked how such expensive vases could accidentally break. Qingwen said that it wasn't entirely a coincidence, as it was Liu who broke them up on their first day at work. Feng Yu became angry, thinking that Liu was a difficult person who had managed to break the key of death, which he had spent a lot of money on. Feng Yu looked around, thinking that he needed to control himself due to the large number of people. But he mentally promised himself to deal with this kid next time. Qingwen noticed this reaction and was surprised. Qingwen asked when the customers would arrive, and Feng Yu replied that they should wait a little. Liu called Qian Qian, saying that he wanted to ask something. Qian Qian walked up to him, tucking her hair behind her ear, and asked what he wanted to know. Liu asked what kind of people they were waiting for. Qian Qian was surprised that Liu didn't know, because they were waiting for Di Yi, the god of music, who was supposed to come to them soon. Liu didn't understand what was happening, saying that he had come. Qian Qian said that she didn't understand what was going on, because yesterday Hong Xin had given Qingwen the task of selling medical equipment. Liu listened to Qian Qian as she explained that some friends had an entertainment company that cooperated with Di Yi. Qian Qian dreamily said that she heard that Di Yi was handsome and rich, and she also wanted to meet him. Liu laughed sadly when he heard her words. After a while, 3 SUVs drove up to Inji's company. People started coming out of them. Liu Jiming and his retinue walked confidently into the building. Jiming chuckled, saying that he would no longer be looked down upon by the Yan family. Jiming laughed as he walked into the high-rise building. After some time, they entered Qingwen's office. Qingwen stood up and greeted Jiming, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Feng Yu spoke familiarly to Jiming, telling him to relax, and asked if Di Yi had arrived. Jiming walked up to the table and asked why Di Yi needed to go somewhere. Jiming sat down confidently on the chair, declaring that he would personally handle all matters on behalf of Di Yi today. Feng Yu agreed, saying that if Di Yi had come, the entire company would have been torn apart by fans. Jiming agreed, saying that Di Yi now has incredible influence on the public. Feng Yu continued to say that Di Yi would ensure colossal sales if he participated in the sales of Inji. Jiming said that Di Yi rose up thanks to his financial support, which is why he represents him. Feng Yu continued to butter him up, praising Jiming for his favor towards Di Yi. Feng Yu informed him that they were willing to pay $300 million for Di Yi's public appearance, and agreed to sign the contract right away. Jiming said that the amount was agreed upon only because of his friendship with Ms. Wen. Jiming turned to Qingwen and said that he was ready to discuss the implementation plan since the amount had been agreed upon. Qingwen was mentally glad that she had spent the whole night coming up with a plan. Feng Yu handed over his plan without giving Qingwen a chance to speak, saying that he had already prepared his plan. Qingwen asked him what he was doing, reminding him that the project was given to her by her father. But Feng Yu said that they were family, and it made no difference whose plan was put into action. Qingwen put her folder on the table. Qingwen folded her arms across her chest, saying that Jiming should choose for himself then. Jiming examined each plan in turn. Jiming noticed that Feng Yu's plan was noisy, while Qingwen's was more close to the people. Qingwen said the charity event project fits in with their product for preventing childhood diseases. Jiming rubbed his temples with his fingers, saying that because of their differences, it was difficult for him to come to a decision. Jiming turned to Qingwen, reminding her of how he had been chasing her for 2 years, and suggested that she pay attention to him. Jiming said that he would choose her plan if she went on a date with him. Qingwen didn't know what to say to his statement. Qingwen stated that she does not mix work and personal life, and their relationship is out of the question. Jiming stated that in that case, he should seriously consider these options. Jiming stood up, deciding to first choose a day for the Yan family's banquet. Jiming chuckled, asking if Qingwen's father would be disappointed if he didn't choose her plan. Jiming chuckled, saying that he was going to recognize the young talent that Mr. Yan had spoken of. Liu lit a cigarette. Liu walked up to the table, drawing attention to himself. Jiming was surprised, asking if it was a human or a ghost. Liu asked Jiming if he was blind, and if he had ever seen a smoking ghost. Jiming became angry and asked what Liu was saying. Liu waved to him, saying that he was the young talent, and told him about the driver's position. Jiming was annoyed that Liu dared to call him blind. Liu confirmed his words, asking how a company registered 5 days ago could sign a contract with DE. Jiming took out his phone, saying that he had a video of DE's rehearsal, as he knew that no one would believe him. Jiming handed over the phone with the video, telling them to watch. The pianist sang a song by DI. The pianist greeted Inji's company and announced that he accepted the offer of cooperation. Mo informed Liu that the man in the video was a second-class student at the art academy. Liu said that he admired Jiming and proposed a contract. Jiming laughed, saying that if he wanted an autograph or a photo, he just had to ask. Liu stubbed out his cigarette, suggesting that they include a clause in the terms in case DE was not real. Liu told Jiming that he would break his leg and offered to choose which one. Jiming clenched his jaw and asked Liu how dare he behave like this. Feng Yu intervened, shaming Liu for behaving terribly, even after being provided with video evidence. Qingwen intervened, telling Liu not to worry about the performance, and reminding him of his desire to help Master Tu with the equipment. Liu agreed with Qingwen when she asked him to leave and come back quickly. Liu walked out of the office, saying that he was looking forward to this evening. Feng Yu and Jiming looked at the door that slammed behind Liu. After some time in the old area, Master Tu sat on the sofa drinking wine, and Liu sat on the bar stool. He said that he envied Master Tu's calmness, comparing it to water. Master Tu looked at Liu, whom he doted on, and asked why he was so angry. Liu scratched his head, confused, saying that his life was very confusing. Master Tu tightened his grip on the bottle, and declared that Liu, with his youth, should be bolder, and should assert himself and fight for what he wanted. Liu raised his hands in surrender and asked how dare he. Master Tu said he knew him too well, and Liu always came back to care for the children, even while working 3 jobs and dealing with an injury. Liu tilted his head, remembering the old days. Master Tu recalled a favorite saying, telling Liu that it was worth being ruthless if he was ruthless, and it was worth running if he wanted to run away. Liu pointed to his face, asking Master Tu about it. Master Tu put the bottle on the table and asked if it could be that Liu was the guy from the bank that everyone was looking for. Liu laughed awkwardly, and Master Tu said that he would go to bed. Otherwise, he felt dizzy looking at his face. Liu grabbed the door handle. Liu turned to look at Master Tu when he asked him to remember something. Master Tu told Liu that he could defeat anyone, but he could not go against his heart. Liu told him that he understood what Master Tu had said. Liu stood under the tree after a while, waiting for Ajia. Mo reported that the number of registered users has increased to over 400 million in the last 8 hours. Liu looked at the results with satisfaction, not believing it was true. And Mo added that he had just updated the group chat feature based on interests. Mo told Liu that they now have over 3,000 chats dedicated to various hobbies, and there is no limit on the number of participants. Lao read the happy comments, thinking that in the future, they would be able to introduce interest-based advertising to the established community. Meanwhile, at the White Bear headquarters, a meeting was being held again. Mr. Lee asked if anyone had found out who was behind the twins. His assistant handed him a folder, saying that the owner was a certain D-san, and the company itself was not yet profitable because it had no investors or assets. Mr. Lee carefully examined the documents. Mr. Lee approached the vice president, instructing him to purchase 10 billion worth of new equipment. The vice president assured Mr. Lee that they would definitely overtake them, and there was no need to worry. Meanwhile, Liu's name was called, attracting attention. And Zia was surprised at how Liu got excited when he saw him after a short break in communication. Liu said he had recently started exercising and noticed that Ajia was looking thinner and thinner with each meeting. Ajia was surprised when Liu pointed to the building and noted that the rent there was very expensive. Liu called Ajia to come inside, saying that he would find out everything there. Ajia asked to wait for him as Liu walked quickly into the building. They entered the elevator and went up, and Jia was surprised that Liu chose the top floor. The elevator stopped at the 87th floor, and Liu said they had arrived. The elevator doors slowly opened in front of them, and Jia cursed from strong emotions when he saw the scale of the floor. The floor was filled with people, but the place was huge. Ajia followed Liu, asking who could afford such a huge office. Liu began to tell Ajia about the company, saying that they worked with the internet and messaging, and had launched a trial version yesterday. Liu told Ajia about his duties, dealing with staff and investors, promising people and money. Ajia asked if Liu was joking with such a proposal. Liu laughed, assuring him that he was definitely not joking, and said that they had to be strong. Ajia did not understand what this meant, and asked Liu about his words. Liu said they need the strength and patience to be able to turn down companies that want to buy them at any time. Ajia laughed, saying that Liu had good entrepreneurial qualities, but bragging was not his best trait. Liu said that he would not interfere in the company's affairs unless necessary, and Ajia would have to interact with various companies. And Zia put his arm around Liu's shoulders, saying that he was still just as strange. And Zia said that first we need to move to this office, and only then discuss everything else. Liu stopped Ajia, saying that he would be the CEO, and Liu would be the CEO behind the scenes counting the money. And Zia figured that he would then take over all the useless positions, since Liu would move the company in the right direction. Ajia and Liu walked on, while Ajia put his arm around his shoulders, praising Liu that he was good at everything. They went out onto the roof of the building, and Zia was amazed to see a helicopter take off from the platform right above them. And Zia got scared and asked Liu if he had gotten into some kind of trouble behind his back, worrying about his friend. Liu walked to the edge of the helipad and looked out over the city. Liu turned to Ajia, saying that he was the only person he trusted, and no matter what happened, he should not look down on him. And Zia told Liu not to talk nonsense, assuring him that he would have come at the first call to help. Ajia put his hand on Liu's shoulder, telling him to put the showdown aside for later, and asked if Liu had enough money, offering to use his modest savings. Liu hugged his friend back, telling him to keep the money, and mentioned that he had sent him all the information and would give him a couple of days to adjust. And Zia, who was quickly persuaded to go to work, asked Liu where their company would be, since they had already passed 3 floors. Liu replied that all 3 floors and the roof belonged to them, and Zia was shocked by this. He asked again what kind of company they had if they could afford this. Liu told his friend that the company's name was Creator, and their first product was Gemini, and Zia couldn't find what to answer, simply opening his mouth in shock. Liu turned to his friend, saying that since he had become the CEO of the Creator, he should work on his image. And Zia scratched his head awkwardly, saying that Liu was right, and it was worth buying a better suit. Liu told him that he had a vacant villa and a nice car, and he would deliver the keys to his friend later. And Zia asked about this in surprise, not understanding why Liu didn't use all of this. Liu didn't answer. He took his friend by the hand and led him back from the roof. After some time, Liu was driving the car again. Qingwen asked Liu to stop, and Liu asked the reason, since it was still a long way to home. Qingwen talked about the banquet at the Yan family, and said that her father was expecting Liu to come with her. Qingwen noticed that Liu mostly wears casual clothes, and she doesn't mind, but she's afraid that others will judge him only by his clothes. Qingwen looked out the car window, saying that the best men's store in Shanghai was here, and she wanted to give him a suit. Liu thanked her for her intentions, but said that it was unnecessary, because in his perception of the world, respect was not connected with things. Qingwen asked Liu not to be so principled, saying that she wanted him to dress in formal clothes. Liu thanked her again for her concern, but declined, saying that strong people do not need to show their true status. The car continued driving further down the road. Qingwen again explained this desire to simply give him a gift, taking out the box, and said that she hoped Liu could understand. Liu turned around, taking his eyes off the road for a moment to look at the contents of the box. There was a precious stone in the box that Qingwen was holding. Liu asked Qingwen if she was going to bribe him by offering him such an expensive-looking stone, his eyes looking at the road again. Qingwen noticed that Liu had been acting strange lately, as if something had happened to him. Liu asked Qingwen what she was talking about, not understanding what she meant. Qingwen closed the box, saying with hope that Liu would not be lost in his sadness and would always shine like this precious stone. Liu smiled, surprised that Qingwen also had a kind side. Liu called Qingwen annoying and asked her to stop saying such things. A couple of days later, many people gathered at a banquet at the Yan estate. Hongxin called the butler over, telling him to look at Liu, and remarked that he saw himself in him when he was young. The butler noticed that Liu looked very formal and calm today. Hongxin said he felt sorry for Liu, who was attending such an event for the first time, but he hoped he could mature and stand up for the Yan family. Liu received information from Mo about the number of Gemini users and GQ community members. Mo reported that the app's traffic is holding steady at 90%, and the company's growth in the international market is 100%. All the media were buzzing about the creator company and the twins. Liu chuckled, thinking that these were just his first steps in the business world. A car drove up to the estate. Jiming got out of the car. Following Jiming was Tianchen. Hongxin saw that 2 young men had arrived. They greeted Mr. Jian. Feng Yu immediately appeared next to him, telling Jiming how much he had been looking forward to meeting him. Hong Xin called Liu after noticing him in the distance. Hong Xin introduced the young men to Liu as the sons of his late friend and advised them to get to know each other better. Feng Yu took on the role of introducing Jiming in detail, reminding him that they were currently negotiating for cooperation. Feng Yu wished Jiming a good time, saying that he would help with this, and asked him to consider their cooperation. Jiming chuckled, saying that he might consider collaborating with Feng Yu. Feng Yu introduced Tiancheng, who was the founder of the international travel company Secret Path. Hong Xin laughed, noticing that both young men were Qingwen's classmates and were pestering her. Tiancheng admitted that he was ashamed to recall his behavior. He recalled how he went on a trip after being rejected by Qingwen. Tiancheng asked Qingwen if she would consider him as a boyfriend since he had changed a long time ago. Qingwen ignored him, saying that she wanted to introduce someone to them and pointed at Liu. Tiancheng interrupted her, saying that everyone knew very well that Liu was her benefactor. Tiancheng called Liu a common scum, saying that he only eats and drinks, and threatened him with death if he went against him. Liu didn't react at all as he listened to Tiancheng's doubts about whether Liu was worthy of his attention, as Hong Xin had requested. Tiancheng extended his hand to him, laughing and saying that there was no need to act rashly and that they should not rush. Liu accepted the handshake. Tiancheng's face twisted in pain as Liu squeezed his hand. Liu let go of his hand, smiling and saying that he had misjudged his strength because he didn't often shake girls' hands. Tiancheng held his hand closer to himself, trying to say something back to Liu. Feng Yu intervened, offering to let Tiancheng take a look at the estate, as he had never been there before. Feng Yu, Tiancheng and Jiming walked away, leaving Liu, Qingwen and Hong Xin with the butler alone. Hong Xin noticed that the young people had become agitated as soon as they met due to stupidity. Liu laughed, noting that Hong Xin was right and they still had a lot to learn. Hong Xin laughed, told Liu that he was worthy of becoming part of the Yan family, and promised to support him in everything. The outdoor banquet continued. Feng Yu addressed Tiancheng, telling him that he was too aggressive and lost his composure right in front of Mr. Yan. Feng Yu suggested that Tiancheng and Jiming join forces to confront Liu. The young people asked him what this could mean. Feng Yu told them that their job was to stop Liu from speaking out when he tried. Feng Yu offered Jiming to choose his proposal, promising to add another 200 million to Di Yi's fee. Jiming asked if this would cause problems with Mr. Yan. Feng Yu reassured him, saying that the old man only seemed to trust Qingwen, but in reality, he only cared about Liu and his words. Feng Yu promised that Liu would lose everything when the time came, and hinted at a chance for Jiming to get closer to Qingwen when that happened. Jiming agreed with his words, deciding that Fei Yu was right. Fei Yu promised Tiancheng to help finance the company, and he could announce his plan to enter the international market later. Tiancheng looked angrily at his hand, which was still aching from shaking Liu's handshake. Feng Yu noticed this, and said that the main thing for them now was to suppress Liu with strength, and it was normal to feel impatient. Tiancheng thanked him, saying that he would have been in for a disgrace if he had made a wrong move earlier. Tiancheng promised that very soon they would do as Feng Yu said. Meanwhile, Liu stood with Qingwen at the end of the hall. Liu turned around when he was called familiarly. Tiancheng turned to him with a forced laugh, saying that he was too rude to Liu. Feng Yu stood by his side. Tiancheng put his arm around his shoulders, saying that they should communicate politely since Liu would soon become part of the Yan family. Liu shrugged his hand off, saying that it was normal for rich boys not to treat each other with respect, as if he didn't expect much from Tiancheng. Tiancheng became angry again because of Liu's words. Meanwhile, the butler informed Hong Xin that he had just been informed that Ms. Nan would be arriving soon. Hong Xin turned to him, asking who Lady Nan was, and the butler explained that she was Nan Tianhai's daughter from Kyoto, Ruo Yi. Hong Xin was surprised to hear this news. The butler explained that Ruo Yi had come in place of her father, who was now forbidden to leave the capital, in order to elicit recognition from Duan and Shan, and from Lord Yan himself. Hong Xin nodded, saying that he understood the situation. After some time, a car drove up to the Yan estate. Jiming was excited by Ruo Yi's arrival and turned to Feng Yu, saying that they had to make a laughing stock of Liu. Tiancheng said that the Nan family was influential in politics and business, and Ruo Yi was called a genius with an angelic appearance. He was excited about their upcoming meeting. Feng Yu said that this is precisely why they must show their best side in order to climb the career ladder. Feng Yu glanced at Liu out of the corner of his eye, saying that they should use him as one of the stepping stones to success. Feng Yu called the young men, telling them that they must show themselves in the best light in front of Ruo Yi. The door of the approaching car was opened. A foot in a high-heeled shoe landed on the ground. Ruo Yi got out of the car and greeted Hong Xin, hoping he wasn't offended by her coming uninvited. Hong Xin laughed, saying that it was a great honor for him to meet her here. Ruo Yi asked if uncles Duan and Shan had arrived yet. Hong Xin said regretfully that they had not arrived yet and suggested that Ruo Yi introduce the young people here. Ruo Yi told Hong Xin that he could call her by her first name. Feng Yu, Jiming, and Tiancheng all looked at her with wide eyes. Jiming and Tiancheng saw Feng Yu reaching out to Ruo Yi and thought that something shameful was about to happen right before their eyes. Feng Yu introduced himself by extending his hand to Ruo Yi for a handshake. Ruo Yi didn't return his handshake, but instead gave him a stern look. Feng Yu pulled his hand away, feeling that it was truly improper to casually touch someone like her. Hong Xin decided to introduce his daughter, Qing Wen, to Ruo Yi, and the girls greeted each other. Ruo Yi noticed a familiar face behind Qing Wen. Lo stood there with a glass. Ruo Yi was surprised to see the one who introduced himself to her as Dr. the Emperor at the meeting. Liu took a sip, curious about what he saw. Liu waved to her and introduced himself by his real name, saying it was nice to meet her. Ruo Yi was surprised to learn the gentleman's real name and realized that he did not want to reveal that they already knew each other, so she greeted Liu. Liu looked at her, knowing that no one would believe that such a cute girl was the leader of the mafia group He Li. Ruo Yi felt an impressive aura coming from Liu. Ruo Yi was amazed by his energy, believing that only Dr. could have it. Feng Yu called Ruo Yi, asking if she was okay. Feng Yu invited her to rest in the gazebo, attracting attention to himself. Ruo Yi smiled at him, saying that she would like to chat longer with Liu. Jiming laughed as he told Ruo Yi that Liu was just a driver and not a member of the Yan family. Ruo Yi was surprised to hear this and turned towards where Liu was standing. Liu was already calmly leaving with his glass, not paying any attention to them. Ruo Yi realized that Liu was not showing any interest in her. Ruo Yi turned to Feng Yu and the young men, saying that she accepted their proposal. After some time, 2 cars drove up to the estate. A military man, got out of the first car. Shan stood near the car, looking around, holding his hands behind his back. Duan appeared behind him, happy to have finally found Shan. Duan showed Shan his phone, asking if he could at least tell him what was wrong with it, and put his hand on Shan's shoulder. But Shan reminded him that he was not at home. Duan accepted his answer about youth jokes and said that Shan did not have to pay for the phone, but immediately asked if Shan had found that guy. Shan became wary, saying that he would not allow Duan to encroach on his army. Their conversation was interrupted by Hong Xin, who greeted them by coming out to meet them himself. Duan greeted him, saying that the host of the evening should not make such a scene. Hong Xin laughed, saying that with their long-standing friendship, it would be a sin for them not to make a scene. Hong Xin started talking about the honored guest, and the men immediately noticed Ruo Yi among the people. Shan asked if Mr. Nan's daughter was really there. Hong Xin himself was surprised, saying that he didn't expect so many stars and former friends to gather at his house. Ruo Yi walked up and greeted the men, paying respects to the older generation at her father's behest. The men thanked her and sent their greetings to her father. Duan noticed that Ruo Yi had grown up and promised to help if she asked for help. Feng Yu watched from afar, amazed at how easily Ruo Yi acted around such important people. Liu watched what was happening from an even greater distance. Liu smoked, wondering how the 2 generals would react if they knew Ruo Yi's identity. Shan told Hong Xin that Yan's estate excited his imagination. Duan took out a bottle, saying that Shanghai was not only beautiful, but also full of talented people. Duan took a sip as he continued speaking, and looked away to where Liu stood. Duan spat out the drink in surprise, surprising Shan and Hong Xin. Duan couldn't believe his eyes. Duan walked towards Liu, ignoring Shan asking him what he was doing. Shan caught his hand, telling Duan to stop right now. Duan shouted at Shan, telling him to let him go immediately. Shan reproached Duan for not even showing him due respect, and they were both irritated. Hong Xin tried to intervene in their argument. Shan asked Hong Xin to introduce them to the young people who had gathered at the banquet. Hong Xin agreed and was about to do so. Hong Xin and the 2 military men stood in front of the lined-up young people, and the host of the banquet began to introduce everyone. Shan and Duan did not take their eyes off Liu. Liu remained silent as the military tried to find out what he did in his free time and where he worked. Feng Yu and Jiming watched the scene, not understanding why it felt like Liu was the central figure. Shan turned to Hong Xin, remembering that they hadn't played Go for a long time. Hong Xin agreed, saying that this should be corrected and pointed to the side so they could play. Shan made a condition that if he won, Hong Xin had to fulfill one of his requests. Feng Yu clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Feng Yu suggested that everyone take a stroll around the picturesque grounds of the estate before it was time for dinner. Jiming agreed, remembering that he had heard somewhere about his archery skills, and suggested finding a shooting range. Feng Yu hesitated and suggested not to think about it, remembering how he lost to Liu. Feng Yu told them that Jiming was skilled in equestrian sports and Tiancheng in shooting, and suggested visiting the stables and shooting range. After some time, they all came to the stable. The horses neighed when they saw that people had arrived. Jiming began to talk about the horse, which was more active, calling it the dream of any experienced rider. Liu walked over and calmly petted the horse, surprising Jiming. Jiming advised Liu to be careful, as this horse had a capricious character. Feng Yu agreed with Jiming, saying that no one had been able to ride her, even though she had lived in the estate for a long time. Jiming laughed as he said he got to ride the horse and assured everyone it was awesome. Liu invited Jiming to show everyone his skills. Jiming looked at Ruoyi, hesitating before answering. Jiming plucked up his courage and said that he would do his best to ensure that Ruoyi enjoyed the show he was going to put on. Jiming stroked the horse. Jiming put his foot in the stirrups. Jiming climbed up and sat on the horse. The young people watching him clapped, impressed by his courage. Jiming resolutely ordered the horse to move forward. The horse continued to stand in place, not listening to the rider. Jiming became angry, asking the horse why it was not moving when he had ordered it to move forward. Feng Yu and the others watched as Jiming unsuccessfully ordered the horse to move forward. Liu laughed softly as he watched this scene. Liu said that Jiming had 10 seconds to dismount from the horse. Jiming didn't believe him, asking what Liu could possibly know about horses, and said that he was just starting to get his bearings. The next moment the horse reared up, throwing its rider off. Jiming fell to the stable floor, hitting his shoulder. Feng Yu and the others were frightened by how suddenly and quickly everything happened. Jiming stood up, holding his bruised arm, and began to scold Feng Yu, saying that the horse had some problems. Liu calmly patted the horse, saying that the main problem was Jiming himself, who was mediocre, and the breed for conquest would not bow to him. The horse neighed, as if confirming Liu's words. Liu chuckled, thinking that such an idiot with a weak spirit and a dirty soul would conquer a war horse, and called it a funny joke. Jiming reproached Liu, asking why he was saying such things, since the fault lay with the ill-mannered horse, which had been improperly trained. Feng Yu intervened, suggesting that Liu, since he was so smart, should saddle the horse himself, since he was talking about heroes. Qingwen watched the scene, worried about Liu, who was standing right next to the horse. Liu raised his hand to stop them and said he didn't think the horse needed retraining. Jiming called his words nonsense and chuckled. Liu looked into the horse's eyes to let it sense his aura. The horse was frightened by Liu's presence. The next moment, the horse obediently lay down in front of Liu, tucking its hooves under itself, and Liu didn't even have to move. Ruoyi was not surprised, considering it worthy of her master, and Qingwen wondered what kind of person Liu was. Feng Yu shared that Liu had already beaten him in archery, and now Liu was stealing the spotlight again. Tiancheng suggested that Liu had never fired a shotgun, as it was a rich man's game, and Jiming encouraged him by saying that he was given a chance to restore their honor. Feng Yu chuckled, saying that he would try to motivate Liu to compete. They all moved to the shooting range. Tiancheng confidently stated that he had been learning to shoot since childhood, and he was definitely no slouch at it. Tiancheng showed off the device that launches plates that you have to shoot at, telling how cool the device is. Tiancheng boasted that he was 3 plates short of becoming an Olympic champion. The twins watched them from the sidelines, noting that it was very difficult, and they were unable to hit the plates. Tiancheng approached Liu, saying that he had heard about his archery skills, and suggested that he try his gun shooting skills. Feng Yu encouraged Liu, calling his talent natural, and invited him to participate. Mo sent a notification that he had completed the fusion of Liu with the consciousness of the Olympic clay pigeon champion. Mo explained his absence by saying he was upgrading and asked Liu if he missed him. Liu smiled, asking Mo when he would grow up, and said that weapon skills were redundant. Mo said he was doing everything for him, and encouraged Liu by saying he needed to keep updating. Liu told Tiancheng that he had enough of his idle thoughts and walked over to the weapon stand to pick up the gun. Liu raised his gun, telling Tiancheng to prepare to fall flat on his face. Tiancheng laughed and said to launch the machines that would shoot 30 plates each. Liu agreed, loading his gun, and said that he would be the first, and that Tiancheng could start preparing in the meantime. Liu took aim after finishing loading the gun. Feng Yu felt a familiar feeling, but he convinced himself that Liu couldn't possibly be a master at shooting as well. Liu gave complex instructions to the man behind the machines that launched the saucers. Tiancheng asked if Liu could handle something like that, reminding him that what Liu was holding was a double-barreled shotgun, not a machine gun. The guy behind the car scratched his head in confusion, saying that it was the first time he had heard such parameters. Liu assured him that he was not mistaken and told him to begin. The plates flew out of the car in different directions at the same time. Liu prepared to shoot, raising his gun. Liu knocked 2 plates out of the air. In an instant, Liu was busy reloading his double-barreled shotgun. Liu inserted new cartridges into the gun. Liu snapped the butt of the gun shut with a light movement, reloading the rifle. Liu took aim again, pointing the gun into the air. Liu fired 2 more shots. The plates crashed one after another in the sky. The young people watching called Liu a pro, amazed at how he knocked down the plates in seconds. Tiancheng got angry, threw this competition to hell, and decided that Liu was definitely not a human. Some time ago when shots were fired, Shan and Hongxin, who were playing a game of Go, looked up at the sky with Duan. Shan tried to figure out who was shooting, because the shots sounded twice as fast as those of the archers of his royal guard. Shan looked at the shooting range, not believing his own assumption. Shan saw that the shooter was Liu and mentally called him a little parasite. Shan turned to Hongxin and said that he would put everything on the line, but he would definitely win this game. Fragments of plates fell on the ground of the shooting range. People crowded around to watch Liu shoot. Liu took out a cigarette and lit it on the gun, which was hot from the shots. Liu said that someone was very slow and he needed to take a look at them. Qingwen and the others watched as Liu left the shooting range. Qingwen didn't dare follow him, not understanding what was happening to Liu. Liu walked towards the gazebo where the men were playing Go. Shan confidently declared that Hongxin would definitely lose this game by occupying an empty square on the board. Hongxin looked at the board thoughtfully, thinking about his next move. Shan wondered if it would be polite of him to ask for such a thing. Duan watched the game, understanding that his superior would have to give in to the game, and that requests were pointless. Hongxin honestly said that he never thought that Shan would ask him for anything. Shan honestly admitted that he envied the Yan family for having so many talented people, and he would like to have one himself. Hongxin thought that Shan was referring to C, whom he himself had released, and he noted that Shan was contradicting himself if he wanted to bring him back. Shan said that this is not so, and he only wants one thing, and Sai should not be touched. Hongxin didn't understand who Shan was referring to, so he looked up at his old friend. Shan pointed his finger to the side, saying that he wanted it. Hongxin followed the finger and saw Liu, which surprised him greatly. Hongxin asked Shan if he really wanted Liu to go with him. Hongxin said that Liu was very weak and did not understand what benefit he could bring to Shan. Shan chuckled, saying that if Liu was weak, then all his soldiers were not men. Shan placed another piece on the board and said that he had closed Hongxin, and that victory was now his. Shan crossed his arms over his chest, explaining that this combination was called the Nine Dragon Tail, and even a Go champion could not figure it out. Hongxin became indignant, saying that Shan could not do such a thing. Hongxin stopped being indignant when he saw Liu take his piece. Liu placed a piece behind Hongxin, making a move that surprised both of them. Hongxin called out Liu's name in surprise, while Liu enjoyed their reactions. Liu turned to him, telling him to take another look at the black's position. Shan looked at the board, carefully observing how the position of his pieces had changed. Shan looked at Liu and asked what this move was called. Liu replied that it was a collapse, smiling contentedly. Duan gave him a thumbs up, appreciating his move of pretending to be a lamb, and waiting for the opponent to walk into his mouth. Shan laughed, realizing that his defenses had been breached, and said that all he could do was fight to the end. Hongxin wondered if dinner was ready yet, thinking that the game could wait. After some time, the table was set in the large hall. Hongxin invited everyone to enjoy the meal, noting the rare opportunity to dine with Duan and Shan. Jingming and Tiancheng looked at Hongxin. The host of the evening asked the young people not to be shy and told Qingwen that she could begin. Qingwen stood up and began to talk about how this event was prepared for the release of new medical equipment. Qingwen mentioned the upcoming charity and expressed hope that those present would support the event. Shan and Duan listened to her attentively along with Hongxin. Feng Yu raised his hand, asking for them to wait. Feng Yu stood up and turned to Qingwen, asking if she really thought they were doing charity work here. Feng Yu announced that they had made a contract with Jiming. Jiming stood up next, saying that by using DE's great popularity, they would instantly attract attention and increase the project's profits. Feng Yu approached Hongxin, saying that there was nothing illegal in this proposal and they should agree. Qingwen called out to her father, drawing his attention to herself, but he remained silent. Liu yawned in boredom as he listened to their bickering. Tiancheng attracted attention by clapping his hands. Tiancheng stood up after them and said that he had enough experience in running a business, and he agreed with what was said, and admitted that his company was also entering the market. Duan listened attentively to everyone, amazed at the new generation who made new discoveries every day. Ruo Yi stood up after everyone else, saying that she was just a humble antique dealer and had nothing to present to their humble judgment. Tiancheng hastened to reassure her, saying that she was too modest, and he was sure that he would not be able to compete with her if they were in the same field. Hongxin spoke out, saying that there was no need to remind everyone that Ruo Yi had an incredible mind. Liu chuckled, calling them trash. Feng Yu heard him and asked with a complaint what Liu said. Liu didn't get up from his seat and, sitting down, repeated that the three of them were just trash. Feng Yu was furious and asked how Liu dared to say such things in public. Liu continued his meal, pointing his finger at Feng Yu and company, saying that they were successful on the outside, but had long since rotted on the inside. Tiancheng asked who Liu was to judge them and their successes. Liu put down his fork and said he didn't want to talk about it. Liu continued, saying that there are always some clowns who talk nonsense. Liu stood looking at the three and shared that he had been told that courage and manliness were needed in youth. Liu asked if they were going to put on a show and suggested it would be the funniest thing they did this year. Feng Yu asked why Liu was talking nonsense and where he got that idea from. Qingwen watched the scene silently along with her older sister. Liu replied that it was true because he was helping the organization with a charity event. Liu chuckled, saying they would hold it at the same time, on the embankment near Huitian Square. Feng Yu asked how Liu dared to compare some embankment and a square, barely containing his emotions. Tiancheng folded his arms across his chest, confidently declaring that Liu had hit his head again and was talking nonsense. Liu chuckled, saying there was nothing better than holding the event among destroyed homes, slave farmers, and scorched earth. Tiancheng tensed up after hearing his words. Tiancheng started pointing his finger at Liu, saying that he was crazy, and asked where his evidence was. Liu raised his finger and asked Tiancheng to wait, as he would soon be 500 million in debt. Hong Xin spoke up, asking Liu what to make of this, and said that he was very disappointed. Tiancheng suggested that Liu go out and get some fresh air. Liu chuckled, saying that he hadn't finished yet. Feng Yu slammed his hand on the table. Feng Yu stood up and shouted at Liu, saying that he could snap at him, but he must not insult Ruo Yi. Tiancheng asked what Ruo Yi would answer to this. Liu just chuckled when he heard their words. Liu turned towards Ruo Yi and started talking about her. Ruo Yi was nervous when Liu looked at her. She clenched her fist, prepared for any outcome. Hong Xin told Liu to watch his words, because he didn't call Ruo Yi for Liu to insult her. Liu took a cigarette out of the pack. Tiancheng chuckled, suggesting that Liu check his nerves. Tiancheng shut up, shocked by what he saw. A lighter appeared next to Liu's cigarette, and he was able to light it. Why you put Liu to light a cigarette? Liu took a drag as if nothing special had happened. Those present tried to understand what was going on, and why Ruo Yi had given Liu a light. Tiancheng asked Ruo Yi why she gave Liu a light if he was just a driver. Ruo Yi said there was no particular reason, and replied that the gentleman simply wanted to smoke. Hong Xin was shocked. He stood up from his seat and asked if Ruo Yi really called Liu Lord. Ruo Yi said that it was a small thing for her, and she would risk her life if her master asked her to do so. Hong Xin asked if he could find out what kind of relationship Ruo Yi had with Liu. Ruo Yi said that she couldn't answer because her master hadn't given her permission to reveal the details, and Liu was smoking contentedly behind her. The next moment the telephone rang. Tiancheng picked up the phone, still not fully understanding what was going on. His subordinate started complaining on the phone, saying that everything was lost and they had gone bankrupt. Tiancheng was shocked and told his subordinate to repeat it without understanding what he was talking about. The subordinate said that the twins had a community that completely exposed them, that their roots were destroying the environment and were putting local residents to work. Tiancheng became angry, asking how a statement from some community could bankrupt them. Everyone was silent, watching Tiancheng as his subordinate explained that the community had not only exposed something, but had also released their own free roots. Tiancheng dropped the phone before he heard the assistant ask what they should do. Tiancheng fell onto the chair and grabbed his head with his hands. Everyone at the table remained silent. Tiancheng shouted at Liu, asking if this was his business, and if Liu had anything to do with the twins. Ruo Yi was surprised to realize that Liu was the god of music De and the owner of the Daisan twins. Liu chuckled at Tiancheng's question, calling it a coincidence that his longtime friend was the genius director of the company that created the Gemini. Tiancheng was sure that it was all Liu's fault, and asked why he had never seen Liu communicate with anyone. Liu noticed that Tiancheng was doing more than he could handle, thinking that he himself only had to think and do. Tiancheng climbed onto the table. Tiancheng rushed towards Liu across the table, shouting that since he had nothing to lose, Liu would go with him. At the same moment, a woman's leg appeared in the air. Ruo Yi kicked Tiancheng with a light movement of her foot, preventing him from reaching Liu. Tiancheng screamed as he was thrown back to the side where he had been sitting. Liu crossed his arms over his chest, saying that it was time to compete since they were alone, and the concert was just beginning. And Ruo Yi walked closer to him. Feng Yu looked at them in shock. Jiming didn't understand what was happening. Hong Xin approached Liu, calling him by name and then calling him Lord. He asked Liu not to neglect him. Liu immediately approached him, intending to tell him that he shouldn't strain himself. Hong Xin asked Liu what he was going to do next and inquired whether he would stay with the Yan family. Liu informed Mr. Yan that he would leave as soon as he could cleanse himself of evil. The general laughed, judging Liu as arrogant, domineering, and honest. The general suggested that Liu move on to discussing national affairs now that the family issues had been dealt with. At that moment, military SUVs were heading towards them. The SUVs pulled up to Mr. Jan's estate. Armed soldiers ran into the estate. The dining table where Liu and the others were gathered was surrounded by armed soldiers. The general said he had a state-level order to conscript everyone he cared about. The police chief called the general cruel, perplexed by the fact that he had actually transferred all his troops here. The general began to argue with him, saying that it was only because of his cruelty that he was able to end up where he was now. The general turned to Mr. Yan, telling him to send all the boys away so that they would not listen to the adults' conversations. Mr. Yan gave orders to the butler to take all the guests away. The guests quickly got up from the table and headed for the exit. Ruo Yi turned to Liu, but he assured her that everything was fine. Only the general, the chief of police, Mr. Yan, and Liu remained in the dining hall. Liu folded his arms and asked the general if he understood correctly that he had just lost his game. The general chuckled, noting that Liu, although small, had already managed to subjugate the brats. Liu told the general that he would not become his soldier, no matter what he said. The police chief raised his glass and said that Liu would be better off becoming a policeman than a soldier. The general shouted at him, telling the police chief not to start. The general approached Liu, calling him, and Liu responded, identifying himself as the junior. The general asked Liu not to make him beg. Liu hesitated, not knowing what to answer. The general decided to speak frankly with Liu, saying that he already appreciated his actions, but now he wanted to entrust him with a much more dangerous mission. Liu stopped scratching his head and asked the general what he was talking about. The police chief intervened, saying that the government had a project that only Liu could participate in, and not ordinary people, because of the danger. Liu turned to the police chief, saying he needed details. The general raised his hand to stop him and said that it was a state secret, and he could not disclose it to outsiders. Liu folded his arms across his chest, saying that he wouldn't listen to them then. The general began to get angry and clenched his fist, saying that Liu was starting to irritate him. At the same time, someone was moving towards the mansion. Master Tu approached the gate of the Yan estate, and the soldiers stopped him, telling him to go somewhere else. Master Tu reached into his breast pocket, saying that he would show him something first, and then they would have to decide whether to let him in or not. The soldier looked at Master Tu, asking what he wanted to show. Master Tu took out an order from his breast pocket. The soldier immediately recognized the order and saluted, calling Master Tu Sergeant Major. Master Tu laughed, saying that he had received it while treating soldiers, and that there was nothing heroic about it, and asked to be let in to see his old friend. The soldier turned towards the estate, asking Master Tu to wait, as he needed to report his visit. The general shouted at Liu, telling him that he would go with them regardless of his wishes. Master Tu entered the dining hall, calling the general by name, and interrupted their battle. The general turned around, surprised to see Master Tu, and asked what he was doing there. The police chief and Mr. Yan also recognized Master Tu and called him Lord. Liu greeted Master Tu. Master Tu was surprised to see Liu. The police chief and the general seated Master Tu at the head of the table, and the police chief immediately poured a glass of wine. Master Tu crossed his arms over his chest, demonstratively turning away from the poured wine. Liu approached Master Tu, saying that he had prepared a special tincture of the highest quality for him. Master Tu touched his mustache, praising Liu for always knowing what he needed, and remarked that Liu always helped him in the hospital and no one could steal him. The general turned to Master Tu, saying that he had a conscription order and he did not want to lose face. Master Tu laughed and said he wouldn't help. Mr. Yan turned to the general, saying that he and Liu were not guilty of anything, and that he did not understand anything. The general reproached Mr. Yan, asking whether he still considered Liu an ordinary person. Mr. Yan asked if the general didn't think so. The general asked Mr. Yan if he knew the level of training of his soldiers, and he confirmed that he was aware of their level. The general recounted the skirmish in which his 6 fighters were killed in 43 seconds. The general pointed his finger at Liu, saying that it was at his hands that everyone was knocked out. Mr. Yan was surprised to hear the general's words. The general spoke again, pointing out the presence of his soldiers here in large numbers. The general pointed to Liu, who was standing quietly to the side, and said that all the soldiers here would not be worthy opponents to him. Mr. Yan turned towards Liu, his eyes wide. Mr. Yan did not believe what the general said and told him that he was simply blind. Master Tu took the floor, raising his cup of tincture and saying that he was beginning to understand the general's plan. The bowl with the tincture was back on the table. Master Tu said that he knew what the country needed now. The general was delighted, saying that he expected no less from Master Tu, who knew all the innermost secrets of the government. The police chief reminded Master Tu that he was often called back to duty, to head the prestigious Research and Development Department. Master Tu asked the general to stand by his side, saying that every man was responsible for the ups and downs of his country. The general was surprised by this request. Master Tu looked at Liu and said that he would take action on him if necessary. The general agreed, putting his hand on his heart, and said that he was ready to follow Master Tu's orders. The general turned to Liu, asking if he really wasn't interested in what they were talking about. Liu chuckled, saying that although he was inexperienced, he had already guessed their plans. The general asked him how this was possible, not believing that he could actually guess. Liu noticed that since Mr. Yan was present, Yingji's company was also involved. Liu suggested that revealing the country's plans online would create a public outcry, surprising Mr. Yan. Mr. Yan didn't know what to say. The general turned to Master Tu with distrust. Master Tu waved it off, saying that he had nothing to do with it, taking another sip of the tincture. Liu noted smugly that, judging by their reactions, he had been right. Liu warned Mr. Yan that he should be careful with Feng Yu. Mr. Yan said Feng Yu was born into a poor family, and his plans for the family business came as no surprise. Liu was surprised to hear Mr. Yan say that he did not want Liu to keep Feng Yu in check. Liu smiled as he thought about Mr. Yan's words. Liu put his hand on his heart and promised that he would immediately send Feng Yu to hell if he committed another rash act. Mr. Yan began to say that everything was wrong and Liu was mistaken. Liu recalled the incident at the bank and said that he could not judge them because the warrior soldiers were disguised. The general noted Liu's impressive powers of observation, but noted that refusing to participate in their military program was too unwise. Master Tu said he would guarantee that Liu would not leak information about the government program. Master Tu rose from the table and addressed Liu, saying that he no longer had the strength to participate in this discussion, and that Liu should take him home. Liu immediately followed Master Tu and agreed. The general approached Master Tu, asking if he could give him a ride so they could discuss the plan. Master Tu told him not to irritate him, and without even turning around, Liu followed him. The general and the others were dejected by Master Tu's answer. A large crowd of military personnel and guests gathered at the entrance to the estate. The boys tried to figure out what was going on here, and why Liu was left alone with the two bosses when the house was surrounded by soldiers. Feng Yu confidently stated that Liu had created some problems for himself. The soldiers stood at attention, forming a passage from the entrance to the estate. Master Tu and Liu walked out of the main entrance. The soldiers saluted as soon as they saw them. Feng Yu, Jingming, and Tiancheng watched the scene carefully. Feng Yu and the others stopped chatting, trying to figure out what was going on here. Liu approached Ruo Yi, saying that he had some ideas to improve her business, and they should keep in touch. Ruo Yi responded respectfully, calling Liu Lord. The route of Liu and Master Tu was picturesque, and Master Yan's estate was located near the mountains. Liu thanked Master Tu for his help, but Master Tu just laughed, asking if the general and the police chief would be able to stop Liu themselves if he wasn't there. Liu was surprised and asked what Master Tu meant. Master Tu told Liu that he had many talents, and he wanted to help him establish connections with the state while he still had connections. Liu sincerely thanked Master Tu. A car was driving along the road where Liu and Master Tu were walking. The car slowed down as it drew level with Master Tu. The car window rolled down and the general turned to Master Tu, offering him a ride. Master Tu ignored him and turned to Liu, commanding him to walk faster. The general did not insist on help and drove on, followed by military equipment. Master Tu looked at Liu, noticing that he had exceeded all his expectations, since he was able to defeat the general's soldiers. Master Tu noticed that Liu's gene's ability to cultivate was already clear the moment Master Tu saved him. Liu scratched his head awkwardly, saying that he was just lucky. Liu pointed to his artificial eye and asked Master Tu where he got it from, reminding him that he had received it the first time they met. Master Tu scratched his beard, saying that he didn't remember exactly which hospital he got it from, but the eye had been sterilized. Liu grimaced, but didn't ask any further questions. Master Tu put his hand on Liu's shoulder and laughed. Liu turned to Master Tu, who expressed his hope that Liu would help his homeland when needed, since God had blessed him with such talents. Liu was surprised to hear his words and wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Liu assured Master Tu that he would do his best, and they moved on. At the same time, Tiancheng, Feng Yu, and Jingming were standing side by side on the road from the Yan family estate. Tiancheng punched the tree. Tiancheng blamed Liu, saying that he was now bankrupt because of him, and he was not going to lift a finger to help Liu. Feng Yu asked what he was planning to do, since it was clear that someone was behind Liu. Tiancheng, like a madman, began to offer to follow Liu all day long, offering to hire mercenaries to deal with him. Feng Yu was inwardly glad that Tiancheng had fallen for the bait so easily. The loud sound attracted the attention of all three boys. Deep in the forest near the Yan family estate, explosions thundered. At the same time, military equipment that had recently left the mansion was attacked, and the soldiers tried to look around in the smoke. The military barely noticed the rapid movement on the roof of the military vehicle. The stunned soldiers raised their heads to understand what had happened. In an instant, the soldiers were scattered in different directions. An unknown person in a balaclava attacked them with inhuman speed. The unknown woman moved towards the car where the general was sitting. The unknown woman swung her hand, gathering her inner strength for the blow. The unknown person was going to break the tinted window of the car in order to get to the general. Not far from the scene of the incident, Master Tu and Liu were standing on a cliff. Master Tu noticed that the attack was aimed at the general. Master Tu asked Liu if he could stop the unknown. Liu activated his eye, immediately realizing that the speed and strength of the unknown woman was not something ordinary people could achieve. Liu didn't answer Master Tu, deciding not to waste time talking, and prepared to jump. Liu lifted himself off the ground using his enhanced body. Liu flew down the mountain to get there faster and help the general. The unknown person had almost broken into the car, tearing out the car door with her bare hands. The unknown person threw the torn-off car door aside. A blow was aimed from the car at the unknown person, surprising her with a response. The unknown woman blocked the general's blow with one hand. The unknown woman had a knife in her second hand, and the general saw her swing it at him. At that moment, Liu landed on the roof of the general's car, surprising the stranger. Liu jumped towards the unknown, swinging his arm to strike. Liu punched the unknown woman in the stomach. The unknown woman was thrown aside with incredible force by one blow from Liu. Mo analyzed the unknown woman's physical characteristics and informed Liu that she had a 95% resemblance to Liu. Liu was surprised to hear that it was a girl. Feng Yu, Tiancheng and Jingming watched the scene from the top of the cliff, arriving at the loud sounds. Tiancheng was shocked, saying that he only had time to blink. Jingming, who was standing behind him, asked if he understood correctly that Tiancheng wanted to go to heaven with Liu. Tiancheng began to deny it, and added that he took back his words after realizing that he was wrong in his judgments. Tiancheng rushed to the car, shouting at Feng Yu and Jingming that he couldn't get involved with Liu, and that they would have to take care of themselves. At the same time, the general approached Liu, asking if everything was okay with him after the skirmish with the unknown woman. Liu turned to the general, reporting that he was feeling fine. Liu asked the general if he knew who was trying to kill him. The general scratched his chin, saying that there were often assassination attempts on him, and this unknown person, judging by her clothes, was from an international organization. Liu and the general turned around as they heard Master Tu say that the general now owed Liu his life. The general greeted Master Tu, who was calmly walking towards them. The general turned to Liu, saying that he would remember for the rest of his life how he had saved his life. A soldier approached them, saluted, and informed the general that the killer had escaped from the forest, and they had been unable to catch him. The general gave orders that the matter should be hushed up and the incident should leak to the press. The general looked at Liu and Master Tu again, saying that the enemies had now become even stronger. Master Tu confidently stated that he knew what would help them speed up too. Liu scratched his chin, asking if the general found it strange that the assassination attempt took place in the Yan family estate. The general confidently stated that Mr. Yan could not even imagine that an attempt would be made on his life. Liu gave him a thumbs up, saying the general's calmness was admired by the younger generation. The general was convinced that the only reason for the assassination attempt on him was the military's new program. The general confidently stated that they should devote more time to advancing research rather than searching for the culprits. After some time, at Mr. Yan's estate, Liu sat at the computer, watching a video of human transformation. Liu thought for a moment, realizing that the Yan family's case was much more complicated than he could have imagined. After some time, Liu came out of his room and met Qinwen. Liu waved to her, asking where she was going. Qinwen smiled at him, saying that Mr. Yan had received him as an honored guest today, and she couldn't ask him for anything. Liu came closer, invading Qinwen's personal space, and said that he had something to tell her. Qinwen gave in, saying that she was going to visit Mu Yan's psychological clinic today. Liu and Qinwen walked out of the estate together and headed towards the car. They drove along the busy streets of the city. Qinwen clicked her pen. Liu turned around, noticing her actions, and asked what she was worried about. Qinwen folded her hands on her lap and said that she finally wanted to know who Liu was. Qinwen said she was trying to understand how wrong she was about Liu. Liu wondered what to say as he drove. Qinwen hesitated when she didn't receive an immediate answer, and said that she understood that she had no right to ask such a question. Liu chuckled, thinking that attitudes always change when the truth about a person is revealed, and a person's true personality is always an interesting thing. Qinwen changed the subject, asking Liu if he was joking when he talked about the event. Liu responded by asking if he really made jokes about such serious topics often. Qinwen told Liu that she wouldn't blame him if she lost to Feng Yu. Liu told Qinwen that she should buy him a lot of snacks then. Qinwen didn't understand what he meant and asked again. trying to find out why Liu needed the snacks. Liu laughed, saying that they would be for the children, otherwise he would not be able to persuade them to perform. Qinwen was surprised that Liu was going to invite disabled children to participate in the event as they drove on. Qinwen thought about the idea and agreed, suggesting that they organize competitions or a party for the children. Liu parked the car near the psychological clinic building. Qinwen got out of the car after Liu and asked him to keep their route today a secret. Liu smiled and said there was no need to worry about the fits of madness, adding that he would keep everything a secret. Qinwen clenched her fist, furious at his joke. Qinwen rang the bell to notify the center of her arrival and for them to open the door. The door from the medical center opened and they were greeted by a young girl. The girl looked at Qinwen and Liu in surprise. Liu heard the words of Mo, who had already collected information about this girl, who seemed calm on the outside, but was actually wild. Mo showed the information about the girl to Li Mu Chang, a professor at the Faculty of Psychology, and a specialist in hypnosis. Mu Chang took Qinwen's hands, happy that she had come. Mu Chang turned to look at Liu, asking Qinwen who he was. Qinwen pointed at Liu, saying that she had already told him about him, and introduced him personally. Mu Chang immediately understood who Qinwen was referring to. Liu greeted her. Mu Chang licked her lips as she looked at Liu. They entered the room. There were various books and bottles on the shelves. Liu sat down on the sofa in the waiting room. Liu jumped in surprise when he heard someone calling his name loudly. Liu and Mo began to look around, trying to figure out where such a loud sound came from. Mo told Liu that he found something interesting on Mu Chang's computer. Liu asked why Mo called her a wild doctor, asking what she had done wrong. Mo clarified that it was all about Mu Chang's notes, which contained a lot of details about Liu. Mo provided Liu with a spreadsheet from Mu Chang's computer that analyzed Liu's behavior. Mo continued, saying that every part of Liu's behavior had been analyzed, and Mu Chang had made a hypnosis plan for Liu. Liu thought about it, and asked Mo to check if there was any information about Qinwen. Mo told Liu that Qinwen had come here 3 times a month for the past 3 years, but no information was left. Mo confidently stated that, according to the information he found, Mu Chang was a serious doctor. Liu was surprised to hear that Mu Chang was a good specialist. Sounds were heard near the room where Liu was sitting. Mu Chang came into the room, holding a tray with a cup in her hands. Mu Chang placed the cup on the table in front of Liu, saying that Qinwen had suffered severe psychological stress. Mu Chang sat down on the table in front of Liu, saying that they should let Qinwen rest. Liu stared at Mu Chang's bare legs as she crossed her legs. Liu recalled that the first step of hypnosis is to make the brain experience. Mu Chang began to take an interest in Liu, asking how he was finding being a driver for the Yan family, suggesting that he relax and take a rest. Mu Chang placed her hand on Liu's shoulder, saying that she could guide him into a state of deep sleep and complete relaxation. Liu thought about the second step of hypnosis, at Mo's suggestion, when hypnosis is disguised as deep sleep. Mu Chan adjusted the air conditioner. Mu Chan moved closer, saying that she was only offering him such an opportunity, since she usually didn't do such a thing. Mu Chang adjusted her hair, looking down at Liu, and said that she would give him a new experience today. Mu Chang leaned over to Liu Di, asking if he was okay. Liu looked at Mu Chang as she adjusted his hair and said that everything was fine. Mu Chang smiled, saying that Liu could lie down as comfortably as he wanted so they could begin. Liu whistled in surprise as Mu Chang placed her knees on either side of his hips, almost straddling him. Mu Chang took out her pocket watch. Mu Chang asked Liu to focus his attention on the pocket watch, dangling it on a chain in front of his face. The clock opened and the dial appeared. Mu Chang laughed, thinking about what she had done. Liu concentrated, thinking that the hypnosis had finally begun. Mo said that the hypnosis had begun, and Liu's consciousness had merged with the hypnosis. Mu Chang began the hypnosis, telling Liu that his body was gradually relaxing and he was feeling comfortable. Liu listened to her words as Mu Chang put him into a state of hypnosis. Mu Chang looked straight into Liu's eyes, noticing the slightest changes, and said that when she counted to 3, Liu would reveal all his secrets to her. Mu Chang began to slowly count down from 3. Mu Chang counted to the end, slowly falling into hypnosis. Liu took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. Liu lit a cigarette and looked at Mu Chang. Mu Chang looked at Liu without saying anything. Liu touched Mu Chang's lower lip with his fingers and asked her if she was a virgin. Mu Chang immediately responded, saying that she already had a lot of experience communicating with men. Lo immediately shouted, telling her to stop listing partners. Liu leaned back on the sofa, determined to find out why Mu Chang had pulled off this whole hypnosis plan. Mu Chang replied that it was Qinwen's wish to know Liu's secret, but she changed her mind, while Mu Chang on the contrary became curious. Liu leaned towards Mu Chang, asking the reason why Qinwen came to her clinic. Mu Chang said that Qinwen has passive personality syndrome, and every time she clicks her pen, she is trying to overcome the illness. Liu asked how Qinwen was feeling now. Mu Chang explained that it was difficult to deal with because Qinwen subconsciously felt sympathy for the true identity. Liu continued asking, wanting to know where Qinwen got this illness from. Mu Chan explained in detail the reasons why the disease may develop. Liu said that he hoped that Mu Chang could help Qinwen. Liu stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Liu warned Mu Chang not to make any plans against him. Liu told Mu Chang that she had managed to hypnotize Liu Di's mind, so that she would not remember what actually happened, and would calm down. Liu flicked his lighter. Mu Chang was awakened from her hypnosis by the sound of a click. Liu stretched on the sofa, yawning deliberately, and said that he had slept very well. Mu Chang stood up, saying that Liu needed to rest, and that she should take care of important things. Mu Chan walked out of the room where Liu was sitting. Mu Chang came to Qinwen, who was resting after the procedures, and said that she had succeeded in hypnotizing Liu. Qinwen was surprised to hear what Mu Chang did. Qinwen became angry, reminding him that she had asked Mu Chang not to do this. Mu Chang asked Qinwen if she really wasn't interested in knowing what happened to Liu. Qinwen asked what was wrong, and Mu Chang shared with her that Liu had more than 80 personalities. Mu Chang confidently stated that Liu was a complete pervert. Qinwen asked Mu Chang to stop making fun of her, not believing what she heard. Mu Chang stood up in front of her, asking why Qinwen didn't believe her doctor. Qinwen changed the subject, wanting to find out more details about Liu's personality. Mu Chan said that Liu is a simple person who knows many wonderful people. A phone call interrupted their conversation. Qinwen picked up the phone and answered the call. The next moment, Qinwen, surprised by what she heard on the other end of the line, asked again what was going on. Qinwen quickly went to pick up Liu, who was waiting for her in another room, and said that they urgently needed to go because something had happened at home. Liu scratched his chin, guessing that something had happened to elder sister Yan. Liu came closer, asking if the older sister had been in a car accident or had fallen and injured her shoulder and arm. Qinwen was surprised and asked how Liu knew such details. Liu scratched his head, explaining that the video was of his older sister's energy, which had darkened recently, considering it an omen. Qinwen put her hand to her forehead, sighing tiredly, telling Liu that he had started again. Qinwen turned to leave, urging Liu to leave, and said that her sister was attacked by bandits right in front of her house yesterday. Liu said he would not go, suggesting that if he did, it would not do any good to her injury. Qinwen turned to Liu and said that she would go alone then. Liu watched as Qinwen walked away quickly. As soon as she left, Mo immediately provided Liu with information about the only place without cameras between the assassination site and his older sister's mansion. Liu thought that somewhere in this place, elder sister Qinwen's weapon must be hidden. Liu came up with the idea that he should force the general to catch the lady by drawing their attention to the hot trail. Mu Chang entered the room where Liu remained with a plate of fruit. Liu sat down on the sofa, appreciating the service of the fruit clinic. Mu Chang pressed her hands to her chest, telling Liu that he was the most handsome man in the world to her, which left Liu dumbfounded. Liu was confused. He tried to understand why his hypnosis setup to make her not be interested in him didn't work. Mo laughed, reminding him that Mu Chang's hobbies included solving mysteries and puzzles. Mu Chang, with a blush on her cheeks, handed Liu her phone, asking if they could add each other in Gemini. Liu held out his phone in response, deciding he was willing to do this to support his app. Thanks to the application, the profiles connected quickly. Mu Chan looked at his profile information and asked why D-San's name was listed there, asking if he was afraid of being banned for lying. Lao replied nonchalantly that if he was banned, all he would be left with would be boiling in an iron pot. Mu Chang laughed at his answer and said that Liu was really funny. Liu received a message on his phone from Thisi, saying that he had found something. Liu chuckled when he saw the message. Liu sent back a reply ordering them to keep everything secret so they could use it after the concert. Meanwhile, the main topics discussed in the news were the exposure of the twins and news about the musician D.I. Feng Yu sat at the computer, admiring Jiming for organizing D.Yi's concert at the charity event. Feng Yu watched his own interview in which he announced D.Yi's performance at the charity concert. During the interview, Feng Yu mentioned free admission to the charity concert, and the reporters began to stir, eager to ask more questions. Many users commented on the interview recording, saying that they would do anything to attend this concert. The entire internet was in an uproar. At the same time, Jiming was walking around in his house, lamenting that D.Yi was like a ghost. Jiming didn't understand how D.Yi was able to send the message. After some time, there were many people in the Yan family's estate. Qinwen kept an eye on the workers who were carrying something for the concert, asking them to be careful. A wind arose in the courtyard of the estate and blew the cover off the tools that the workers were carrying. Qinwen turned her attention to the instrument, noticing something. Qinwen thought about it, realizing that in front of her was the piano from the basement that everyone had forgotten. Qinwen recalled the video of Di's performance, thinking that the piano in the video was similar to the one Di used. Qinwen thought that Liu might be Di, but quickly put that thought aside, thinking that this piano was no longer playable. Qinwen asked the workers to stop so she could check something. Qinwen lifted the lid of the piano. Qinwen's fingers touched the piano keys. Qinwen was surprised to find that the piano was still in good tune. The worker approached Qinwen, asking her not to delay the delivery. Sometime later, during a charity concert, a crowd of people gathered near the stage and chanted Di's name. Ji Ming and Feng Yu stood to the side, watching what was happening. The voices of the townspeople carried to the surrounding areas. Even at the embankment, the chanting crowd could be heard. A more modest stage was set up on the embankment, and there were far fewer people. The banner had a message of gratitude to Qinwen for the gift she had arranged. Qinwen and Ruo Yi sat on chairs and applauded. The little boys turned to Qinwen, attracting her attention. The boy told Qinwen that she would have to applaud after the concert. Qinwen promised him that she would do so. Qinwen thanked Ruo Yi for his visit, and apologized for the stage not being of the highest standard. Ruo Yi smiled and said that she deeply admired the good deed Qinwen had done. Ruo Yi said that she didn't care about the state of the stage at all, and that she only came to look at the handsome man. Qinwen didn't understand what she meant. Qinwen was distracted from further questioning by a voice from the side. Qinwen was touched when she saw Kai and Xing come and asked why they were there. Kai and his twin approached his sister, and she complained that Qinwen was very difficult to find and they almost got lost. Xing said that no matter how much they wanted to see Di, Qinwen was more important to them, and they decided to support her. Qinwen hugged her sisters and thanked them for coming. Qinwen turned to the children and told them it was time to start the show. The boy asked Qinwen not to worry, because Liu would definitely wait for her. Meanwhile, near Feng Yu's big stage, people continued to chant Di's name. The concert host thanked the audience for their presence. People, as if mad, called for Di, wanting to see and hear him as soon as possible. The host from the stage suggested that they quickly call the divine Di. Smoke rose on the stage, and a silhouette appeared behind it. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing a young man. Security guards at the concert formed a chain to hold back the enthusiastic crowd. The young man on stage took the microphone in his hands. A young man on stage began to sing a song by Di. The song continued, but the crowd fell silent. People in the crowd talked among themselves, trying to figure out what was happening with the sound. Meanwhile, at the second stage near Master Tu's Children's Hospital, Kai and Xing were helping a boy in a wheelchair move around when a new person was invited onto the stage. Kai and Xing helped a boy in a wheelchair onto the stage. The little children performed with delight and watched each other's performances. Qinwen patted the two children on the head, praising them for their work. Qinwen started calling, worried that Liu had not yet shown up and was keeping the children waiting. It was already dark outside and the streetlights were turned on. Liu sat at the piano in the open air, illuminated by 2 lanterns. Liu began playing music on the piano. Along with the music, Liu began to sing. The people gathered at Feng Yu's concert heard Liu's voice and began to talk among themselves, trying to figure out who was singing. Considering the unknown performer to be better than the invited fake Di, they went in the direction from which the music was coming. Qinwen was surprised when she felt a vibration on the ground and began to worry that it might be an earthquake. Qinwen looked outside to see what was going on. Qinwen saw a crowd of people approaching. People ran like crazy, realizing that the voice of the real Di was coming from this place. People were moving towards the building where Qinwen and the children were. Ruo Yi gave orders, telling her subordinates to strengthen security and protect the children. People crowded around the house, listening to Di Liu's song. The children stood on the stage. The children joined in the song, creating a harmonious sing-along with Di. People in the crowd tried to figure out who the voice belonged to, feeling goosebumps running through them. Master Tu sat with a bottle of tincture in the building. Master Tu wished Liu good luck, knowing full well what was going on. From the rooftop where he was speaking, Liu told the audience about Master Tu's hospital, which specializes in treating sick children. Liu kept his face down as he continued to talk about the kindness of the people who came here with good intentions. Liu dropped the red box from the roof. The box flew into the window that Qinwen opened. Qinwen was surprised when the box fell right into her hands. Liu publicly acknowledged Qinwen, saying that he respected her for the good deeds she did. The next moment, Liu jumped off the roof right before Qinwen's eyes. People in the crowd listened to his praise for Qinwen, becoming interested in her activities in the Inji group. Kai and Xing approached Qinwen, asking if she knew Dai and what kind of box he gave her. Qinwen opened the box and saw a jade pearl. Kai admired the gift. saying that she was very envious of the sister of the Ikha pearl. Qinwen corrected her sister, saying that it was not a pearl, but the Eye of Immortality. Xingxing heard the name and said it sounded very familiar. Kai checked with Qinwen, asking if this was the bead that Qinwen had paid millions for the photo shoot with. Qinwen confirmed Kai's words, and said that she had recently given this bead to Liu. Kai asked how Di could throw the bead into Qinwen's hands back then. Xingxing guessed that Liu was Dai. Kai was surprised when she thought about it seriously. Qinwen interrupted their thoughts, saying that they both should keep their mouths shut. Qinwen guessed that Liu wouldn't want other people to know his true identity. Qinwen looked at the twins again and asked them why they hadn't suspected anything about Liu before. Kai and Xingxing couldn't find an answer and asked Qinwen's opinion. Qinwen confidently said that the reason for this was that they were in completely different worlds. Xingxing happily said that she is now the most popular streamer because she was at Di's concert. Qinwen remembered the tens of millions of yuan she had lost in the underground casino and said that it was definitely Liu. Kai and Xingxing were worried about whether Liu would be able to forgive them for their previous actions, thinking that Liu might not care about them at all. Kai and Xingxing told Qinwen that they wanted to go home. Qinwen asked the reasons why they wanted to go home. Kai and Xingxing said excitedly that they simply had to move Liu's room from the basement to a better room. Qinwen watched as the twins ran away from the hospital for sick children to get to it quickly. Qinwen wondered if Liu was going to move. Qinwen looked at the bead box in her hands. Meanwhile, Feng Yu's stage remained completely empty. Feng Yu stood in shock, lamenting that everything was destroyed and his investment of 500 million would not pay off. Feng Yu clenched his fist. Feng Yu gnashed his teeth, lamenting that he would drag Liu down with him. Feng Yu tried to call out to Jiming, who was somewhere. At the same time, Jiming and the fake Di were running through the city streets. Jiming ran away from Feng Yu's stage, carrying a large bag with him. Fake Dai stumbled and fell onto the asphalt. Fake Dai asked Jiming for help, complaining that he couldn't get up. Jiming turned around, saying that it was his own fault for not doing sports, and told the fake Dai that he didn't care about him. Jiming laughed, deciding to throw the whole situation to hell. The $300 million he had managed to steal would be enough for him. Jiming stopped when he saw that his way was blocked. Ruoyi and her subordinates stood in Jiming's way. Ruoyi asked Jiming with a smile if he really wanted to run away. Jiming bared his teeth, grabbing his bag of money with both hands. Jiming looked over his shoulder, noticing that there were more people standing behind him, blocking his retreat. Ruoyi turned to Jiming, saying that he had lost a bet to her master Liu. Jiming chuckled, pretending that he didn't even remember the argument and didn't know anything. Ruoyi ignored his words, saying that she needed to convey Liu's words, causing Jiming to ask again. Ruoyi extended her hand, pointing her finger at Jiming. Ruoyi reminded Jiming that he should use his right leg, and her subordinates rushed forward with cold weapons. Jiming's cries echoed through the dark streets. The next day in the city, the news was filled with Feng Yu's failed concert and Di's appearance. A meeting of the council was held in Inji Group, where they asked Feng Yu for an explanation. Feng Yu, picking at his ears, said that he had nothing to explain, since he had eyes. Mr. Yan approached Feng Yu, saying that he had disappointed him with his attitude towards work. Mr. Yan remarked that the success of Qinwen's charity concert went well, and this would save them from many troubles. Feng Yu angrily began to accuse Liu, saying that he said one thing to his face, but did something completely different behind his back. Mr. Yan slammed the table, angry at Liu's accusations. Mr. Yan told Feng Yu that he should forget about running the company and spend time with the Yan family's eldest daughter. Feng Yu stood up from his seat, saying with displeasure that he would do as Master Yan wanted. Feng Yu demonstratively walked out of the office. The people on the board of directors began to complain about Feng Yu's behavior, saying that he was creating problems with his own behavior. Mr. Yan stopped their comments. The elevator arrived at the 26th floor. Feng Yu pressed the button for the desired floor. The elevator arrived at the -4th floor, which was underground. The guards standing at the entrance supported Feng Yu, believing that the old people at the meeting were making his life difficult. Feng Yu walked past, saying that he didn't care about the advice of the elders. His only plan was to defeat Liu. After some time, he found himself under medical lamps. Feng Yu was lying on the couch. Professor Li, who was standing next to him, tried to dissuade him, saying that this was not the best idea. Professor Li reminded Feng Yu that the drug had only recently been developed, and not enough research had been done yet. Feng Yu only inquired about the success rate of the operation. Professor Li hesitantly reported that the success rate was no more than 10%. Feng Yu said that this was enough to make up his mind. Professor Li continued to protest, saying that this operation, even if successful, would be against the law and humanity. The guard approached Professor Li, and asked why he was refusing to perform the operation, since the drug had passed the initial testing. The guard continued to argue, not understanding why Professor Lee was even mentioning all of humanity. Feng Yu said that he had always believed in Professor Lee, and he should not bury his talent in the ground. Feng Yu reminded Professor Lee of his dream of global recognition, and said that this was a great opportunity for him. Professor Lee hesitantly agreed, succumbing to persuasion. Half an hour later, the operation began. Feng Yu's guard began installing the fastenings on the couch. Professor Lee began to say that even now they could not be sure of the outcome of the operation while holding a syringe in their hands. Feng Yu didn't listen to him until the end, telling him to start quickly. Professor Lee stuck a syringe into Feng Yu's arm to inject the drug. The guard and Professor Lee looked down at Feng Yu, waiting for a reaction to the administered drug. The monitors showed Feng Yu's increasing heart rate. Feng Yu screamed, his arms tensing and twisting. Feng Yu continued to scream, feeling intense pain. The guard asked Professor Lee what was happening to Fei Yu, worried that he might die right now. Professor Lee himself was not sure. Seeing a completely new reaction, he assumed that it was due to a different body type. Professor Lee was thrilled, confident that if the operation was successful, Feng Yu's physical condition would exceed all expectations. Feng Yu continued to struggle with pain on the operating table. The guard began to worry, calling either Professor Lee or Feng Yu. Feng Yu opened his eyes. Feng Yu tore the bindings on the couch with a slight movement, surprising those watching him. The guard was amazed by the power Feng Yu had acquired. Feng Yu laughed as he looked at his hand and said that he finally understood what it was like to be a god. Professor Lee turned to the monitors, which were displaying Feng Yu's condition as he put on his shirt. Professor Lee told Feng Yu that the drug worked perfectly for him, and no one expected the results to be so good. Feng Yu got off the couch. Professor Lee looked at Feng Yu and asked him to return to his place so that they could test his strength. The guard turned to Feng Yu, reminding him that they must first take revenge on Liu. Feng Yu squeezed the table with his hand, breaking it, and said that there was no need to rush, because they would make Liu pay the highest price. A piece of the table crumbled under Feng Yu's fingers. After some time, in the building of Inji Group, the council meeting with Mr. Yan continued. Feng Yu returned to the conference room, opening the door without ceremony and interrupting them. Mr. Yan looked at him and asked if he was crazy to allow himself to do such things. Feng Yu did not answer his question, immediately starting to talk about how everything went well, and the second stage of the drug was successful. Mr. Yan was surprised and asked how this was possible. Feng Yu's guard presented the papers to Mr. Yan's attention and told him to take a look at them. Feng Yu put his hand to his chest, saying that he had just tried the medicine on himself and it really worked. Mr. Yan was shocked by Feng Yu's recklessness and rebuked him, asking what he would do if he failed. Feng Yu said that he understood Mr. Yan's worries, but he was willing to do anything for the company. The council immediately began to praise his determination, anticipating further cooperation with military products. Fei Yu suggested that Mr. Yan invite the general, so that he could immediately evaluate the results of the work. After some time, the general arrived by helicopter with 2 of his subordinates. The elevator arrived at the -4th floor. The general and his subordinate exited the elevator. The general immediately asked Mr. Yan if he was sure that the experiment had been a success, or if he was simply trying to cover for his son-in-law. Mr. Yan said that the general would understand everything when he saw it. Feng Yu stood to the side. The general gave an order to a subordinate named Grizzly, telling him to strike. Grizzly flexed his fists as he moved past Feng Yu. The Grizzly swung his fist to strike. The grizzly bear hit the impact measuring machine with all his might. The impact measuring machine rated its strength at 200 points. Mr. Yan commented on this, saying that Grizzly has the level of a world champion boxer, and the general's organization is truly special. Feng Yu took off his jacket, saying it was his turn now. Feng Yu swung his fist to hit the measuring machine. Feng Yu's fist slammed into the strength measuring machine. The machine began to calculate the force of the impact. Mr. Yan was amazed that Feng Yu's power went beyond the dimension of this machine. The general turned to Grizzly and Feng Yu, saying that they should fight so that he could evaluate the real results. Grizzly hesitated when he heard the order. Feng Yu interrupted him, saying that, with all due respect, Grizzly was no match for him. Feng Yu hinted at Liu, who was favored by the military officials, and suggested inviting him here. Mr. Yan realized that he was talking about Liu, and thought the idea was stupid. The general scratched his chin, saying that it was not a stupid idea, and he wanted to see Liu in battle. Feng Yu chuckled, agreeing with the general, rejoicing that everything was going according to his plan. At the same time, in another place, Liu lay on a rock on the seashore. Someone was monitoring Liu via satellites, trying to compare him to De's image after he appeared on the roof. The captain, with a cigarette in his teeth, scratched his head, thinking about what he saw. People gathered to discuss the hacking of an entire company, discuss the skills of the hacker who did it. The captain put out his cigarette, cursing at his subordinates because they should have found DE or the hacker. Two subordinates approached the captain to report that they had found the hacker's IP address. The captain immediately responded by saying that he had to go there personally and catch him. The subordinate became nervous, saying that the hacker was now simultaneously appearing in Egypt and the North Pole. The captain slammed the table in anger, shouting at his subordinate not to dare joke with him. The subordinate handed the laptop to the captain, saying that the hacker had created a channel through which he could communicate. The captain looked at the laptop screen. A message from the hacker appeared on the screen, greeting Captain Du Ming. The captain was shocked that the hacker knew his name. The hacker continued writing, saying that he was very sorry for the trouble he had caused, as he was just going to surprise his friend. The captain began to write a response to the hacker. The captain demanded that the hacker immediately reveal his location, but the hacker only laughed at the demand. The captain became angry at the hacker's reaction and swung an ashtray at the laptop. The hacker sent an archive with documents. The captain froze when he saw the attachments from the hacker. The hacker wrote that he was helping with a money laundering case, introducing himself as DC, even though the captain continued to threaten. The captain slammed his hand on the table. The captain became convinced that DC was Chinese and a fan of DE. The captain created a dossier on DC, considering him a threat to the SSS, an international Chinese hacker. The captain sat at his laptop, thinking that he had to catch DC, even if it took him a lifetime to fight. Liu rose from the rock and stretched. Liu decided it was time to deal with Feng Yu and picked up the phone. Mr. Yan's name appeared on the screen as the ringtone rang. Liu jumped off the rock and answered the call. Mr. Yan asked where Liu was now, saying that an important experiment was about to take place in the company and he should come. Liu asked him to wait. Mr. Yan informed the general that Liu would arrive in an hour, because that was how long he expected his journey to take. 10 minutes later, the sound of the elevator was heard on the -4th floor. The elevator opened and Liu was inside. Liu turned to Mr. Yan, thanking them for waiting for him. The general was surprised by his appearance and asked Mr. Yan how he had managed to arrive so quickly, since Mr. Yan had said that he would have to wait an hour. Mr. Yan approached Liu and asked how he had passed the security system, which cost 200 million. Liu scratched his head, saying that he was pretty good with computers and was able to hack it and add new features. Liu changed the topic, asking if he wasn't supposed to come here to defeat Feng Yu, and looked at his opponent. Feng Yu chuckled as he told Liu to dream of victory. He was confident in his acquired strength. Feng Yu tensed his muscles, tearing his shirt into shreds, and said that he would beat Liu half to death. Liu remarked with displeasure that Feng Yu was showing off too much despite the fact that he himself was worth nothing. Feng Yu laughed, asking if Liu was looking for an easy death, and said that he would be happy to help him. Feng Yu prepared to rush towards Liu, who was standing calmly. Feng Yu rushed towards Liu, not hiding his aggression. The general shouted at Liu to run away as quickly as possible, and Mr. Yan was worried, asking what Liu was doing. Liu didn't react to them, continuing to stand calmly as Feng Yu approached him at an incredible speed. Liu effortlessly kicked Feng Yu away with one kick. Feng Yu was thrown back by the impact, crashing into the wall. When the dust cleared, those watching saw that Liu had managed to knock out Feng Yu. Liu looked at him, saying that this was not a dangerous mutant, but just trash. Liu turned to the general and Mr. Yan, saying that such a drug for changing a person should only be taken by people with a clear mind. Liu told Mr. Yan that he had sent a letter to his company's legal department. Mr. Yan asked what kind of letter it was, and at that moment he received a call on the phone. Mr. Yan answered the phone, and the legal department reported that Feng Yu had been embezzling company assets and planning to kidnap Qin Wen. Mr. Yan was shocked by what he heard. Professor Li approached Feng Yu and tried to bring him back to consciousness. Feng Yu woke up and immediately laughed, surprising Professor Li. Feng Yu began to act strangely, spinning around in place, and saying that he felt the sun shining and the flowers smiling at him. Mr. Yan didn't understand what was going on, so he turned to Liu. Liu simply said that he was ready to take on the role of helping to transform the Ministry of War, but he needed time, and then he headed out. Liu went outside. Liu thought that he was not going to return to the Yan family mansion for now, so as not to fall under the hunt of the thugs. Mo approached Liu, warning him that his system would soon be updated and that Liu should find a mechanized platform on his own. Liu did not understand his recommendation and asked why he should do that. Mo showed Liu an image of a site that met the requirements and explained that the site belonged to Haishu University. Liu replied to Mo with a smile, telling him to leave everything to him since it was here, and said that it was time to restore the old relationship. After some time at Haishu University, a lecture on artificial intelligence was held inside the university. The lecturer told students that they should think about the owner of artificial intelligence, so that it does not turn into a collapse for the world. Liu watched the lecture from the sidelines. Mo remarked on the difference in artificial intelligence levels, saying that he would soon upgrade to the highest level. The Mo update had already begun, and the interest was slowly growing. The lecturer finished giving his lecture and left the auditorium. The lecturer saw Liu waiting for him in the corridor and was surprised. The lecturer was glad to see Liu and immediately began asking him where he had been all these years and why he hadn't contacted him. Liu laughed awkwardly, saying that he had some unspecified problem and asked if he minded his return now. The lecturer laughed, telling Liu to tell him everything, and asked if Liu had really come as Guo Qian's intermediary. Liu scratched his head, asking again about Guo Qian, and told the lecturer that he had misunderstood him. Liu announced his desire to buy the abandoned hall. The lecturer walked down the corridor, telling Liu that he and Guo Qian had the same goal, and that they should stop arguing about salary levels. Liu asked if the lecturer thought this was the same as solving problems that had no set conditions. The teacher said that he was aware of Liu's head injury, and that he should come down to earth and get a job. Liu watched as the teacher walked down the hallway. With Mo's help, Liu found out information about Guo Qian, who was now the chairman of a real estate company. Liu was surprised at how much Guo Qian had grown in the 3 years they hadn't seen each other. Liu dialed the number of an old acquaintance. Guo Qian, who answered the phone, did not immediately recognize him and asked what Liu wanted. Liu asked if it was true that Guo Qian wanted to buy the abandoned warehouse and suggested they discuss it, to which Guo Qian laughed. Guo Qian didn't believe that Liu was putting himself on an equal footing with him. At the same time, the lecturer was sitting in his office. The lecturer was worried that even Haishu University could not give him a patent. The lecturer saw the number of letters in his email and thought irritably about the idiot who might be writing to him. The lecturer adjusted his glasses as he studied the letters. The lecturer was shocked to see in the letters a bionic material that was capable of absorbing radioactive waves and creating invisibility. The lecturer immersed himself in studying the materials that were sent to him. The letter stated that Liu was willing to share these materials, but in return he needed a little support. The lecturer banged on the table after reading the letter. The lecturer headed to another office. The lecturer approached the head of the university, who said that he was ready to provide Liu with any support because of his talent. Lecturer Wang was asked to invite Liu to the university and discuss the patent terms in person. An hour later, they gathered around the table to discuss the terms, and Liu was informed that they were ready to allocate 6 patents for his inventions. The university's president told Liu that he was entitled to purchase the abandoned warehouse. Liu folded his arms and said that he would take this opportunity to donate 100 million to the university. The head of the university thanked lecturer Wang Wam, saying that his student Liu was smart and honest, and he only said that it was an honor for him too. Somewhere in the Lanshan area there was an abandoned warehouse. Liu stood on the road to the abandoned warehouse, looking around. Liu reflected that there was nothing surprising about the area's popularity. Liu walked towards the warehouse. Liu walked up to the abandoned warehouse and stood right in front of the gate. The Mo update download has reached 100%. Liu pushed the door of the abandoned warehouse with both hands and opened it. Liu looked at the abandoned warehouse as he stood at the threshold. Liu called Mo. Mo appeared in front of him, yawning. Liu pulled the switch to turn on the power and suggested that Mo find something fun. A sound echoed through the abandoned warehouse as the power came back on. Liu and Mo approached the first plaque with the failed electromagnetic resonator, and Liu noted that it was an unusual idea. Liu took a closer look at the resonator, deciding it was worth a try. Mo reported that Liu could now apply his better service skills. Liu looked at the resonator through the open door. Liu chuckled, realizing that the value of these supposedly defective products was higher than others thought. Mo looked around and found a network amplifier that could increase the amplitude tenfold and create its own network. Mo continued to look around, explaining to Liu everything he saw, and pointed to the device that replaced sunlight. Liu saw robots in the form of dogs. Liu heard a noise and looked up to see quadcopters flying above his head. Liu asked Mo about them, and Mo said that with the help of quadcopters, the warehouse could be monitored from anywhere. After some time, there was a knock on the warehouse door. The couriers called Liu, saying that they had brought the bed and bedding that Liu had ordered. The second courier assumed it was a joke, scratched his head, and said he didn't understand how anyone could live in such a place. Liu opened the door, saying he was here. The couriers were frightened, surprised by Liu's sudden appearance. After some time, the couriers dragged the bed into the warehouse. The courier asked Liu why he lived in such a place alone. Liu laughed, deciding to use the excuse that he had been hired to look after the warehouse. The couriers sighed, feeling a little sorry for Liu. The couriers said goodbye to Liu and said they would go, leaving him by the bed. Liu fell onto the bed, appreciating its comfort and happily noting that his own place was the best place to live. A record player was playing near the bed. Liu enjoyed the music while sitting on the soft bed. Mo returned to Liu, saying that there were 1,100 defective items stored in this warehouse, which, after improvement, would be priceless. Liu asked Mo to register an investment company, telling him to encourage every researcher to continue inventing and creating. Liu confidently clenched his fist, saying that once good results were achieved, the company would be able to provide support and investment. Mo saluted, saying he would do everything. Liu continued to sit on the bed, surprised at how he felt like he was in another world while Mo rushed around. Liu chuckled, saying that this was all just the beginning. Meanwhile, a family council was held at the Yan family estate. Mr. Yan adjusted his glasses, asking his daughters how, after so many years, no one could understand that Feng Yu was such an evil person. Mr. Yan turned to his eldest daughter, Yan Ling, asking if she had noticed anything while she lived with him. Yan Ling apologized to Mr. Yan. Mr. Yan said that Liu had suffered too much because of the Yan family, and Liu's suffering must end. Xinwen said that Liu was in the family to protect them. Mr. Yan adjusted his glasses, saying that Liu had not shown up for 2 days, and remembered that Liu had warned him that he would leave once he had dealt with everything. Mr. Yan rose from his seat at the head of the table and said that they should do everything possible to find and thank Liu. After some time, Qinwen walked through the courtyard of the mansion. Qinwen felt like she saw Liu, and she was already overjoyed. Instead of Liu Qinwen, another driver was waiting, who hurried her, saying that they were already late. Qinwen asked the driver about the people who were carrying out the furniture and loading it into the truck. The driver said that these movers were helping Liu pack his things. Qinwen looked at the movers thoughtfully. Qinwen gave instructions to the driver to follow the loader's car. After some time, they arrived at the warehouse where Liu had settled. Qinwen and the driver sat in the car, discussing whether Liu could live in this place. Qinwen suggested that the driver go inside to find out for sure. Inside the warehouse, quadcopters were transporting cargo. Mo told Liu that the workers would arrive in an hour and finish the repairs in 3 days. Liu continued training, praising Mo for his work. Liu thought that it was time for him to buy a car because he was tired of running. After some time, in the international car sales company Seaway, there were many cars parked inside the building for sale, and people were walking around looking at them. Liu went inside, and there was a car dealership employee standing at the entrance. The girl turned to her colleague Xiaolan, saying that they had guests. Xiaolan scolded her colleague, saying that she always fell in love with everyone, and said that Liu's clothes made him look like a loser. The girl corrected Xiaolan, reminding her of Mr. C's words about not judging by clothes, and said that she would approach him herself. Xiaolan tried to stop her colleague, saying that although Liu looked like a loser, his beauty made her want to approach him. Xiaolan met Liu, introducing herself and offering her help. Liu said he wanted to buy 4 cars. Xiaolan pointed towards the cars, offering a choice of economy-class cars. Liu disagreed, saying he wanted something else. Xiaolan crossed her arms over her chest, telling Liu to go elsewhere if he wasn't satisfied with their cars. Xiaolan was distracted from her quarrel by another manager who approached them, ignoring her. Xiaolan felt nervous when she saw Mr. Z in front of her. Mr. Z told Xiaolan to bring a glass of water and he would take care of Liu. Mr. Z greeted Liu, saying that he was the general manager of this store, and invited him to the VIP showroom. Liu went to fetch Mr. Z. Liu froze when he saw something that caught his attention. Liu looked at the car that had caught his attention. Mr. Z noticed Liu's reaction and praised his taste, saying it was a classic McLaren with a forward-at-all speed concept. Mr. Z noted that this car was very old and almost impossible to sell. Liu said the McLaren looked great and he liked the concept, so he asked Mr. Z how he could buy it. Mr. C said that only VIPs who spent 30 million in their store could buy this car. Liu handed over a gold card, saying he needed to buy a nice car in the plane he was passing by. Mr. C accepted the card from Liu's hands, saying that he would resolve all the formalities in a short time. Liu said with a smile that he hoped for him. After some time, in the tallest building in Shanghai, Rongteng, owned by the SVO company, Liu and other people were going up the elevator. The elevator stopped on the 87th floor. Liu and the others exited the elevator and walked down the corridor. As soon as they entered the room, they greeted Haidina from the Fubo company. The 2 girls invited Haidina to go into the living room where she could rest. A voice came over the speaker, apologizing that Xiao Xuan would not be able to receive guests without a recording. Liu stood behind everyone. The girls present at the meeting discussed Liu, believing that he was taking advantage of the general commotion to gain advantage. Liu ignored it, wondering how his Gemini staff would be able to handle such a serious client. The girls who escorted Haidina to the living room discussed what to do with Liu. One of them approached Liu to find out why he had come to the company office. Liu replied that he was an investor in the witness company. The girl was polite, checked Liu's details and invited him into the office even though he didn't have an appointment. Liu agreed to follow the girl who wanted to show him the way. Meanwhile, in the break room, a cup of coffee was placed in front of Haidina. The girl who brought Liu also told Haidina that they had received some swallowtail flowers, and she hoped they would cheer her up. Haidina took the coffee with pleasure and asked if Mr. Jan was busy now. She wanted to arrange a meeting with him. The girl replied that she would certainly organize a meeting. The girl turned to Liu, saying that they didn't know his preferences, and asked what he wanted to drink. Liu said that a glass of water would do for him. And as for the person he wanted to see, he said that he would be here shortly. I received a message on my phone inviting me to have dinner together. Haidina turned to Liu, asking how he could negotiate in such a state, and added that there was not a drop of sincerity in Gemini. Liu agreed with her, and asked her opinion on what he should do. Haidina explained that Liu must know not only the good, but also the bad sides of his opponent. Haidina continued, citing the creator company as an example. Haidina said the creator has virtually no flaws, except that the leadership lacks ambition. Haidina's assistant asked if she had told Liu too much and asked if he could be trusted. Haidina answered honestly that she saw potential in Liu and was considering making him a job offer. At this moment, Mr. Zhang entered the break room. Haidina and her assistant stood up from the sofa to greet him. Jan immediately went to Liu with an offer to eat stewed meat. Liu agreed with his friend. Zhang turned to Haidina, pointing to Liu, and explained that this was the director he had told him about, who rarely showed up. Haidina apologized to them for not recognizing him earlier. Haidina asked Liu and Zhang to wait as they headed towards the exit of the break room. Haidina asked if she and her assistant could join them for their meal. Liu replied that they could indeed go with them to the reserved restaurant at Spezia. Liu and Zhang moved on, leaving Haiding to make the decision. Haidina called Liu again, asking if he could leave her his contact information. Liu glanced over his shoulder, saying he would leave her his Gemini account number. Sometime later, they were sitting in Aunt Lee's restaurant. Auntie Lee brought them food, lamenting that they hadn't come since they graduated and had become terribly thin. Zheng told Aunt Lee that they only lost weight because they didn't eat her food. Aunt Lee was sure that the young people were not eating well, and told Liu and Zhang to eat more. Zhang and Liu remembered their rule that the last one to eat gets to clean up, and began counting down to the start. Zhang picked up chopsticks to start eating. Zhang was surprised to see Liu eat quickly when he called him a vacuum cleaner. But Liu called him a girl because of how slowly he ate. When the plates were empty, Zhang and Liu reveled in the taste of the food. Zhang called Liu to a staff meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he got up from his desk. Liu picked his teeth with a toothpick, saying that he couldn't go because he still had to clean up here. Zhang asked Liu what he did all day, wondering if things at the company had gotten so bad that he didn't want to get involved. Liu did not answer the question about stock trading and said that his best decision was to invite Zhang to the company. Zhang accused Liu of not even giving him a chance to introduce himself to the company, and reminded him that Liu's affairs were also his affairs. Zhang said that he would take care of Liu's company without any problem. But there was one thing that Liu still had to come for. Liu became interested and asked Zhang what he was talking about. Zhang pointed upward, saying that he wanted to sponsor this year's alumni reunion on the top floor on behalf of the company. Liu chuckled, saying he didn't think Zhang was such a vain person. Zhang scratched his head, saying he just wanted everyone to know how far Liu had come. Zhang confidently stated that he wanted everyone to know how incomparable Liu was to any of them. Liu was sheepish, saying he was willing to discuss it when the time came. Zhang walked out of the restaurant, saying that he had to go to a meeting since Liu was going to clean up. Zhang told Liu to take the sports car because it was too noisy and big, and advised him not to forget about the class reunion tomorrow. After a while, Liu was working with a broom, sweeping the floor. Liu calmly collected the trash, whistling a tune. New people entered the restaurant. Liu's ex-girlfriend, Shi Yan, entered the restaurant with her wealthy family. Shizhou greeted Liu by shaking his hand and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Li Yue asked how Liu was doing, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Liu asked what could have happened for them to come here. Li Yuk told Liu to ask her boss for a break, thinking he was working at a restaurant so they could talk to him. After some time, Liu and the others sat at the table. Li Yue asked Liu not to be offended by her. Shizhou asked his wife to stop, holding her hand. Shizhou said directly that he came here to ask him for help, which surprised Liu. Shizhou said that he heard that Zhang was Liu's best friend, and he would like Liu to introduce them to each other since he himself was unable to meet him. Liu said that Zhang would be happy to meet if Shizhou wanted to buy shares in the company. Shizhou began to play on his pity, saying that he really didn't know what to do, since he had been given a death order. Li Yu crossed her arms over her chest, saying that she was sure that Zhang had long forgotten about Liu due to his high position. Liu disagreed, saying that Zhang was different from ordinary people. Li Yuge told Liu to stop acting up, offering him money and saying it would replace several years of work at the restaurant. Liu laughed, saying that he would discuss it with Zhang just for Xian's sake, and said goodbye to them. Liu left them, leaving the money on the table. Li Ye began to complain to her husband about Liu's character, saying that he was arrogant and unreliable. Shizhou frowned, saying that Liu was the only one who could help them. The next day, people gathered on the roof to celebrate the alumni reunion. Captain Dongming told Liu that the event was like a vampire family dinner in the movies. Liu inquired about Dongming's health, saying that he was in a strange condition. Dongming lit a cigarette, saying that he had recently been busy catching a top-notch hacker, DC. Liu put his hand on Dongming's shoulder, telling him not to rush, because the hacker could be both far away and close at the same time. Dongming agreed, saying that he would definitely catch the hacker, otherwise he would not be able to stay here. Someone approached the two of them and called out to them. Several men approached. One of them asked Dongming why he was communicating with this madman, thinking that Liu could not communicate normally. Dongming snapped at Feng Haohan, saying that he himself was sick, and advised him to go drink some shitty champagne and leave them alone. One of the men told Haohan to forget about Dongming and Liu and go have a drink. Dongming continued to get angry, calling those who left as mongrels who could only look down on others. Zhang walked up to Liu and Dongming, asking Liu why he was hiding in the corner when he was invited. Zhang suggested that Liu go faster, as it was about to start, and Liu scratched his head awkwardly. Dongming took the stage, thanking everyone present for coming and John for sponsoring this meeting. Zhang walked up to Duming on stage with a microphone and said that he wanted to introduce the main star of the evening. Zhang called Liu, calling him his good friend. The people listening to him did not understand why he needed to introduce a loser, an invalid they already knew. Zhang continued, saying that today he wanted to reveal Liu's true identity. Everyone was interested in what exactly Zhang was talking about. At the same time, Li Yue and Shizhou tried to break through the guards, telling their daughter to be the principal's classmate. Zhang saw what was happening and told Shizhou that they could talk about work later since the party was in full swing. Shizhou calmed down and agreed, but told Zhang that he had better not delay, as he might regret the missed opportunity. Zhang continued speaking, adding that no one present had as much value as Liu. Li Yue crossed her arms, saying that Zhang was very generous to talk about the value of a certain waiter. Other people started laughing, saying that people like Liu didn't deserve to be compared to them. A helicopter appeared in the sky. The helicopter was approaching the building where the alumni meeting was taking place. Liu began by saying that he didn't have a car, and all the cars he liked were top of the line, so the company could take the helicopter as a gift. The helicopter landed on the roof, and Manager Z stepped out. Manager C handed Liu the documents, saying that his helicopter and antique car had been delivered. Liu thanked Manager Z, saying he finally felt relieved. The head of the university and Professor Wang came to the alumni meeting. The head was amazed at how wonderful this class was. The head of the university shook Liu's hand, saying that his 3 granted patents were worthy of a scientific award. The university president continued speaking, expressing gratitude for Liu's large donation to the university. People present at the alumni reunion were shocked by the turn of events. Li Yue was shocked that she had been wrong in thinking that Liu was not worthy of their daughter when Liu turned out to be such a successful man. People surrounded Liu, wanting to curry favor with him. Shichu told Zhang that he couldn't be so rude since Mr. Li's helicopter hadn't landed yet. A young man leaned out of the helicopter. Li Dao from Pingji shouted from the helicopter that he had an important conversation with Mr. Zhuo. Zhao pretended he couldn't hear him over the noise of the helicopter blades. Liu watched the proceedings, telling Zhao that he was doing well. Li Dao was stopped and told that he should wait for the helicopter to land first. When the helicopter landed, a man got out and walked towards Zhao and Liu. Teng Hualong introduced himself and said that he was very impressed by Zhao's skills, who was able to handle the creator company in such a short time. Teng Hualong said that he came today to meet the real founder of the creator. Liu placed his hand on Zhao's shoulder, telling Teng that he thought he was an amazing person. Liu introduced himself, saying he was very pleased to meet him. Liu admitted his surprise that someone like Ten would come in person to make the acquaintance. Ten responded in kind, saying that he didn't expect Di-san to be such a talented young man. Liu informed Teng that he did not have to come in person to purchase creator shares. Ten replied that he wasn't thinking about buying shares right now, as they were incredibly expensive, and that he'd simply come for an interesting conversation. Liu confidently stated that they were not going to allow Pingji to swallow them up, even though the twins had not yet reached great heights. Ten laughed, saying that many had already declared war on Pingji, but they all turned to dust. Liu stated seriously that he would have to disappoint Ten, because he, in the name of the creator, was declaring an official war on them today. Ten promised that if Liu did so, Pingji would swallow him and the company up. Lao set the conditions that if Pingji lost, he would officially admit defeat in Gemini. And if he won, he would receive information. Ten laughed, considering these to be excellent conditions. Almost immediately, all the headlines of articles and newspapers covered the new business war between the largest companies. Zhang was surprised by how quickly the journalists worked and tried to figure out who took the photographs. Liu was smoking on the sidelines and admitted without embarrassment that it was his doing. The next moment he received a message on his phone. Liu saw a message from Haidina asking if he was free that evening. Liu turned to Zhang and said that he was going to rest the next evening and deal with a very important matter. Zhang asked the departing Liu where he was going, but Liu only said that he had a meeting scheduled. After some time, in another building, Haidina sat on the sofa and asked Liu if he really agreed to a meeting for investment during the crisis caused by the war with Pingji. Liu was completely relaxed. He assured Haidina that his company's assets were enough to skyrocket. Haidina didn't believe him and asked if Liu was sure he wasn't mistaken, since Gemini was going through a difficult time and it wasn't the time to invest. Liu took out a lighter to light a cigarette and said that he did not come here to beg. Liu lit a cigarette and told Haidina that he was here to tell her something interesting. Haidina was distracted by the sound of a notification on her phone. Liu explained that there was a file with the risks of investing in all the major companies, and that Haidina could refer to it. Haidina was shocked when she looked through the file and asked Liu how he knew that one of her favorite companies to invest in was a fake. Liu flicked the ash off his cigarette and told Haidina that it could be what she called insight and observation. Haidina appreciated his gift, saying that Liu was a natural-born investor. The next moment there was a knock at the door. Ruoyi and her subordinates entered the room where Liu and Haidina were sitting. Ruoyi reminded Liu that he had promised to visit her organization, and she had been waiting for 5 days. Liu took the glass and took a sip, saying that he had been too busy lately and would come as soon as he was free. Ruoyi said that Liu was the most reliable person she knew, and that she would wait for him. Haidina watched as Ruoyi walked away from the room where they were negotiating. Haidina asked Liu what that was, and Liu simply said that he was making various connections. Meanwhile in Pingji Group, Ten called a meeting, putting on the agenda that the war with Gemini had not yet begun, and Liu had already gained great popularity. Ten inquired about the progress of the program to destroy the twins. Luoli responded that they had blocked Gemini on all available platforms and warned other companies not to work with them. Ten asked Luoli what the promotion strategy would be for their product. Luoli announced that tomorrow their program will announce a search by interests similar to what was in Gemini. Ten said that he would entrust the confrontation between Gemini Luoli and Shizhou, but if they lost, they would have to leave the company. Meanwhile, in the company of the creator, Zhao was giving a briefing to his subordinates about the upcoming war with Pingji, and said that he had invited the creator and founder of Gemini. Zhao introduced Liu as D-San. Liu came out and started talking about the top, that Pingji is a strong opponent who has been leading the market for more than 10 years. Liu showed the results to Gemini, saying that everyone had done a good job, but had also made a huge mistake. Liu confidently stated that his subordinates had forgotten that they were the best. The subordinates listened attentively to Liu as he said that people look up to the strong and are drawn to them. Haidina asked from the crowd what Liu proposed to do next. Liu asked if they were really asking him about that and asked in return what they thought should be in the app. One of the employees responded that there must be something that meets the needs of users. Liu confirmed their assumption by talking about a new feature for finding a partner based on their interests. Liu said he had only just started working on the code for Gemini, but they still had a lot of work to do. The employees immediately responded, saying they could take on tasks in various areas, from testing to design. Liu bowed slightly, thanking the workers for their work. At the creator company, everyone was sitting in the work area at their laptops, immersed in work. One of the employees called Liu, saying that he had encountered a problem at work. Liu responded immediately, placing his hand on the employee's shoulder and telling him not to worry and to leave it to him. The employee looked at Liu with admiration, as he coded very quickly, and compared Liu's skills to those of a god. Liu finished and pressed the final button. The employees watching him work cheered when Liu said he was finished with everything. On the Pingji app forum, users left negative reviews about the app's performance, dissatisfied with the product. Luoli pointed to the screen where the forum messages were displayed and asked his subordinate what was going on there. The subordinate told Luoli that they could not replicate the Gemini technology, and he could either kill or fire them. Luoli pointed to the exit, yelling at his subordinate that he was fired and should get the hell out. Luoli's phone rang. Luoli wanted to start making excuses to Tang, but Tang interrupted him, saying that Luoli had one last chance and the idea of a partner with common interests was already outdated. Another subordinate informed Luoli that Gemini had just upgraded, launching the Gemini stage. Luo Li didn't listen to the end. He was angry, and declared that since he couldn't repeat the Gemini technology, he would simply destroy them. Meanwhile, the screen showed an increase in Gemini activity, reaching 280 million. Liu and Zhang rejoiced along with their subordinates that they had succeeded and accomplished what they had planned. The staff were happy, saying that they had done everything and installed the Gemini stage. Meanwhile, someone was looking through Qi Shengyan's files, promising Ding Shitu that there was no need to worry. The King of Fortune promised C2 that he would easily deal with Gemini for the money that he was paid. The King of Fortune received a message that his account had been replenished with 20 million. The King of Fortune laughed with a cigarette in his mouth, saying that he would deal with his opponent mercilessly. In the correspondence, they rushed the King of Fortune so that the customer would not have an emotional outburst. The King of Fortune scratched his head, not understanding why he couldn't find at least one loophole if the application was written by a person. A new image appeared on his phone screen. The King of Fortune was surprised to see how his phone screen had changed. A warning appeared on the screen about a place, a hole in a tree, where you can pour out all your troubles and relax. The King of Fortune began to cry, saying that he did not want to hurt people, but he still felt that he could not do anything because he needed to earn money. The King of Fortune blew his nose, telling the borough that he had driven many to suicide, and hoped that they had found their peace and that his secret would not be revealed. The King of Fortune wrote that he was going to change his way of life and asked his brothers for a favor. The King of Fortune wiped away his tears as he began his greeting. The King of Fortune admitted that he had made many mistakes in his life and lied a lot, but was able to realize this thanks to Gemini. Many people watched the confession that the King of Fortune was paid to destroy Gemini, but he is not going to slander the app. The King of Fortune addressed D-San in a video message that he was serious. During his performance, the King of Fortune was arrested by police who handcuffed him on charges of slander. The King of Fortune said on live television that he would definitely cooperate with the investigation, as he himself had reported himself to the police. A discussion immediately began online, with people trying to figure out the identity of the person who wanted to discredit Gemini. At the same time, a subordinate came to Luo Li's office, trying to find out what to do since the King of Fortune had given up. Luo Li didn't understand why he was panicking so much, because it was only about some fines, and now they needed to figure out the Gemini code. The subordinate asked what they should do, and why they couldn't just copy it. Luo Li told him that he should just wait, because the real show would begin soon. Luo Li cupped his hands in front of him, saying that all problems were temporary, and he shouldn't be blamed for them. Liu stood at the price in front of a crowd of people. Liu looked at the user statistics and said that they should not forget their main mission, even if there is a war with Pingji. Liu approached the staff, asking them what their app's priority was, and was immediately told that it was user satisfaction. Liu said the app's main mission is to help people find their soulmates, and asked what else might evoke an emotional response. One of the employees suggested music as an option. Liu agreed with his proposal, and said that Gemini would go to the realm of music to awaken people's emotions. Another employee raised his hand, asking if Liu wanted to destroy Pingji music. Liu said it was just a coincidence because he was pursuing his own dream and wanted to provide people with the best content. Liu pointed his hand at Ruan Liangji and solemnly declared him the leader of the Gemini music project. Liu reminded that strong people can overcome any difficult situation and motivated Liangji by saying that everyone expected him to succeed. Liu posted an announcement online that the music platform would launch in 2 hours, saying that nearly 1 billion users were waiting. Liangji assured Liu that there was nothing to worry about, and they would complete all the tasks. The other staff members echoed Liangji's words, assuring Liu, who was standing on the stage, that they would do everything. Liangji apologized for the disturbance and asked Liu for a venue for meetings and discussions. Liu agreed to his request, Zhang standing nearby. After some time, Liu and Zhang were standing on the roof. Zhang asked Liu, who was smoking, if he wanted too much, and Liu asked his friend if Zhang was afraid of a war with Pingji. Zhang didn't even argue. He said that he had personally interviewed them and knew how strong they were. Liu said he assigned the task to his subordinates partly because he had good relations with them, but more because he trusted Zhang. Liu looked at Zhang, saying that he didn't know everything about Pingji. Zhang became curious and asked Liu if he could have been spying on them. Liu took another drag on his cigarette, telling Zhang not to worry, and that everyone had used spies at some point. Meanwhile in Pingji group, Luo Li was indignant that Liu dared to take away their music, and said that Liu was asking for trouble. Luo Li's subordinate said that they might sue the creator for copyright once they add the music section. Luo Li lamented, saying out loud that D-San was too young. Meanwhile, Zhang asked Liu on the rooftop whether he had thought about the copyright issue for creating a music platform. Liu took out his phone and said that he would resolve the issue right away. Liu posted a call for collaborations for talented musicians in Gemini to sign a contract with them. Zhang began to reproach Liu for taking such serious matters so lightly and said that he would contact the lawyers right away. Liu asked Zhang not to worry, saying that he had also created a music master so that every performer could know their rating. Zhang headed back to the office, saying the feature was nice, but he still needed to learn all about copywriting. Liu called after him, telling Zhang not to rush into using the music master. Zhang glanced back as he ran, saying that he would definitely use it to make sure he didn't miss anything. The internet was buzzing about the upcoming release of a new music platform from Gemini, considering that DI would be there. Liu filmed himself from behind at the piano, saying that music helped him awaken feelings deep within his soul. Liu De has officially announced his signing with Gemini Music, and his songs can be found on the app. Music was playing from the phone lying on the table. Zhang sat at the table, happy that the music master was working on his own. Meanwhile, elsewhere, several men gathered at a meeting. They discussed the possibility of joining forces to crush the twins. Luo Li confidently stated that without joining forces, they would not be able to survive. The other man agreed with Luo Li and said that this time they were willing to listen to him. Luo Li suggested waiting for Liu to make a mistake, and then attack him from 4 sides to kill him with one blow. The next moment there was a knock on the door. A police officer entered the room where the meeting was taking place, looking for Luo Li, the chairman of Pingji Group. Luo Li responded, not understanding what was going on. Behind the police officer stood several other men in uniform, who said that Pingji was suspected of copyright infringement. Luo Li became nervous and turned to the police officer, saying that everything was legal and the copyright had been purchased. The police officer said that DE had signed a contract with Gemini and was suing Pingji because his songs were not removed. Many people entered the hall where the meeting was taking place. Reporters surrounded Luo Li, asking him what had driven him to commit such a shameful crime, as he tried to understand what was happening. Luo Li saw Zhang in the passage and accused him of causing everything that was happening. Zhang folded his arms and declared that he was demanding compensation from Luo Li's company, as their guilt was obvious. Luo Li started arguing, saying that they only had 2 songs on their platform, and it would be no big deal for him to pay Zhang a measly $1 million. Zhang chuckled, saying that the creator only required 1 yuan as compensation. Other men present at the meeting said it sounded more like an insult, and asked Zhang what he really wanted. Zhang walked into the room, telling those present not to think that he was unaware of what they were doing there. Zhang wagged his finger at them, saying he had shown mercy by not suing them. The men asked Zhang what he wanted. Zhang hinted that he expected them to behave decently and congratulate him when they launched Gemini Music, and they agreed. Zhang turned to Luo Li, who was still surrounded by reporters, and said that in addition to the 1 yuan compensation, a public apology was required. Luo Li frowned as he asked Zhang if he was the only one the creator had sued. Zhang smiled, saying that Luo Li was absolutely right. Luo Li became angry, grimacing at having to endure all this. Reporters captured every moment of Luo Li bowing to Zhang, asking for forgiveness. The news immediately picked up on the news that the twins had won their first victory over Pingji. Luo Li threw the stack of papers down in irritation, cursing out of anger. Luo Li started typing on his phone. Luo Li posted a notice that in 18 hours, content on Pingji Music would be available to listen to for free for a month. Users reacted immediately, deciding that a bad reputation was no obstacle to enjoying music. Next, a message was published from Gemini, which indicated the subscription fee, which would go to the artists themselves. Luo Li held a meeting in his office to discuss the problem with the twins, which would take away their users. Luo Li proposed spending 10 billion on a lottery and inviting 2 popular performers to an online concert. The sound of footsteps could be heard outside Luo Li's office door. Another person entered the office where the meeting was taking place. Luo Li saw the man who entered and asked him how he got here, since he himself did not invite him. The man scratched his head awkwardly, saying that he had good news for Luo Li. Luo Li told his subordinates to go and get to work so that he could talk to the man alone. The man handed Luo Li a flash drive, saying that they had obtained the code from Gemini. Luo Li stood up and put his hand on the man's shoulder, saying that he would definitely get his money for his work. After some time, the man was sitting at Luo Li's desk in front of a laptop, and Luo Li and his assistants were standing behind him. The man inserted a flash drive with the code into the laptop. The man was nervous when something went wrong. He confidently stated that everything worked when he copied the code. Teacher Zhang said that it was okay and he could break the code. Luo Li asked him to start immediately so as not to waste time. Luo Li moved the chair of the man who brought the flash drive to make room for Teacher Jian and asked him to hurry up. Meanwhile, on stage at the Creator, the countdown for the launch of Gemini Music began. Zhang and Liu stood on stage. Zhang began the presentation by saying they were confident in the new product, and the employees listened as he praised their work. Luo Li and Teacher Zhang were still trying to crack the encryption to get to the code when there was a minute left before the launch. Teacher Jiang pulled to the final key. Luo Li and his subordinates screamed, not understanding what was happening when the key was pressed, and someone shouted that the office had exploded. Gemini employees were delighted with the success, noting that even users who had previously been with Pinji had come to them. One of the employees read the news that Pinji had lost power and their work had been suspended. Everyone looked at his phone in surprise, not understanding how this could have happened. The guy reading the news grabbed his head when he read the information that all of Pinji's computers had exploded. Liu, who was standing on the stage, said that it was stupidity and the price for all their sins and evil intentions. Liu thanked the staff for their work, congratulated them on their victory, and said that everyone needed to rest before new achievements. The staff members agreed with Liu with joy on their faces. Meanwhile, the man who stole the Gemini code received a notice of dismissal on his phone, which contained a password containing a curse word for Luo Li. Luo Li, who saw the message, said that no one had the right to tell him such a thing. Teacher Zhang, who was still sitting at his laptop, told Luo Li that Gemini had multi-layered security, requiring a password everywhere. Luo Li kicked the chair where Teacher Jiang was sitting and told him to solve the problem. Luo Li saw a notification that the number of active users had already reached 3 million. Next came a notification that the creator would soon update the online broadcast function and invited everyone to register. Luo Li threw the laptop off the table in anger, saying that it was not over yet and told the concert idea to go to hell. Luo Li picked up his phone, confidently declaring that this time either he or Liu would fall. Luo Li called someone and asked if the offer to find a killer who could kill anyone was still open. The man on the other side of the phone was sitting in the gym with a dumbbell in his hand, and immediately guessed that it was D-San, setting a price for him. Luo Li shouted that 40 million was expensive when he heard the price for the work. The man chuckled as he named the killer, Reformatov, an international killer who leaves no trace. Luo Li shouted into the phone that price was no problem, and the man listened as Luo Li set a 3-day deadline for the murder. The man put the dumbbell on the floor and laughed. The man stood up, praising Luo Li for making decisions quickly, and said that he would arrange everything immediately. Meanwhile, there were already 6 million active users. The numbers were displayed behind Liu and Zhang. Zhang praised his colleagues, saying they had performed a miracle. Liu confirmed his words, saying that the Gemini musicians had made a miracle out of nothing. Liu and Zhang bowed from the stage, thanking the staff for their work. Liu spoke about a bonus for employees based on their contribution to the music section. The staff immediately started applauding, calling him the best and idolizing the creator, Zhang and D-San. Meanwhile, Liang Ji took the soda from the table. The woman began to reproach Liang Ji for not showing up at home for 3 days and nights, suggesting that he was having an affair. Liang Ji scratched his head awkwardly, telling Auntie that he was a bit busy right now due to the difficult times at the company. Auntie told him to stop, convinced that the company could manage without him. Auntie started saying that Liang Ji needed capital to marry their Xiao Tang, and asked if he had an apartment. She was interrupted by the voice of the person who entered, who answered for Liang Ji that there was an apartment. Liu put his hand on Liang Ji's shoulder, saying that the company had decided to reward him with an apartment in the city center and a house in the suburbs. Auntie was shocked by this turn of events and thought that Liu was playing a joke on her. Liu said seriously that Liang Ji was a very valuable employee and they treasured him. Xiao Tang tried to reassure her mother, saying that she believed Liang Ji would achieve great success in the future. Mo appeared out of nowhere, congratulating a surprised Liu on the fact that they were trying to assassinate him again. Mo provided information about Sake, a European who returned with a miraculous case of bone cancer cure. Mo reported that this man belonged to the organization of killers of the Nine Spades Poker Club. Liu thought about it, thinking that Sake was very similar to the person he knew. Mo said he would arrive in Taiwan in 3 days to kill Liu. Liu left Liang Ji with his relatives, deciding that it was time to reveal Yan Yiwen's secret. Liu flexed his fists, wanting to know how strong the 9 spades were, and Mo assured him that they were very strong. Xiao Tang called out to Liu as he was about to leave the reception area. Xiao Tang handed over a business card, recommending that Liu increase his security due to the current war with Pingji. Mo gathered information about Xiao Tang for Liu, revealing that she had graduated from a prestigious medical academy in the UK 3 years ago. Mo recalled that Sake had also gone to Britain to continue his studies, and Liu thought that the transformation had occurred there. Liu refused the card, saying that Liang Ji was a good man and asked Xiao Tang not to offend him. Xiao Tang was surprised and asked Liu if he really wasn't worried about his safety at all. Liu was completely serious when he said that it was just the 9 of spades, and Xiao Tang shouldn't interfere even if there was something bigger. Xiao Tang was surprised by what she heard, and Mo concluded from her behavior that she was somehow connected with the poker club. Xiaotang intertwined her fingers and told Liu that she was not who he thought she was, and that her feelings for Liangji were genuine. Liu said that he knew her feelings were true, otherwise she would have fled the country long ago. Liu asked Mo to keep an eye on Xiaotang so that he could find out what organization was behind her. Liu turned to the exit and called out to Liangji, saying that it was time for them to go. Liangji followed him, and Liu said that Xiaotang was an amazing girl. Liangji scratched his head awkwardly, saying that Xiaotang was his goddess. The news was filled with articles about Gemini's success and Di-san's true identity. They lit a cigarette with a lighter. Luoli lit a cigarette, telling Ten to do whatever he wanted, as Luoli was willing to accept any punishment. Ten, who was sitting opposite, said that Luoli was not to blame for what happened, because the creator was truly strong. Ten cupped his hands and told Luoli that he had to do something for him. Luoli said he would think about it if he was in the mood. Ten was angry at his brazen response, and said that he was giving him a chance to apologize to the creator on his own behalf. Luoli looked like a madman. He said that he would not admit defeat, and Liu only had a short time to live. Luoli stood up from the sofa and said with a laugh that he was not going to admit defeat under any circumstances. Ten called for security, telling the men who appeared at the door to escort Luoli out of the office. The men led Luoli out of the office by the arms while he laughed like a madman. Ten watched what was happening, calling it all madness. After some time, in the warehouse that Liu acquired, Liu stood bare-chested, holding a huge wrench and materials in his hand, ready to begin work. In front of Liu, next to each block, stood a small robot with a small grasping hand. Liu picked up the phone when he heard the ringtone. Haidina video called and noticing Liu's appearance, asked if he could lower the camera. Liu didn't pay attention and immediately asked what was going on. Haidina said that the collaboration he recommended her to participate in had been successfully completed. Liu gave the camera a thumbs up, appreciating her work. Haidina said that all Liu had to do was show up and sign the contract. Liu said that after their conversation, Zhang would come to her to resolve all the issues of the witness company. Haidina asked how Liu was going to thank her for doing so much for him. Liu said that across from the creator's office will be the witness building, where Haidina has been cast as CEO. Liu was about to hang up the call, saying that he had some business to attend to now, and said goodbye to Haidina. Haidina pouted after the call ended, angry that Liu didn't understand what she was getting at. In Taiwan, the plane was descending. The man took a deep breath. Sake noted with displeasure that the air here smelled of poverty. A car pulled up to Sake and he noted with displeasure that they were late. The driver apologized, saying there was traffic jam, and asked Sake where they were going. Sake opened the back door of the car to get in and told the driver to take him to the beautiful Chinese women so he could rest. The driver replied that he would do everything, considering Sake a stupid foreigner who was about to see real beauty. 22 hours later, clothes and underwear were scattered around the room. Sake smoked, thinking that he had been deceived, and a fat woman was sleeping next to him. The woman woke up, rubbed her eyes and looked at Sake, asking if he was awake yet. Sake looked at her and cursed. Meanwhile, Liu posted the news on Gemini that Di-san would be going live at midnight tonight. Liu said that he has recently been targeted for a manhunt, but he is not upset and will broadcast the murder online. Users were shocked by his notification, not understanding what was happening. Many were worried, while others waited with interest. Luo Li was smoking in his office, holding the phone in his hands. Luo Li yelled into the phone, calling Sake a dumb murderer for being exposed and asking him to change his plan. The man on the other end of the phone said that he himself was terrified, because they could not compete with the 9 of spades, and he recommended running away. The same day at night, Sake moved through the forest. Sake's movements were recorded on camera. A young man with one arm sat on the lamppost, watching him through binoculars. The young man reported through the earpiece that Sake had come into view. Liu told the young man through the headset that he could rest for a while. Liu watched with a relaxed expression through several screens as Sake tried to sneak into the warehouse. Liu launched a live stream of the murder online, complete with CCTV footage. Liu addressed the audience, introducing himself as Di-san, and sat with his back to the screens. The comments welcomed Di-san, asking what kind of killer would be today. Liu replied that the most interesting thing was yet to come, and the killer was right outside his door. Viewers asked why Liu didn't run away from the scene because of the danger as the broadcast changed cameras and angles. Viewers were interested in how many cameras were used for this broadcast. The broadcast began showing Sake crawling towards the warehouse, and viewers became interested. Sake opened the sewer hatch, thinking that he needed to choose the most secret routes. Sake laughed triumphantly, thinking that Liu had already come to an end. Liu, meanwhile, informed viewers that for their convenience, they had made comments with viewers' thoughts publicly available. The audience watched the scene, commenting that it was funny and that they were interested in seeing the killer's reaction to what was happening. Sake checked the time on his wristwatch. Sake tried to open the hatch cover, scolding Liu because it was welded. Liu chuckled, noticing that the killer's path was blocked. Sake folded his hands in prayer, asking God to open the next hatch. Sake pulled the next hatch cover and managed to open it. Sake went down into the sewers. Sake confidently thought that he had a sewer diagram in his head when he went down the stairs, and believed that death was already on the way. Liu leaned back in his chair, watching Sake, and gave the order to turn on the water in the sewers. Viewers laughed in the comments, showing sympathy for the killer who was splashed with water. Sake tried to cough up the water that suddenly filled the drain, thinking that he would cut Liu into 1,000 pieces. Sake moved further down the dark corridors, and the spectators watched him. Sake moved on and heard barking. The comments were surprised that there was a dog there. Sake took out his gun and turned on the flashlight on his watch, thinking that he was trained to raise dogs, not to kill. A robot dog came out to meet Sake, and commentators were touched by its cute appearance. Sake lightly kicked the robot dog to the side, telling it to get lost. The next moment the sound of footsteps was heard. Liu introduced the second-generation evil robot dog, which differed from the first in its impressive size and menacing appearance. Sake extended his hand with a gun towards the robot dog that was moving towards him. The robot dog swung its huge paw at Sake, and he was forced to jump back. Liu commented on Sake running away from the robot dog, even though the fun had only just begun. Sake reached the door and opened it, pulling the handle to get out into the street. Armed police were waiting for him on the street and told Sake that he was under arrest. Sake rushed at a group of police officers with a knife. But the next moment, the audience saw Sake being thrown against a tree with one blow, and they wrote that he was the biggest loser in history. Sake was dragged unconscious by the arms into a police car. The next day, at the warehouse that Liu had purchased, Liu turned to little Shi, who was watching Sake from the lantern, and said that he had done well. Liu reminded that arrogance is only appropriate if one has one's own capital. Liu opened the box containing the artificial arm and told Shi that he had given him part of his capital today. Liu took out an artificial arm, saying that this was his first creation, and that the technology was 60 years ahead of today's, and the limits were unknown. Shi was touched that Liu had prepared such a valuable gift for him. Shi burst into tears, and Liu stroked his hair to calm him down. That same evening, Liu met with Teng, who admitted he was a complete failure. But Liu said the show had just begun. Teng didn't understand what Liu meant, and asked again about the performance. A projection of a screen appeared in the sky above their heads. Dai's performance with a new song appeared on the screen. People who heard the song began to look out of their windows. All eyes turned to the roof. Teng admired Liu's intelligence. Teng chuckled, finally realizing that Liu didn't just want to beat Pingji, but to push his company ahead of all other companies on the internet. Liu smiled, saying that Teng was too kind, and that they were just starting to work with app users. Dai still continued playing on the displayed screen. Teng was amazed by this technology and admitted it frankly. Teng smiled at Liu, saying that he wanted to work with him, because the creator had great potential among startups. Liu asked if Teng really thought his company needed his help. Liu pointed his finger at the roof, saying that 3 floors below was his new company, Witness. Teng was shocked and began asking Liu why he needed a new office, whether he had any knowledge, and whether he had done any research on the subject. Liu chuckled, saying that he had a whole warehouse of interesting inventions. Teng was shocked to hear this information. Liu said that he was capable of achieving all heights on his own, without relying on anyone else's help. Teng took out a cigarette to light it and said that he didn't believe that Liu was always the best at everything, because there definitely had to be some kind of catch. Teng brought the lit cigarette to his lips, confidently declaring that Liu was definitely not as simple as he seemed at first glance. Teng took a drag, saying that Liu was different from everyone he knew, and asked Liu if he knew what he meant. Liu looked at Teng as he admitted guilt for the murder incident, and said that Liu had a brain but no sense of competition. Teng confidently stated that he could not surpass Liu in the business world, but in physical strength he was superior to Liu. Teng threw the lighter, broken in his fist, onto the roof, demonstrating his strength. Liu walked towards Teng, saying that there was no one who could stop his developments. Liu picked up a broken lighter from the roof, saying he couldn't understand their elite circle. Liu clutched the broken lighter in his hands, saying that when you receive money, it is logical to always look for a way to increase it. Teng watched in disbelief as Liu opened his fist. Liu turned the lighter into a ball and said that there was nothing wrong with being alone, but it should not be used to bully the weak. Liu noticed movement to the side. Liu swung and threw a ball of crumpled lighter to the side. The thrown ball hit a man on a nearby roof. Teng asked what was happening, following the trajectory of the throw. Liu assured that there was no need to worry, confidently saying that these were simply assassins after his soul, suggesting that they were playing cards. Ten looked at him and asked who Liu was talking about. Liu didn't answer him and said that he was expecting an article from him about the defeat, since Ten was convinced that he was losing on all fronts. Ten handed Liu the ring, saying it was the so-called highest-level certification, available to the best of the best. Ten put the ring in Liu's hand, saying that it was his gift and that Liu should go and have some fun since he was sitting idle. Ten later posted a confession of his own inadequacy on Gemini, saying that his interaction with D-San had left a deep impression on him. Ten also wrote that internet companies must work hard to survive in the global market. New articles were dedicated to D-Sanu, calling him a business shark. Mr. Yan was driving in the car and reading them on his phone, thinking that Liu was really a talented guy. Mr. Yan typed a message for Liu, thinking that they had something to discuss when they met. Liu quickly agreed to meet by replying to the message. At that moment, another car was rushing towards Mr. Yan's car. Mr. Yan's driver tried to turn the steering wheel to avoid a collision. Mr. Yan's car crashed into a truck. The impact caused Mr. Yan's car to flip onto its roof. A bloody hand was sticking out of the broken car window. Meanwhile, Liu and the police chief were sitting at the table in front of Sake. The police chief told Liu that they had interrogated Sake for 6 hours, and would have spent even more time if Liu had not come. Liu held the card that appeared out of thin air, and guessed that it was an ID card, which the 9 of spades would definitely have. Mo spotted the source of the destructive power possessed by the 9 of spades thugs in the card, and said they needed to study it. Liu asked the police chief to lend him the ID card, and the police chief was amazed at Liu's audacity in wanting to take the evidence with him. Liu told the police chief that he would be in his debt, and he quickly agreed, Sake watching them silently. Mo told Liu that Mr. Yan had been in an accident, and Liu asked again in surprise. Liu stood up from his seat, telling the police chief that something had happened. After some time in the hospital Inji, Liu and the police chief entered the room. Liu told the police chief to go to Mr. Yan, and he himself needed to tell Yan Yiwen something. Liu walked up to Yan Yiwen, who was sitting in the hospital corridor. Liu took away the folder Yan Yiwen was holding. Yan Yiwen was angry when her thing was taken away and looked at the culprit. Liu chuckled, saying that he had underestimated Madame Yan. Yan Yiwen stood up from her seat, raising her clawed hand and telling Liu to give back what he had taken. Yan Yiwen stood in front of Liu, ready to rush at any moment to take her thing back. Liu opened the folder, saying that he already knew that Yan Yiwen had visited the orphanage to pass on information to the killer. Yan Yiwen glared at Liu. Liu admitted that he was surprised by the fact that she had a child, and asked if it was Feng Yu's child, believing that it was not. Yan Yiwen couldn't hide her anger as she addressed Liu. Liu told Yan Yiwen that since she was retracting all accusations, he would give her a chance to clear her name, and then Liu might spare her life. Their conversation was interrupted by the doctor's voice saying that the patient was brain dead and needed urgent help. Yan Yiwen rushed into the room. Everyone gathered in Mr. Yan's room. Mr. Yan was in a coma. Kai Kai and Xing Xing begged the doctor to save their father. The doctor held a stethoscope, saying that the most important thing now was to collect information about Mr. Yan's brain activity in order to prescribe treatment. Liu asked Mo if he had any predictions, but Mo said he needed time because he still couldn't control the nanorobots. Liu asked if Mo had found the information he had asked him to verify, and Mo confirmed that he had. Liu approached Mr. Yan's bedside, asking the doctor to allow him to intervene. Liu leaned towards Mr. Yan and whispered the name Liu Manwen in his ear. Instrument sensors indicated brain activity. The doctor called what happened a miracle, and Liu looked at Mr. Yan with satisfaction. Xing Xing asked if they could save her father. Liu addressed the twins, saying that Liu Manwen had arrived at the donor center in Hangzhou, and that she would be able to save Mr. Yan. Xing Xing thanked Liu. Liu said that it was not worth thanking, since Mr. Yan had done good deeds all his life, and helping him would be right. Mr. Yan continued to lie in a coma, accompanied by the sound of medical equipment. Qinwen approached Liu and asked where he was at the time of the accident. The police chief asked her what she meant. Qinwen handed over the phone with the footage of the accident and told them to look. The footage showed a man from behind who looked like Liu, and everyone was surprised. Qinwen also mentioned Mr. Yan's last message to Liu when he requested a meeting. The police chief stopped Qinwen, saying that he had already conducted an investigation and it was just an ordinary accident. Liu folded his arms, saying it was an unusual accident, and they all knew the figure in white in the footage. Liu called out Chu Beiming's name, causing everyone to look at him in surprise. Yan Yiwen was shocked when she heard Beiming's name. Liu said that he needed to hear an explanation from Senior Madame Yan to find out why Beiming was there. Everyone turned and looked at Yan Yiwen. Yan Yiwen became nervous and said that she didn't know anything because she hadn't seen him for a long time. Liu laughed at her answer, saying that she didn't have to say anything, and everything would come out when he caught Bei Ming. Yan Yiwen tried to stop him, asking him to wait. Yan Yiwen tried to assure him that Bei Ming had nothing to do with it. Liu told her to stop hiding everything, asking if the child was really hers and Bei Ming's. Yan Yiwen was shocked that Liu understood everything. Liu reproached her for hiding everything from her father, but allowing him to fall into the hands of the reformers and become leverage for the murder of Mr. Yan. Yan Yiwen was confused and asked how Liu knew all this. Liu laughed, saying that it was just his guess, but she confirmed it herself. Liu said that the mission from the organization to assassinate Mr. Yan, which she refused, was carried out by Bei Ming. Yan Yiwen didn't know what to say in response. Liu confidently declared that he would not let Bei Ming escape punishment, while the others listened to their conversation. Yan Yiwen told Liu that he was not worthy of standing next to Bei Ming, saying that she would fight him herself. Liu turned away from her and walked out, telling her not to worry about him, but to take care of her duty to Elder Yan. After Yan Yiwen's words, Liu asked Mo what level of transformation Bei Ming was at. Mo tried to explain to Liu, saying that if we were to compare, Liu was in heaven and the rest were underground. Liu was surprised at how much strength he had. Mo raised his finger, saying it was time to optimize his powers. Liu looked at the data collected on Bei Ming, telling Mo that it was time to meet Bei Ming. In the suburbs with private houses, Liu looked at the house in front of him, thinking that this was the first time he had seen such a place. Liu jumped up using his powers. Liu jumped onto the second-floor balcony with ease. Liu entered the bedroom through the half-open window, where a man was lying on the bed. Bei Ming entered the bedroom, greeting Liu, and called him his youngest since he had entered the Yan family. Liu peeked out from behind the curtain, telling Bei Ming that he knew too much. Bei Ming chuckled, saying that he knew Liu was a cheerful guy, and suggested that they create some great thing together. Liu came out to him, saying that Bei Ming didn't deserve this. Bei Ming became angry at Liu's response, telling Liu that he was seeking death. Mo warned Liu that Bei Ming could emit high-frequency brainwaves to hypnotize. Bei Ming said that he ordered Liu to swing his fist and smash his ego. Liu scratched his ear, asking what would happen if he didn't do it. Bei Ming began to emit brainwaves, saying that he would then cover Liu's brain with corrosion. Mo asked Liu to remain still so that he could study Bei Ming to understand what technology he was using. Liu continued to stand there, looking at Bei Ming. Bei Ming laughed triumphantly, asking what Liu would say now. At that moment, the door opened. Yan Yiwen entered the bedroom and asked Bei Ming to stop acting like that, because Liu was not a bad person. Bei Ming turned to Yan Yiwen, telling her to stop being a fool, because if they didn't get rid of Liu, he would kill them and harm the child. At that moment, the wall broke and a monstrous man came out. Yan Yiwen was surprised to see a spy from 9 Spades. The 9 Spades spy thanked Yan Yiwen for giving him so many surprises, and the 3 days of pursuit were not in vain. Bei Ming activated his brainwaves again, putting all his strength into them. The 9 Spades spy looked at Bei Ming, saying that he was indeed strong. The spy kicked the floor and told Bei Ming that he was not afraid of him. Liu folded his arms across his chest, calling the spy annoying for interfering with his experiments. The spy walked up to Liu, looked down at him, and told Liu not to worry, because he would take care of him later. Mo warned Liu that he had 3 seconds to awaken his powers and asked him not to take any risks and take care of himself. Liu crossed his arms, activating his powers. The next moment, Liu rushed to attack. Liu delivered a flying knee to the spy's jaw. The spy fell to the floor from one blow from Liu, and Liu landed on the floor next to him, looking down at him. Mo asked if Liu wanted to fight Bei Ming since he didn't have enough energy to maintain his strength, and Liu said he didn't want to. Liu turned to Bei Ming, suggesting that he continue working on people's brains while he continued his research. Bei Ming rushed forward, shouting that Yiwen had not killed anyone, and that he had done all this. Liu punched Bei Ming in the stomach to stop him. The impact sent Bei Ming flying beyond the balcony onto the street. Liu followed him, determined not to give him a chance to escape. Liu was grabbed by the leg, preventing him from immediately following Bei Ming. Feng Yu laughed, asking Liu not to leave and continue playing with him. Liu kicked him, telling him to get away from him. Liu looked out from the balcony, watching Bei Ming run away from him with inhuman speed. Mo noticed that Bei Ming was easily bypassing all the surveillance cameras, and Liu called him a good opponent, deciding to master the combat consciousness as soon as possible. After some time, Liu stood in his warehouse behind the laboratory. Mo spun around happily, announcing his return. Liu asked if this was true, pointing to the graduation cap Mo was wearing. Mo tried to pull himself together to be serious, and told Liu that he had been renewed, and now it was up to Liu himself. Mo warned Liu that in his current physical condition, he would not be able to withstand the transformation, and that he should pay attention to his body first. Liu decided that he would then start by changing his body and would definitely achieve success. Mo began to explain on the projection of the human body that, thanks to metabolism, the body changes over the course of 7 years at the same rhythm. Liu thought about it and asked Mo what he could do to speed up his metabolism. Mo suggested 3 options, such as consuming a lot of food, spending a lot of energy, and influencing the body from the outside. The next moment, a food delivery courier knocked on the warehouse door. Mo said he had pre-ordered food delivery for Liu because he was worried about him, and was still preparing the remaining 2 options. After a while, Liu was sitting at the table, eating a huge piece of meat, and next to him stood a mountain of empty plates. The first-generation robot dog brought clothes in its teeth. Mo explained that this is a new suit that affects all muscles with impulses and helps to consume more energy. Mo pointed to the water chamber where Liu needed to go and said that it increased cellular activity and speeded up metabolism. Liu smiled, pleased with what Mo had done for him. Liu changed into the suit prepared for him. Mo bragged about how difficult it was to create this bathroom while Liu reached for more food. Liu promised Mo that he would show what people are capable of. After a while, Liu sank into the bathtub, breathing through tubes. Mo watched him, amazed that Liu had more stamina than 99.99% of the people on the planet. Mo promised to prepare enough ingredients for Liu's growth. After some time, the courier was hurrying to the warehouse doors again, wondering how many people could live here, since he had already delivered 10 orders. Meanwhile, the police chief approached the cave, which was cordoned off with police tape. The police chief was given a report about the body covered with a sheet, saying that it was Bei Ming, and that he had many injuries. The police officer told the chief of police that the wounds had been inflicted 20 days ago, but death had occurred only 3 days ago. The police chief looked at the corpse, worried why Liu hadn't arrived yet. He had been waiting for him for an hour. Meanwhile, the police officer continued his report, saying that the examination showed that Bei Ming's body had undergone significant changes in a short period of time. Liu entered the cave, apologizing to the police chief for being late. The police chief told Liu to look at the body, explaining that they were going to arrest Bei Ming, but he suddenly died. Liu looked at the corpse and said that it was not Bei Ming, but his double, who had been implanted with a voluntary consciousness. The police chief chuckled and looked at Liu, asking why he thought Liu was so agitated. Liu was surprised by his remark, and assumed it was because Liu had been doing a lot of sports lately. After some time, Inji was in the hospital. A woman was placed in the room next to Mr. Yan. The news was full of reports that Yingji's shares were falling because Mr. Yan had turned into a vegetable. In the conference room of the Inji Group office, the issue of Qin Wen taking over as the leader was discussed. Qin Wen asked if it was true that those present were trying to destroy the company by selling their shares at a reduced price on the stock exchange. Qin Wen confidently declared that she would resolve the situation in their favor and asked them to trust her. At this moment, Feng Yu entered the room and laughed. Feng Yu asked Qin Wen what she was going to do. Qin Wen asked Feng Yu why he came. Feng Yu said that he had recently become the head of the merger at VO Biotech and had come to buy up all of Inji's shares. Feng Yu showed the agreement for the purchase of shares in the company and said that it was ready for signing. Those present signed the contracts that Feng Yu gave them. Qin Wen screamed at them not to sign this agreement while they tried to hold her back. Feng Yu left the office, followed by the others, and Qin Wen fell to her knees. Qin Wen knelt down, shocked at how things had turned out. Qin Wen felt a tap on her shoulder, asking her not to despair in this situation. Qin Wen saw Alfred helping her to her feet. Alfred told Qin Wen that she should not despair, and should raise money to purchase the remaining shares. Qin Wen agreed with him, knowing that she couldn't just give up. But she knew that getting that much money wouldn't be easy. Kai Kai and Xing Xing ran into Qin Wen's meeting room. Kai Kai complained to Qin Wen that Feng Yu had seized their house and driven them out of their rooms. Qin Wen read the notification on her phone about the creator, who had once again pulled off a tough maneuver to acquire an internet company. Qin Wen gained hope, deciding that she must find Di-san to help them. Sometime later, in the creator's office, Liu walked into his office. The girl at the reception greeted him, saying that Zhang had asked Liu to meet. Liu told the girl to make an appointment, and if anyone came to see him, to send them to his office. The receptionist took the instructions and watched Liu leave. After some time, Qin Wen and the twins came to the office. The girl at the reception greeted them and invited them to Di-san's office. The girl walked them to Di-san's office, asking them to come in, and said that she herself could not go further. Liu sat in a chair with his back to those who entered and told them to sit down. Qin Wen described the situation and asked Di-san for help in purchasing a controlling stake, promising to repay him afterward. Liu lit a cigarette, telling Qin Wen that he was not at all impressed with her proposal. Qin Wen was determined, and asked him to tell her how he could help them. Liu told Qin Wen that there was a document on the table in front of her, and if she answered all the questions correctly, he would help them. Chinwen took the document and read the questions about company management, amazed at how directly they hit the target. Liu, hiding his identity, said that sooner or later Inji would fall because no one was solving these problems. Liu put out his cigarette, telling Chinwen to send the answers to his email before the stock purchase transaction began, and then he would help. The twins and Chinwen walked out of the office. Chinwen turned around, thinking that the lighter looked like a limited edition. Through the half-open door, Chinwen saw Liu. Chinwen and the twins were going down the elevator. Chinwen thought that D-san and Dai were Liu. The twins wondered if Chinwen had seen D-san's face. Chinwen smiled and said that he was handsome. The twins were delighted, saying that Chinwen could take D-san for himself, and they would get Di and Liu. Chinwen didn't argue, realizing how stupid it was to discuss this. Liu was still sitting in his office. He asked Mo why Sister Wen had not been implanted with a special consciousness like his. Mo explained that Chinwen had two personalities, and the implanted consciousness would then become ineffective. Liu chuckled, thinking that God didn't want to help Bei Ming and asked him for forgiveness, taking the phone in his hands. A voice came over the phone asking Liu what the instructions were. Ten on the other end of the line asked if he had heard correctly that Liu wanted to borrow money. Liu explained that he wanted to buy something but didn't want to take out a loan, so he needed a friendly loan on mutually beneficial terms. Ten readily agreed and asked how much money Liu needed. Liu said he needed 260 billion immediately. Ten choked on his water when he heard the amount. Ten asked when Liu would be able to return the money. Liu suggested that they discuss the details at a meeting and told Ten that he was now in his debt. Ten asked for a little time and promised to get the money as soon as possible. Liu said goodbye to him before hanging up. Ten pressed the call button on his phone and gave the order to withdraw all money from accounts and reserves in order to raise the required amount. People in Pinji's office heard Ten's voice over the speakerphone. Within 2 hours, Ten was delighted with the algorithm that matched the client's needs with his recommendations. Tenu received a message on his phone. Ten replied to the message, writing that everything was ready. Ten wondered if it would be more profitable for him if Liu did him a favor in exchange for money. After some time, people gathered at the stock exchange wanting to buy shares. Chinwen and the twins sat in their seats, looking at the stage. Feng Yu and Mr. Fang sat on the other side. Kai Kai was worried that D-san didn't like their plan that they had been working on all night. She asked what they should do, and Chinwen told them to act according to the situation. The auction host announced that the auction would begin in 5 minutes, and that both offline and online purchases would be available. The presenter announced that the auction had begun. Feng Yu said to Fan that they would make a lot of money this time. Mr. Fan raised his hand and was immediately informed that the online auction had been successful. The presenter struck the gavel on the stand, congratulating the end of the auction, and almost announcing the winner. The host congratulated Liu on his purchase of a controlling stake in Yingji. Liu opened the door to the auction room and invited everyone to congratulate him on his purchase. Kai Kai and Xingxing were delighted to see Liu arrive. Fan asked how someone like Liu was allowed in and ordered the guards to throw him out. Liu reached into his shirt pocket, saying that the guards had no right to throw him out. Liu pulled out a box. A noise went through the hall. Feng Yu laughed, clapping his hands, and said that they were unlucky. People who came to the auction looked around, trying to figure out how they got there. Liu declared himself Yingji's largest shareholder, and said he now made decisions about the company alone. The auctioneer confirmed that Liu had made a very quick purchase of all the shares. Chinwen approached Liu to thank him and said that she would find the money to buy the shares back. Liu said he had no intention of selling the company back, but would allow the Yan family to remain in the company. Chinwen asked what Liu was doing. Liu said that she was not allowed to know everything, and gave instructions to send Feng Yu to prison and call a meeting of the top management in an hour. Inji Group in an hour. The elevator arrived at the 29th floor. Lo stepped out of the elevator and bumped into an old acquaintance who called him an asshole when they met. Chinwen's assistant asked Liu where he had been all these days. The assistant approached Liu, asking if he missed his little sister. Liu wriggled out of her arms, saying he had a lot to do, and suggested she do something else. Chinwen's assistant watched Liu run away from him, saying that the new boss would arrive today. Liu walked to the door and grabbed the handles with both hands to open it. Liu entered the meeting room where all the top management had already gathered. Chinwen stood up from her seat, inviting everyone to welcome Yingji's new owner, Liu. The management stood up and applauded Liu. Chinwen's assistant was surprised to learn that Liu was the new boss. Chinwen handed Liu the plan she had drawn up as Liu sat at the head of the table. Liu skimmed through the plan and called it garbage. Chinwen became angry, saying that a lot of effort had been spent on this plan, and she didn't understand what he was doing. Lao stood up from his seat, threw the plan on the table, and said that it was just paper, and the text on it was garbage. Liu began to scold everyone, saying that no one had taken any action, but had simply watched from the sidelines, hoping that he would fix everything. Liu looked at Qinwen, asking if she understood why he helped her at the last minute. Qinwen lowered her eyes in shame. Lao reminded her that she was in despair because everyone sold Feng Yu's shares, and said that only in such a state can a person grow as a person. Liu said he had 2 pieces of news for them. He would only be involved in one project and Qinwen would be the new chairman of Yingji Group. Liu warned everyone that they could only count on him if there was good news for the company. Liu reiterated, saying that they could only contact him to tell him about something good that had happened to the company. The crowd thanked Liu, saying his words had inspired them greatly. Liu walked towards the exit, and Qinwen called out to him hesitantly. Qinwen bowed to Liu as he left, thanking him for what he had done. A month later, in the forest, in a secret station, Liu stood on the roof of the station on his hands. Mo spun around, admiring how Liu's speed had increased, surpassing all his predictions. Liu continued to stand in his handstand, pleased that his body served as proof of his perseverance. Mo noticed that Liu's consciousness had already reached 75% release. Mo summoned drones with air cannons, which, when fired at a distance of less than 50 meters, could knock people unconscious. Liu stood up on his feet in one leap. Liu flexed his fists, deciding it was time to move on. Liu stood still as he was surrounded by the drones that Mo had summoned. Mo asked Liu if he felt anything new in his body. Liu thought for a moment, noticing that his skin was only slightly numb, but he didn't feel anything else out of the ordinary. Mo laughed, saying that this was before the first crisis, and Liu should find a target while he was not in danger. The drones leaned forward, aiming their air cannons towards Liu. Liu noticed the changes. Mo noticed that Liu's pain resistance increased along with his strength as he took the air cannon shots. Liu looked at his hand, surprised that was all, and decided he needed to be more careful. Liu dodged the drone's shots, noticing that his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts, and Mo noticed that he was being held back by his leather armor. Liu was sweating when the test was over, smiling, thinking it was amazing. Mo said that by freeing himself from the battle consciousness, Liu would gain even more power. But to do this, he would need to participate in a real fight. Liu felt blurry scenes appear in his imagination, and a bright light appear. Mo explained that Liu could see the future of humanity, as he was equivalent to the new coming. Liu asked Mo what could change people so much. Mo thought for a moment, explaining that it was a product that helped a person go against the grain and stimulated growth, breaking the laws of evolution. Liu asked if there were any other new people besides him, and Mo said that there were none yet, because the chosen one would definitely participate in the evolution of the world. Mo told Liu that his mission was to raise the technological dimension of the entire world, surprising Liu that he was the chosen one. Liu watched the setting sun while standing on the roof. 2 months later in the same place, Mo praised Liu for developing faster than expected, while Liu meditated on the roof. Body improvement has reached 99%. A mosquito flew towards Liu's hand and he frowned with his eyes closed. Liu killed the mosquito without looking. Mo gasped as he informed Liu that his fan was in trouble. Mo told Liu that a violent fight had broken out at Shanghai's top nightclub an hour earlier and showed him the security footage. Liu clenched his fists, feeling his hands itch after refining his body. Mo tried to stop him, saying that the enemy there was just a brat and it wouldn't help their plan much. Liu decided it was better than nothing. Meanwhile in Europe, in a small town in Texas, Ban Yi adjusted his glasses as he reached for the typewriter. Bang Yi sat down at his chair and typed a message to his friend, Kofi Dal, to see how he was doing. The door to Ban Yi's office swung open, and his subordinate announced that they had a problem. Ban Yi adjusted his glasses and told his subordinate to calm down and speak slowly and clearly. A subordinate said that Agent Sake had been imprisoned in Shanghai, and it was rumored that Di-san, one of the reformers, had done it. Ban Yi ordered his subordinate to come closer. The subordinate immediately agreed, heading closer to Ban Yi. The next moment, the room was splattered with blood. Ban Yi held a gun in his hand, scolding the dead subordinate for coming to him without calling him Mr. Ban Yi heard someone contact him, saying that document checks at entry into China had been relaxed and they could move out. Ban Yi gave the order via typewriter for them to kill him. Ban Yi shot at the monitor. The bullet-ridden monitor listed the poker club's deaths, including the King of Spades, 9 of Spades, and 7 of Spades. Ban Yi cursed Dai-san for killing his children, his creation, and he promised that he would bury Dai-san alive. Meanwhile, people gathered in the conference room on the 5th floor, among whom was Ruo Yi. Anhu, sitting in a chair with his arm bandaged, looked ahead. His subordinate said that they couldn't just leave those who had just broken into their club, attracting Anhu's attention. Before Anhu could answer him, the phone rang. Anhu picked up the phone and immediately heard that they weren't the only ones this had happened to. and Hugh became angry and asked how they dared to attack them. Chi on the other end of the phone advised Anhu to listen to his advice, suggesting that they simply give up the territories. Anhu passed out, rose to his feet, and said that he had never seen such bestial behavior, and ordered him to gather all his strength. His subordinates stood up resolutely after him, saying that they were ready to follow him and fight together. Anhu turned to Ruo Yi, telling her not to worry, as male strength would be enough for this fight. Anhu told her to pack her things and go home to be whoever she wanted, but never come back here. Ruo Yi approached him, saying that they should fight together and die together. Their conversation was interrupted by Liu's voice, who asked whose death they were talking about. Liu chuckled confidently, assuring them that no one would die, and everyone would simply get what they deserved. Anhu turned to Liu, saying that he had to make the decision for them. Anhu's subordinates explained that a gang of unknown people had recently appeared in Shanghai, and were behaving very unruly. Liu took a cigarette out of the pack after listening to them. Ruo Yi immediately took out a lighter so that Liu could light a cigarette. Liu noticed that Ruo Yi had a small scar under his eye from which blood was dripping. Liu frowned when he saw this. Liu touched Ruo Yi's cheek, asking who dared to harm her. Ruo Yi tried to hide the scar, saying that it was just a scratch and nothing serious had happened. Anhu told Liu about the Mad Dragon Gang, which was led by 3 brothers who were skilled in martial arts. Liu clamped the cigarette between his teeth, thinking that he would not forgive them if they decided to harm his people. Liu asked who exactly dared to touch Ruo Yi. Ruo Yi was still silent, embarrassed by her injury. Anhu angrily revealed that Changbao was involved in this, leading the attack and wounding Ruo Yi during the battle. Liu turned to leave, saying he would deal with him first. Ruo Yi tried to stop him by putting her hand on Liu's shoulder, and asked him not to go there so as not to ruin his reputation. Liu told her that if someone dared to offend her, it was now his business, and he could not ignore it. Ruo Yi let go of his shoulder, touched by Liu's words. Liu took out the first aid kit and dipped a cotton swab into the medicine. Liu applied medicine to Ruo Yi's wound, asking her to trust him. Anhu put on his coat to go with Liu, and noticed that Liu and Ruo Yi were like a knight with his princess, and the others nodded. A few moments later, Liu called everyone to go to Changbao. After some time, they came to the foot massage. Liu was met by a man who warned them that Changbao had arrived with 30 subordinates. Liu asked everyone to wait, stopping at the entrance. The subordinates were indignant, worried about Liu, who was going to go alone. Liu ignored their protests and walked inside the room alone. 2 minutes later, Ruo Yi asked Anhu if Liu could handle it alone. But Anhu told her not to worry, as they could help if necessary. But contrary to their fears, the body of a man who had been thrown out of the massage parlor fell to the floor, surprising everyone. The man who fell to the floor was identified as Changbao. Liu followed behind, smoking a cigarette and holding his shirt in his hands. Anhu's subordinates praised Liu for his victory. Liu went to his people and 2 rushed towards Changbao. After some time, Changbao found himself tied up and cursing at Liu, calling him a savage who attacked him during a massage. Liu scratched his chin, saying he just wanted to save time. Changbao began to threaten, asking if Liu knew who his brothers were and promising that they would make Liu pay. Liu chuckled in agreement, but added the small fact that if Liu died, Changbao's brothers would die along with him. Anhu handed Changbao the phone, telling him to call his brothers to come to the stadium at 7 in the evening so they could fight. Changbao snapped back, telling Anhu to make his own appointments, confidently declaring that he would be ground into the ground. Anhu kicked him, saying that the Li clan was not afraid of such bastards. It rained that evening. The 2 groups gathered in full force on the street to fight. Changbao was kneeling, bound in his underwear, next to Liu, who was sitting on a chair. Changlong, one of the brothers, said that if Li let Changbao go, no one would be harmed. Anhu pointed out that the 3rd brother didn't even come and called them arrogant. Liu smoked quietly, watching the unfolding scene, while Ruo Yi held an umbrella for him to keep him from getting wet in the rain. Other people with umbrellas watched them. Chi looked at Li's gang, thinking that they were finished because most of them had been beaten up earlier. The man standing next to Chi said that he had heard of a certain Ara, who was Li's real boss and did a pretty good job. Chi suggested not to take this seriously, given that the difference in the number of people was clearly visible. Liu rose from his chair and turned to Anhu, telling him to tell his brothers to continue fighting even if he fell. Anhu turned to him, wanting to say something. Liu handed Ruo Yi the clothes, telling her to take them. Ruo Yi accepted it, worrying about Liu. Liu clenched his fists, telling Ruo Yi not to worry, as he wouldn't be harsh. Liu blindfolded himself with a ribbon. She saw his actions and said that Liu would become a hero if he did not die. Liu went out to meet the gang of opponents with bare hands. Liu was sure that this was a great opportunity to hone his skills, considering that there were 600 thugs on the enemy side. The opponents rushed at Liu, swinging their bladed weapons. Liu moved towards them. Liu rushed forward with inhuman speed. The opponents moved towards Liu, swinging their machetes. Liu punched one of them in the face, realizing that they were very slow opponents for him. Mo admired the fact that the neural connection speed had reached 240%, while Liu fought his opponents without any problems. Liu unleashed his power, preparing for new opponents. Liu continued to punch with inhuman speed while Mo encouraged him, noting his metabolic rate at 99%. The thugs were thrown aside by one blow from Liu. Liu stood in the same place as the thugs flew away. A shot rang out from the side. Liu dodged a bullet that cut off part of his hair above his ear. The next moment, Liu jumped up, and from the outside it seemed as if he had dissolved due to the speed. The man with the rifle who had fired looked at the spot where Liu had stood, wondering where he had gone. Liu was flying at him from behind and had told him in advance where he was. Liu slammed the shooter's face into the concrete, saying he was going to set him on the right path. Liu removed the blindfold, and Mo noticed that his metabolic rate had reached 100%, and Liu was able to improve himself again. A man watching the fight said the entire criminal underworld would bow to the new leader as Liu jumped back down from the roof. Ruoyi ran to him with umbrellas, saying that he would make He Li famous throughout the world, and Liu said that this was just a warning to others. Ruoyi thanked Liu for his help with all her sincerity. Qi announced the results of the battle, saying that He Li had defeated the city's main gang, and Liu was considered a hero. Liu stood under the umbrella held by Ruoyi as He Li's gang faded him. Sometime later, a meeting was held in the office of the chief of police. The chief of police read the report on Dronzer, who managed to kill 600 people with his eyes tied. The police chief asked his subordinate if they had video, but was told that all the cameras at the stadium were broken. Another subordinate said that almost all the participants were wounded, and one killer even died on the spot. The police chief tried to figure out what kind of mafia games Liu was playing and ordered a car to be prepared for him. After some time, the chief of police drove up to Liu's transformed warehouse. The police chief knocked on the warehouse door. The police chief continued to wait for the door to be opened for him. Liu opened the door, still chewing his apple. The chief addressed Liu as Daru and asked if he had slept well last night. But Liu said the police chief was mistaken. The police chief agreed with him and began to list all the things Liu was. He asked how Liu became a mafia boss. Liu pointed out to the police chief that he was refuting his own point of view by continuing to chew the apple. The police chief chuckled, asking if Liu had heard that he had given the order to suspend the investigation into Diarra's fight, and that he should be grateful to him. Liu took another bite of his apple, looking intently at the police chief. The police chief turned away from Liu as he returned to the car, saying that if he were Diarra, he would have helped his benefactor investigate the human smuggling case. The police chief looked over his shoulder, asking if Liu wanted to know more. Liu shook his head and made a cross with his hands, holding the apple in his teeth, saying that he didn't want to, and that he wasn't Diarra anyway. The police chief chuckled, saying that Diarra probably didn't have a girlfriend, which offended Liu, who pointed out the police chief's behavior. The police chief showed Liu a photo of the girl on his phone and asked if she thought she was beautiful. Liu took a closer look, saying that the police chief could open a marriage agency after retirement. The police chief said he had to go and pointed his finger at Liu, telling him to remember that kindness comes with a price. Liu replied with a smile that if he were DR, he would first take care of his own affairs, and then help the police. The police chief laughed and said that he would give Daru a chance then. Liu looked at the apple, telling the police chief that he had a gift for him from a friend. The police chief became interested and asked what kind of gift it was. Liu started a serious conversation about the international assassin. The police chief immediately became interested and asked where he was. At that moment, a car was rushing towards Liu and the police chief. Liu pushed off the ground. The police chief repeated Liu's steps to avoid an accident with the car that was rushing towards them. Liu immediately hit the new one on the driver's side windshield. Liu landed on the side of the truck, which crashed into something. The driver kicked down the door to get out of the truck's cabin. The driver climbed out of the truck, clutching his head. Liu immediately pounced on him, punching him in the face. The driver was immobilized by one blow from Liu. Liu took the 6 of spades card out of the driver's pocket. The police chief approached Liu and asked him what his transformation level was. Liu laughed, avoiding the answer, and said he was honored that the police chief himself wanted to award him the rank. The police chief scratched his chin thoughtfully, saying that there was no such rank in their ranking system. Liu pointed to the 6 of spades that was lying on the ground and asked if the police chief wanted to award him a medal, surprising him. The police chief took back his words about sending someone with Liu, believing that his people had no reason to go there with such a pervert. Liu asked if the police chief could send a couple of his experts to the lab for support. The police chief asked whether Liu might have inherited someone's fortune since he could now make discoveries in human transformation. Liu confidently stated that he could raise the level of 10 police chief soldiers to level A7 or higher in a month. The police chief chuckled and said he liked the idea. The police chief was surprised when Liu walked back, saying they had made a deal and he had to go. The police chief asked Liu what he was doing. Liu waved to him from behind, saying that he had joined Haley's gang and that the police chief should expect trouble today. The police chief yelled at him, reminding Liu that he had been saying all along that he was not Dr. Liu continued to walk away from him, shouting as a parting shot that they would make a deal as soon as the police chief found evidence. After some time, at a nightclub, where a lot of people had gathered at the entrance, Liu was greeted with joy, being greeted as Dr. A man ran up to Liu saying that Anhu had locked himself in his office and they couldn't find out whether he was alive or dead. Liu hurried towards Anhu's office. Liu opened the doors by kicking them. Liu saw gang members scattered around the office, with Anhu holding a girl by the neck while another one sat on his desk. The man laughed when he saw Liu and said that the boss had finally arrived. Anhu was gasping for breath and Ruo Yi stood to the side. Liu looked around asking what was going on. The girl let go of Anhu and he fell to the floor unconscious. The man chuckled, calling Liu a street thug. The man said that today he would finish off everyone here, and there was no point in stopping him. Liu turned to Xiao Chong, telling her to take action, and said that the name Crazy Bandit did not suit her. The man asked again about Xiao Chun, not noticing how the girl appeared behind him, about to wring his neck. The next moment, the man was lying on the floor with a broken neck. Xiao Chun approached Liu, saying that she only agreed to work with them because they were trying to find out about him. Liu patted her head, saying he didn't blame her, and explained that those who kidnap children are very easy to deceive people. After some time, a lot of cars gathered at the headquarters of the Haley gang. Men carrying large suitcases entered the headquarters. There were even more people inside the headquarters. Chang Bao and the attacker were related. Chi praised Liu, saying that he was very smart and easily took out 2 clan bosses almost silently. Liu asked them not to worry. He said that another guest would arrive soon, and Anhu and Ruo Yi stood behind him. A subordinate entered the office and announced that Chang Long had arrived. He was surprised to hear this news. The next moment, 2 twin boys entered the office, pushing a wheelchair. One of them said that they had brought a gift from their master for Dr. The twins pushed the wheelchair, which had something lying under the cloth, towards Liu. The fabric fell away, revealing the dragon's head. One of the twins said that their boss was delivering fresh game to their holiday table. Xiao Chun immediately rushed towards them. Xiao Chun hit both twins at the same time. The twins fell unconscious, and Xiao Chun landed behind them. Liu chuckled, calling these guys arrogant and said they needed to be taught a lesson. At that moment, a man burst into the office, breaking the window. The man entered the office where everyone was standing. Changlong pointed at Liu, saying that she would deal with him, since a godlike person could not insult an ordinary boy. Haley's subordinates became nervous as they looked back at Liu. Xiao Chun rushed at Changlong, swinging her fist. Changlong easily pushed her aside, hitting her in the stomach, and said that he was not going to be petty with her, warning that he would kill her. Xiao Chun remained on her feet as she was thrown to the side. Liu stood up and walked towards Xiao Chun, telling her that she needed to rest. Mo warned that Changlong's subconscious power had been activated by hypnosis, causing him to reach level A10. Liu looked at Changlong carefully, finding it no wonder that Xiao Chun was so hurt. Liu told Changlong that he didn't mean to hurt them, but they kept popping up in front of him like clowns at inopportune moments. Changlong chuckled, asking what kind of nonsense Liu was talking about. Changlong rushed at Liu, saying that he was going to die today, and it was time to end it all. Liu raised his fingers to flick, saying he wanted to see if Changlong had enough strength. Liu easily pushed away Changlong, who was flying towards him. Changlong fell onto the furniture with a clear mark from the flick on his forehead. Liu told Changlong to get to his feet while the others watched their fight. Liu glared at those present, saying that he just wanted everyone to know that he would take revenge if he or Haley were touched. The culprits were kneeling in front of the table Liu had seen him at. Mo told Liu that by combining Liu's hypnosis skills and his auditory hallucinations, they could achieve the effect of Bei Ming's hypnosis. Liu smiled, deciding it was worth a try. Liu began clicking the penrod. Liu focused on Changlong and called his name. Changlong looked at him blankly, his mouth slightly open. Liu continued clicking his pen, asking Changlong if he had ever met Bei Ming. Changlong began to bow, saying that he was ready to give his life to protect Bei Ming, his master. Liu became interested in Bei Ming, who, in fact, had organized an interesting religious organization. Liu remembered Feng Yu at the auction and asked Mo to check if Changlong and Jingsheng were in contact. Mo learned that Changlong and Jingsheng went to the same church every 5 days. Liu took a closer look at Changlong. Liu noticed an interesting ring on Changlong's finger. Liu took out the ring that Ten had given him, saying that it was access to the highest circle, and hoped that God would help him. The police chief stood in front of the Chan brothers, amazed at how quickly everything had happened. The police chief had a stack of documents in his hands about the child abduction case. The police chief noted with regret that this is only the tip of the criminal iceberg. A police officer ran into the office with a report that criminal organizations had begun to close their nightclubs, casinos, and bathhouses. The chief of police asked his subordinate what he was going to do. The policeman was nervous, saying that there was talk that they would have new serious businesses like hotels, restaurants, bookstores, and high technology. The police chief frowned, asking him if he really believed those bastards could read, and asked what high technology meant. The police officer looked at the criminals Chan and said that, according to sources, all decisions are now being made by DR. The police chief scratched his chin thoughtfully, realizing that this was entirely possible, and told them to stop monitoring the criminal underworld. The police chief asked where Miss Fei was now. The policeman complained that they couldn't do anything with her, and she had been partying and living the life since she arrived in Shanghai. Meanwhile, at the coffee shop, the waitress served cappuccino at the table. Liu thanked the waitress as he sat at a table in the coffee shop. Liu sipped his coffee from his cup, admiring the view of the church Mo had mentioned. The church bell began to ring, announcing the beginning of the service. Liu headed towards the church doors where 2 guards stood. One of the men asked Liu for his pass. Liu raised his hand, showing off the ring he received from 10. The man greeted him, telling him that Liu must leave all means of communication at the entrance and undergo an Eye of Fate test. Mo warned Liu that it was a pupil scanning device that could read information about the club members, and said that he would replace the information. The Eye of Destiny scanned Liu and greeted him, calling him a child of God, inviting him to participate in their teachings. The men opened the door for Liu, allowing him to enter, and called him God's son. Liu walked in with a smile, thinking that Bei Ming's organization was well guarded. Liu was given a cloak like the others, so that he could join the training where many people had already gathered. The great messenger greeted the believers of the 9th divine web, and began to deliver a sermon. Liu listened to him attentively, hiding among the crowd, and thought that there was no small force involved here. The great messenger asked the children of God to report on the progress of their missions. One of the believers responded, telling the great messenger that preparations were in full swing. Liu, with the help of Mo, learned the identity of the speaker. Now he was listening to the president of the North China Bank. Another follower said that 12 publishing houses are already ready to cooperate with them. The next follower reported that he had already sent 3 followers into the army to begin sowing discord and chaos. The next to respond was a messenger who regretfully reported that he had failed to acquire the medical company and asked for another chance. Liu realized that it was Jing Sheng, who was trying to buy up all the shares through Feng Yu. The great messenger took pity on him on behalf of the ruler, saying that this time there would be no punishment. He would limit himself to a simple warning. The great messenger raised his hands, calling on his followers to prepare for the opening of the new northern temple. Liu was amazed that everything here was intertwined, and each sector had its own person assigned to it. Liu took off his cloak and walked up to the stage to meet the great envoy. Liu took out a pen and began clicking it, hypnotizing those present and saying that he was the god of the entire great kingdom, and Bei Ming was just his subordinate. The followers were hypnotized and greeted their god. Mo smugly noted that his hypnosis was working perfectly, while Liu said that he would grant everyone the status of envoys for the sake of the mission. Liu continued the hypnosis, saying that the envoys should not distract Bei Ming from his affairs and tell him about this meeting. They should obey Liu. The followers folded their hands in a prayerful gesture and knelt down, saying that they would obey him in everything, but wanted to know the name of their god. Liu immediately identified himself as the divine Di Wu. Liu continued his hypnosis, urging everyone to obey the divine Di Wu, and the followers bowed deeply. Mo praised Liu's actions, saying that he had sown something amazing. Liu looked at Mo, telling him that they had done a great job, and that Mo was right. Sometime later, in Liu's laboratory, Liu sat in a meditative posture as Mo guided him through the first stage of the new man, the liberation of the martial consciousness. Mo said that no one was stronger than Liu in terms of physical strength, but Bei Ming had amazing abilities, and Liu could learn these little tricks. Liu listened to Mo as he said that he needed to update some modifications and change Liu's gene in order for them to pass the second stage. Liu smiled and firmly told Mo that he should bring it to perfection as soon as possible. Liu began to meditate, releasing his power, and Mo chided him, saying that he shouldn't run forward, because people were just children compared to him. Meanwhile, there was a knock on the laboratory door, saying it was a food delivery. The man handed Liu a bag when he opened the door and said they were giving him the drink as a compliment. Liu kicked the man in the solar plexus. Liu caught the drink in midair, telling the man his Chinese was pretty good. Liu shoved the drink into the man's mouth, saying that using such a banal method of killing was old-fashioned. Liu shook his hand, looking at the man lying on the ground. Liu looked up and saw a man walking towards him with a bat. The man greeted Liu, saying he had just joined the poker club, and challenged Liu to a duel as the strongest opponent. Liu adjusted his shirt, saying that he had a lot to do and didn't have time to deal with people like the newcomer, while Mo assessed his opponent's skills. Liu walked past the man, heading toward his car. The man got angry and said that he would not go anywhere until they fought. Liu turned to him and told him to slow down. He suggested that the man first defeat his brother Shi. After some time on the Hengjiang River, couples were dancing in the nightclub. Liu parked at the entrance to the nightclub. Liu got out of the car and looked at the building. The girls passing by looked at Liu, who entered the club, discussing who this unknown whore was. The security guard at the entrance stopped Liu, politely saying that only those with a capital of more than 300 million could enter the club. Liu handed him his card so the guard could check his balance. The guard was amazed that Liu had hundreds of billions in his account, and hoped that Liu was not offended by him. The guard pointed Liu in the direction and invited him to follow. Liu entered a room with sofas and a stage on which a girl was performing. The girl performed the song while standing on stage. Liu sat at the bar, enjoying his wine, and thought that it was quite nice here, but he missed having John by his side. Liu looked away when he was called, being called little brother. The girl who was singing on stage introduced herself as Yufi, and told Liu that he was very handsome. Liu introduced himself in response, asking if she still wanted to know how he made his money, and told her that he was a programmer and a gangster. Yufi laughed, saying that he was interesting, and told her that upon arriving in Shanghai, she fell in love with Di, and then met the handsome Liu. The club's patrons couldn't understand what attracted Yufi to Liu when she walked out of the club with him on her arm. Liu went outside with Yufi. He was confronted by a crowd of men, one of whom called Liu a bastard for touching his woman. Liu let Yufi go, saying that he would leave them to her, and she was surprised that Liu did not want to become a hero and save the beauty. Liu ran away, shouting to Yufi that he trusted her as she watched him go. After a while, Liu slammed the thug's head into the wall. Liu stood unconscious among the thugs in some alley. Liu, with Mo's help, watched as Yufi dealt with the thugs and assessed her abilities. Liu walked out of the alley just as Yufi approached him. Yufi straightened her hair, lying that those guys had a conscience and left in peace. Liu lit a cigarette, saying that he didn't expect those guys to see the light so quickly, while Yufi asked why he left her with the bad guys. Liu took a drag, saying he had some assassins to deal with. Yufi began to praise him for being strong and brave, saying that if Liu hadn't explained, she would have thought he was scared and ran away. Liu was walking with Yufi through the city streets when Yufi said that it was time to go home. Liu led Yufi to his car, and she asked how such a serious car could belong to him. Yufi took out the keys to her car and told Liu that he could take it for a ride. Liu said that she was simply incredible, while Mo told him that Yufi had a huge amount of money, and her family was the oldest business family in Europe. After a while, they were already racing along the Serpentine Road in Yufi's car. Yufi enjoyed watching Liu drive her car. Liu parked near the house. Yufi told Liu that she had reserved the presidential suite here and they could go up and have a drink. Liu refused, saying that he was on his own and it was time for him to go. Yufi tried to stop him by asking if they could meet tomorrow, and said that she really wanted to spend time with him. Liu glanced over his shoulder and smiled, agreeing. After some time, Liu was already driving his car along the road outside the city. Liu noticed that he had received a message on his phone. Liu opened the message and saw a photo of Yufi in her pajamas, along with a question asking if it looked good on her. Mo was surprised to hear that 90% of her skin was exposed and gasped at Yufi's naturalness, and Liu chided him for it being indecent. Loud sounds of fighting could be heard near the laboratory. Kongsan from the poker club fought with Shi. Liu watched their fight, appreciating a job well done. Liu was annoyed and came closer, noticing that they were having a good time together. Shi told Liu that Kongsan was very tough, and Liu should leave it to him, and Kongsan assured Liu that he could defeat Shi in 3 days. Liu sighed and resigned himself to them, saying that if they were hungry, they could come into the office. Liu left them to fight, and Mo noticed that Kun-san had awakened a new attack, and perhaps a new consciousness would awaken within him. Liu was pleased that Kong-san was not easily defeated by Shi, and Mo was amazed by his endurance. The next morning, Kun-san sat under a tree and ate bread for breakfast. Shi sat nearby, cleaning his high-tech prosthetic arm. Liu walked up to them, telling them both to get up. He offered them a snack. Next to Liu was a robot dog with a large bag. The robot dog placed a bag of food on the ground. Kong-san and Si grabbed the pieces of meat, clearly hungry after a long sparring session. Liu laughed when he saw this, and said that he would go and mind his own business so as not to embarrass them. Kong-san approached Liu and said that he had an announcement that he would duel Shi that evening. After a while, Liu parked near the hotel where Yufi was staying. Yufi walked out of the hotel and opened the door of Liu's car. Yufi asked Liu how she could get his attention and what she needed to do to achieve it. Liu blushed when he heard Mo say that his pulse quickened because of this girl. Liu cleared his throat to recover. Yufi didn't demand an answer, saying that she had more fun finding him herself, and asked Liu if he liked girls who worked for the mafia. Liu confirmed her guess as he continued driving. Yufi hugged Liu around the neck, not caring that he was driving, cheerfully suggesting that they visit the Quan clan to see how they lived there. Liu's car started to swerve on the road due to Yufi's antics. After some time, Yufi got out of the car in front of the building entrance. Yufi confidently invited Liu to follow her. Yufi opened the door decisively while Liu calmly followed her. Inside the building sat beaten gangsters. Yufi asked where their boss was, and one of the gangsters said that their boss had been defeated by a real demon. Yufi wondered if she might have been given wrong information, and considered Chang Long to be a real loser. The gangsters approached Yufi, asking if anyone had offended her, and offered to sort out her problems so that they could have a drink together afterwards. Liu called out to them from behind Yufi. The gangsters saw Liu and panicked, recognizing him as the one who killed their boss. The gangsters ran away, leaving Yufi standing in shock. Liu turned to Yufi, saying that the one she was looking for was not here, and said that the gangsters were confused when she asked why he was called a demon. Yufi said she didn't believe it, but waved Liu off, warning her that she needed to touch up her makeup. Yufi went to the ladies' room. Yufi was typing a message on her phone while in the women's restroom. Yufi sent Liu a photo, asking for information about this person. After some time, they were driving back in Liu's car. Mo warned Liu that the organization behind Yufi was looking for information about him. Liu smiled, asking if Mo could fake his identity. Yufi was sent information about Liu, which Mo had forged, adding that Liu liked female police officers. Yufi smiled contentedly, deciding to throw away all formalities and get Liu since she liked him. Yufi told Liu that they would go to the biggest gang in Shanghai since the first time failed, and Liu agreed. Liu drove Yufi to the building where the gang was, and told her that he needed to park the car first, dropping her off at the entrance. Yufi entered the building alone. The man at the reception desk asked Yufi about her work experience, name, and desired position. Yufi smiled at him, saying that she wanted to see the gang leader. The man at the reception desk pointed the way, and said that he would take Yufi there. Anhu greeted Yufi, saying that he was very glad to see her, and asked if she wanted to join when Yufi sat down opposite him. Anhu had already started to suggest what position he would appoint Yufi to, but stopped short. Anhu stopped short when Liu entered the office. But Yufi did not notice and asked who she would be appointed to. Liu pointed his finger at Anhu's lips to stop him from spotting him. Anhu understood everything and offered Yufi the position of lobby manager. Yufi stood up and took Liu's arm, saying that they still had things to do and that they were already waiting for them. After some time, in the building of Vin 10, where the creator was located, Yufi sat with Liu on the sofa in front of Zhang and talked about how she needed technology to help her find the children. Zhang asked why she couldn't go to the hospital or the police, since her request looked like the beginning of a huge project. Yufi confidently stated that a matter of such importance is usually entrusted to close friends. Liu and Zhang looked at each other silently. Zhang warned Yufi that he would need 2 hours. Yufi thanked Liu for accompanying her, saying that she could have gone up there herself when they got down to his car. Liu got into the car, and Yufi said goodbye to him, saying that as soon as she finished the job, she would come and play policewoman with him, deciding that Liu must be crazy about her. Yufi waved as she watched Liu's car drive away. Yufi received a message that they should work according to the plan, and in 3 days they would catch the ghost that was eating children. Mo asked Liu if he was interested in participating, but Liu said it was none of their business as he drove on. Sometime later, at Liu's laboratory, Kong-san suggested that Liu and she make a truce for a while to conserve their strength, but she replied that they would not interfere in his affairs. Kong-san stroked his bat, thinking that if he got rid of the annoying bastards, he would have the right to compete with Liu. Liu turned to Kong-san, asking if he had anything to say. Kong-san asked if Liu would miss the event of the century, since 26 poker club killers would gather together today. Kong-san admitted that he had initially been reluctant to say this, thinking that Liu would want to handle everything alone. Liu laughed and lit a cigarette, saying that in fact there would be 30 people there. Liu pointed forward, saying that there were always killers here and there. Liu looked at the bushes, saying that there were 2 more hiding there too. Kong-san walked up to him and looked in that direction, confidently declaring that Liu possessed some kind of super-consciousness. Liu continued smoking, remembering that Kong-san wanted to compete with him, and said that today he would give him a chance. Kun-san smiled, asking if they would compare body counts, wondering if it was worth it, and inquired where they were. She put a bracelet on Kong-san's arm, telling him to put it on. Kun-san was surprised to see a screen projected from the bracelet, and asked what kind of technology it was. Meanwhile, Yuffie received a message that a huge number of reformers had appeared in the city, and the threat had become high. Yu-Fei, Lisa Fei undercover, approached the police chief, saying that they urgently needed to do something about this, while the police chief was calmly drinking tea. The police chief assured Fei that she shouldn't worry, because they had their own ace up their sleeve, Zun Shen, and with him they could solve any problem. The police chief ordered the preparation of an ambulance and 30 solitary confinement cells for the meeting with foreign friends. The police chief approached Fei, suggesting that she forget about her worries and take on the child abduction case. Fei scolded the police chief, saying that such a careless attitude towards work would lead to problems. The police chief confidently declared that they would catch their luck by the tail tonight. Meanwhile, the man was lying with 2 girls on an inflatable mattress in the pool, and telling them that today he had to catch 1 rat. One of the girls began to praise the man's muscles, saying that he was very strong. The man easily lifted the other girl with 1 hand, saying that among people he was a god. Liu looked at them from the roof of the building. Liu jumped down without thinking, heading straight towards the man. The man noticed movement from above. Liu landed right on top of the man, and the mattress containing the girls flipped over as water sprayed up. The man surfaced in the water unconscious. Liu walked down the street after calling to say that problem number 5 of the poker club had been resolved. Meanwhile, Kun-san moved around the city with a bat on his shoulder, jumping from one high-rise building to another. Kun-san swung the bat from a great height towards the car below him. Kun-san hit the car with great force, causing the roof of the car to cave in. Kun-san reported with a smile that the 3 of spades had been knocked out. Kong-san was amazed at how fast Liu was. Kong-san took out a grenade, thinking that he had too little time. Kun-san sent the grenade flying, using the bat for its intended purpose. An explosion occurred in the building on the street where Kong-san was located when a grenade hit it. Kong-san rejoiced at the hit, reporting that the 6 of spades had been defeated. Kun-san was immediately reprimanded over the radio, told that he would be paying the bills of the innocent people who were attacked. 20 minutes later, ambulances were standing outside the hotel where Fei was staying, carrying people out on stretchers. The police chief watched as the injured criminals were loaded into an ambulance. Fei was shocked by what she saw because 26 A-level reformers had already been captured. The police chief took a sip of tea from a thermos, saying that with such force the reformers would have knocked them out with 1 blow. But they were still not as good as they had previously thought. Fei reminded that the 4 reformers had not yet been caught, and asked whether the one the police chief had spoken of, the god, would appear. The police chief looked at her, asking if she knew what level this god was on. The police chief squatted down, pointing his finger at ground level. The police chief drew a symbol, saying that the god's power level was at the 7th level. That same night they roasted meat and corn over a fire. Liu and Shi were sitting by the fire in the middle of the mountains and forest. Shi told Liu that he thought Kong-san was injured. Liu chuckled, telling Shi not to worry, since Kong-san only had a broken heart. Liu told Kong-san that he could guarantee that the man he killed did not have a clown tattoo on his arm, and Kong-san listened from a distance. Kong-san raised the bottle, saying that he would drink to their desire to please their master in everything. Liu and Shi turned to Kong-san, and Liu asked him what he knew about the poker club. Kong-san moved closer to them, asking Liu if he was really digging under them, and said that he had been keeping an eye on them before. Kong-san took a bite of the fish, saying he had found their headquarters in Texas. Liu smiled, saying that this was enough information for him, and suggested that they had excellent security. Mo asked to provide it to him. Kong-san approached Liu, telling him that he should think about how to avoid the death sentence of the poker club, reminding him that they had not met the strongest spades. Shi, drunk with alcohol, hiccuped as he said that Liu could handle anyone. Liu looked up at the sky, saying he thought they would meet soon, when he heard a noise coming from the forest. Kong-san and Liu rose to their feet, and Kong-san said they needed to get ready, and Liu said he had an idea. Shi squeezed the bottle too hard and it broke. Mo looked at Shi and told Liu that Shi had awakened a special power, and that he had a special gene. Kong-san was shocked by what was happening to Shi and asked Liu what he was turning into. Liu knocked Shi out with a blow to the back of his neck and told him to go to sleep so as not to hurt anyone. 4 people stood on a rock, watching the night forest. The masked man and the triplets looked in the direction where Liu was. The triplets turned to the man, saying that the others must have been scared since they were the only ones who came. The masked man told Lian Tiao that they were also unnecessary here, and confidently declared that he wanted to deal with everything alone. The triplets said that once the masked man finished with Di-san, they would deal with his successors. But the man shushed them. The wind lifted the leaves and the full moon shone in the sky. The man and the triplets approached the burning fire. The masked man looked around, trying to find his target. Liu and Kong San stood nearby and looked at them. One of the triplets turned on Kun San, calling him a traitor for siding with the target. One of the triplets told the masked man, Wu Jia, to kill Liu, and that the triplets would help him once they dealt with the traitor. Wu Jia thrust his sword forward, saying that today Liu would be under his sword. Wu Jia jumped towards Liu with inhuman speed. Liu stood still while Wu Jia rushed at him from seemingly all sides, shouting that nothing would help Liu escape the poker club. Mo warned Liu that methamphetamine use had been detected, and suggested that Wu Jia was carrying a toxic mist in his body that could cause hallucinations. Liu looked at Wu Jia with boredom. His dreams of meeting a worthy opponent shattered, and Mo explained that Wu Jia's voice had also mutated. Liu looked at the triplets and asked what kind of clowns they were, calling everything boring, and then asked Mo what was going on with the triplets. Mo analyzed the triplets, realizing that the three were connected to each other and could control the magnetic field. Meanwhile, the triplets were trying to use a magnetic field on Kun San, who was rushing towards them with a bat. Kun San swung his bat at them, trying to break the magnetic field. Kun San gripped the bat tighter, calling the triplets fucking bastards and wishing them a quick death. The triplets created a barrier that protected them from Kong San's attack. The triplets looked at Kun San with an angry expression, saying that they would still see if he had any abilities or not. Meanwhile, she, who had been knocked out by Liu, began to move. Sai threw a tin can towards the triplets' barrier. She approached the triplets' barter and asked Kong San what the hell was going on. Shi broke through the barrier, starting to hit the triplets while scolding them for scaring people and telling them to get out of there. Kong San was delighted with Shi's performance and asked him how he managed to solve the mystery of the chain bridge. Shi looked at Kong San with a questioning look, reminding him that they were competing with each other and that Kong San needed to fight too. Kong San raised his hands, trying to calm Shi down while telling him it wasn't worth it. Shi, like a madman, rushed towards Kong San, telling him to come out for a duel. Kong San blocked Shi's fist with his bat and asked him if he had gone crazy. Liu watched their fight from the sidelines. Liu was pleased that Shi had transformed, and Mo was filled with the feeling that Kong San would soon need rest. Footsteps were heard behind Liu. Wu Jia swung his sword at Liu, angry that Liu was ignoring him. Liu stopped the sword with his bare hand, saying that he had completely forgotten about Wu Jia. Liu clenched his fist, shattering the sword blade into tiny pieces. Liu's second fist darted towards Wu Jia's face, and Liu offered him a taste of his own hallucinogens. Wu Jia fell to the ground with an overdose of hallucinogens, and Liu shook off his hand, deciding that he was done. Liu looked back, hearing the cries of Si Kong San running away, saying that he didn't want to die here and was asking to be saved. Liu jumped up to Shi, asking him to fight him. Shi smiled, agreeing to spar with Liu with pleasure. Kong San fell to the ground, warning Liu that Shi was no longer the same as he used to be. Shi rushed at Liu, who stood calmly and waited for his attack. Kong San was in shock, muttering to himself that he would witness such a great man like Liu being killed by his drunken brother. Shi swung at Liu, who blocked the blow with his hand. Liu took a stance, telling Shi to work harder and urging him to attack again. Shi obeyed Liu and raised his fist again to strike while laughing. Liu jumped back from the spot where Shi had struck with all his strength. Mo reported that Shi's strength had increased to B4 level, not counting his mechanical arm, and Liu was amazed that Shi's strength level had increased 7-fold. The night was quiet, with a full moon. After some time, Shi was lying on the ground, exhausted, resting peacefully. Kong San sat by the fire, calling Liu crazy and his family real perverts. Liu stood nearby, telling Kong San that he still needed to check his strength level as well. Kong San tried to refuse, using the excuse that he was afraid of accidentally hurting Liu. Kong San said that it was hard for him, and extended his hand with a deck of cards, saying that he was willing to give this in return. Liu picked up the card and asked what Kong San had to do with the two of diamonds. Kong San said with sadness in his voice that his wife was a member of a poker club. She was a two of diamonds, but she was killed by the Joker. Liu placed his hand on Kong San's shoulder, realizing that he wanted to avenge his wife, and told him that they were now friends and Liu would take him to meet the master. Kong San was amazed and asked if the master was really that strong. Liu walked away from Kong San, saying that he and Shi had studied together under Master Tu, and Liu wanted Kong San to keep an eye on him. Kong San watched Liu leave, wondering if he could ever be as strong as him. There was a deck of cards laid out on the table. Mo looked at them, saying that the black substance in the blood helps identify one's own, and Liu asked what this substance does. Mo asked Liu to wait so he could check. An hour later, Liu had a test tube containing a black substance in his hand. Liu looked at the test tube as Mo explained that it was a metallic substance that was mined in North Africa. Mo explained its properties, saying that the substance is affected by a magnetic field, but can still penetrate everywhere, like a stream of water. Liu smiled, finally understanding why Yan Yiru's gloves were so sharp that they could pierce a car door. Mo said that using this substance as a coating was very valuable because it was almost indestructible, and Liu asked him to purchase that mine. Mo happily agreed. Mo flew closer, telling Liu that the triplets' chain bridge had a special genetic circuit for controlling the magnetic field. Mo explained that such genes are very difficult to recreate, and the code needs to be preserved so that Liu can break through it after passing the second stage. Liu pointed at himself in surprise, asking if he had chain bridge genes. Mo confidently confirmed, saying that Liu could gather all of their abilities. Liu chuckled, finally understanding Mo's words about not being envious of simple human abilities. The next day, 3 cars were driving along the Serpentine Road. Fei sat in the same car with the chief of police, telling him that several bloody murders had occurred during the night and that they needed to prepare. The police chief thought for a moment, saying that the guy would definitely survive and that he was very valuable for their experiments. The body of a man, one of the triplets, was hanging from the tree. Wujia was lying on the ground. Kong San stood on his hands, counting down the time, which had almost reached 2,000 seconds, while she slept nearby. Fei and the police chief watched from the outside, Fei saying it all seemed unrealistic. The police chief himself was shocked. He thought how wonderful it would be to study this boy's genes and abilities. The police chief ordered his subordinates, who were standing behind him, to deal with him. Somewhere across the ocean, in the state of Texas, Bei Ming received a new message on his typewriter that all the assassins sent were either dead or caught by the police. Bei Ming clutched his chest, not understanding what had happened in China and worried about his poor children. Bei Ming poured 2 pills into his palm. Bei Ming popped the pills into his mouth. Bei Ming looked at the typewriter, deciding it was time to bring some new blood into their poker club. Bei Ming read the message that he needed to contact 2 jokers to prepare. Bei Ming read the warning that one of the jokers was an uncontrollable psychopath and the other a perfect killer, and decided it was worth it to kill Liu. Somewhere in Texas, in a large building in the mountains, the captain stood behind his subordinates while they worked and asked how things were going. The subordinate turned away from the computer, saying that their system had been taken over and all operations were invalid. Another soldier approached the computer and said that it was the work of a hacker because they had a system installed with a wireless transmitter range. The subordinate at the computer reported that the hacker left a message for them to deal with the system and not to panic. The captain yelled at them, ordering them to immediately check the hacker named DC. 5 minutes later, a notification appeared stating that system restrictions had been lifted. A message of gratitude appeared on the military's computer. The subordinate informed the captain that the hacker had disappeared from the system and they had everything under control. The landline phone rang. Captain T picked up the phone and heard a warning that he could be killed if the hacker did anything to the system. Tay confidently stated that he would do everything to catch the hacker DC, and he was ready to accept all penalties. The people on the other end of the phone called his words nonsense, because T doesn't even know the name of this Chinese hacker. The subordinate turned to him, saying that if Tay wanted something, he would do it for him. T listened to the words that 168 hackers had been gathered to attack the Chinese network in order to create a trap for DC. Tay stated that if DC's location was confirmed, he would arrest him himself. Meanwhile, the chief of police was sitting in his office, telling Fei that it was incredible that she had managed to become the leader of He Li's group so quickly. Fei replied that this was just part of her job, and that the child abduction case was in full swing. The police chief said that it would be very difficult to find the culprit, but he would send his men for Fei to ensure her safety. After a while, the police chief watched as Fei drove away in a sports car. The police chief noticed Liu on the roof and was glad that Liu was secretly helping Fei and keeping an eye on her. After some time, Fei arrived at the shelter and got out of the car, mentally cursing the kidnappers who were using the shelter as a cover. Liu walked up behind her and coughed to get her attention. Fei was surprised to turn around and see Liu, who said he would go with her. Fei tried to dissuade Liu, saying that it was dangerous here and that she was in fact undercover. Liu told her that he knew about it, but with his presence the danger was zero. Fei appreciated his courage, calling it charming, but said that now was not the time for heroic deeds. Fei tried to drive Liu away, saying that he could do whatever he wanted once she finished the mission. Their conversation was interrupted by a man opening the door of the shelter. The man greeted Fei by calling her by another name and said he was glad to see her. The man pointed at Liu, asking why she had come with him if it had been agreed that she would come alone, and Fei hesitated. The man thought that Liu was her security guard, and decided to understand her situation and invited her inside. Fei agreed, saying they were people worthy of respect. Fei was sitting on the sofa, and Liu was standing behind her. There were 2 more guards in the room. The sound of heels could be heard down the corridor. A girl entered the room when Faye was told that she would see the child eater today. Faye was shocked that the child eater was a woman. The woman sat down on the sofa opposite, saying that the shelter was honored to do business with people like Faye. Faye handed her the documents she had requested and offered to take a look. The woman took out the documents, saying that they were very interested in collaborating with the most influential gang, Hey Lee. The woman's eyes lit up and she ordered Faye and Liu to tell the truth about who they really were. Faye was confused and asked what kind of strange questions she was asking them. The woman called Faye by her real name and asked what position she held in the Special Operations Group. The woman snapped her fingers. The woman's guards pulled out guns and pointed them at Faye and Liu. Faye was shocked that she was exposed. The woman rose from the sofa and advised Faye to think about what to do, because even if they were reformers, they would come to an end. Faye began to worry that Liu would be hurt because of her. Liu watched the situation from the sidelines, thinking that the real boss was entering the arena. The woman bowed to Liu, introducing herself as Hong Ying, and said that she had heard a lot about Dra. Faye turned to Liu with confusion when she heard Dr's name. Liu chuckled, saying that he never thought he was so famous that even Kyoto knew about him. Hong Ying said that she had known him for a long time, and today she was only convinced that the name was true. Liu walked over to the sofa and sat down next to Faye. Hong Ying apologized to Liu, saying that she didn't have Faye's real identity, and didn't know for sure whether she was a real police officer or an undercover agent. Liu ignored her, took out a cigarette and lit it. He asked where they had transported the goods he had recently shipped. Hong Ying called Liu a real talent, deciding that he had decided to take up their business. Liu once again insisted that Hong Ying tell her where she had sent the goods using her abilities. Hong Ying hesitated and said that they were collecting all the goods for the medical school in Binnenberg. Liu stopped him, saying that was enough, and threw down his lighter. The lighter exploded over Hong Ying's head, stunning her and the guards. Liu punched one guard, dislocating his jaw, and then Liu punched the second guard in the solar plexus. Liu gave Hong Ying a hard slap, calling her a scumbag. Faye stood up from her seat, confused, and asked Liu what was going on when Liu picked up his lighter. Liu turned to her and confirmed the child eater's words that he was Dr. Faye didn't believe it was true, saying she had researched his background thoroughly. Liu chuckled, saying that Faye only sees what he wants, heading to the corner of the office. Liu bent the safe door with his bare hands. Faye was shocked, thinking that Liu could not be a reformer, and it was simply impossible. The footsteps of many people were heard. Liu turned to Faye, asking her to take care of some matters while he took out the contents of the safe. Faye turned to the door where other guards appeared, asking them what they were doing there. Faye, in a leap, knocked out 2 guards at once with a kick and told Liu that he should confess why he was hiding his identity from her. Liu turned to her, reminding her that when they met, he said he was a programmer and a mafia boss. Faye continued to fight, wondering how what he said back then could be true. 3 minutes later, Liu handed Faye the documents from the safe, saying that it was the Beast Clan. Liu swung his leg at Hong Ying's face, but Faye tried to stop him, saying that she must answer for her crimes before the law. Liu stopped, his foot hovering over Hong Ying's face. A loud roar could be heard from the street coming from the building. Liu's blow cracked the floor when he said that Hong Ying, as a Chinese citizen, could be tried according to the law. Liu promised that none of these devilish creatures would remain alive. Liu and Faye left the shelter after some time. A man jumped from the roof when he saw them. The man, the commander of the sniper team, introduced himself by the codename Nail, and said that the chief of police had assigned him for protection. Liu praised his shooting skills and Faye thanked him. Nail scratched his head, thanked Liu for the tip, and said that without him it would have been more difficult to find the target. While Liu simply smiled, Faye was shocked that Liu was able to reflect the sniper's position with the lighter's light. Nail said that he had heard from his brothers that Liu was a general in the army, and now he was convinced of it. Liu, reconsider about the brothers. Nail introduced himself again, saying that he was the 3rd child in the T family, and Liu could call him T-san. T-san asked the departing Liu where he was going, and Liu replied that he was heading to Europe, where the real enemies were. T-san watched Liu and Faye leave and said that he wanted to go with them to help when needed. Liu, without turning around, told T-san that he did have good sniping skills, but they were not enough to cope. Tai-san confidently stated that he should not be underestimated. Liu showed T-san the bullet, saying that if he had hesitated, Faye would have been dead by now. Liu told T-san that he was not a bad guy, and he would introduce him to the right people later. Liu put his hand on T-san's shoulder, reminding him that the police chief had assigned him to protect Faye, and T-san still needed to deal with the orphanage. Tai-san saluted, saying that as long as it was about child trafficking in China, he would act quickly and would not let Liu down. Faye called out to Liu, saying that he should take her with him to Europe. Liu thought about it, saying that it might be a good idea since she was a European agent and she could back him up. Fei told Liu that he could borrow her car if he didn't have his own, and it was parked near the airport. Liu refused, saying that he had a private plane, which was parked at the airfield where they arrived. Liu walked up the steps of the plane and looked back to hurry up Fei, who was still standing on the ground. Fei was shocked that Liu could also be Disan. After some time in Europe, at the university in St. Petersburg, long empty corridors with the occasional noise from the classroom. In one of the rooms, children in hospital pajamas were sitting on the bare floor. The boy asked his sister if they would be able to see their grandmother after death if they died here. The door opened and a long shadow appeared on the threshold. A man in a medical gown and mask told the children to behave well, as they would be taken into an experiment and would be given hamburgers if everything went well. A helicopter landed on the roof of the medical school. Liu and Fei got out of the helicopter. People who saw them thought Liu and Fei were superstars and suggested that a movie was being filmed there. Mo informed Liu that according to the soil analysis, something was hidden under his feet as Liu stood at the entrance of the building. Liu looked around and asked what chemical components were there, and Mo replied that it was ashes from burning people. Fei was worried about whether they would be able to find the right hangar since the place was so big. But Liu simply told her to follow him. The guard at the door saw Liu and tried to stop him, saying it was a restricted area. Liu struck the guard across the neck with lightning speed, deciding not to waste time on him. Liu opened the door to the building for himself and Fei. Liu noticed that the room was full of dust, but the path that led to the hatch in the floor was clean under their feet. Fei asked Liu if he was scared and asked if they could go back, but Liu refused. Liu kicked the manhole cover and it broke. Liu jumped down through the broken hatch while Fei looked on. Fei followed her down the stairs and they walked down a long corridor, and Fei noticed a strong smell of blood. Liu opened one of the doors. Liu's eye activated when he saw what was inside. Mo watched the operation with Liu, saying that the chances of a successful transformation were slim to none. The doctors turned around when they saw Liu and asked who this man was. Without further ado, Liu rushed at one doctor and hit him. Another doctor pressed the alarm button and red lights began to flash in the room. Liu was so angry that none of them would be able to escape, and he would kill them all. Fei watched as Liu beat up the men who were performing the operation. Fei was shocked, not believing that she was looking at a guy she had recently met. Meanwhile, in the office, Professor Sa asked how someone could break into their territory. The doctor who burst into his office reported about Liu, who was killing all the scientists. Professor Sa rose from his desk, saying that whoever got past their security had to be at least level B, and ordered that 10 people be taken with them to check if the limiter was working. The men ran to carry out the instructions. Captain T and his subordinates walked along the corridor. Gas was released from the ventilation. Fei began to cough as the gas filled the room. Mo warned Liu that this gas was extremely contraindicated for people of average build. The door to the operating room was knocked down and a crowd of people appeared behind it. T told Liu that he would answer for his actions. Confident that Liu had lost almost all of his strength, T warned that they would shoot to kill if Liu did not stop. Liu asked who told them he was a reformer. Liu stood calmly, saying that Tay and his men looked strong enough to handle his assassination. T's subordinates began to get nervous, saying that something was wrong and suspecting that the limiter was not working on Liu. T was sure that Liu was a reformer because of how many people he killed, and was glad that Professor Sa had predicted his actions. Liu went to meet them, saying that today he would show them who the real devil was. T took a swing at Liu, telling him to stop acting like a god and die. Liu easily caught his fist in mid-flight. Liu headbutted T, holding his fist. Tay was thrown to the floor by Liu's blow. T's subordinates rushed towards Liu with shouts to finish him off. He loved them, saying that he would not let them die so easily. Liu said that he was going to show them the purgatory on this earth as his eyes lit up with anger. Liu kicked one of the attackers in the shin. Liu turned around, noticing one of the attackers trying to escape. Liu immediately caught him, causing him to scream in terror. The men lay in a pool of blood. A fire broke out in the operating room. Liu stood in the center of a circle of flames that burned the attackers. Liu lit a cigarette, wanting these people to feel the full pain of being burned. Fei stood to the side, not understanding what Liu was doing. Liu turned to look at her. Fei was confused when she met his gaze and became scared. Liu walked over to Fei, who was sitting on the floor, and said that he knew she couldn't understand why he did what he did. Liu picked her up to carry her out of there and said that he was following the rules of survival. Liu carried Fei out of the operating room, which was engulfed in flames. Liu kicked the door open to enter the office while Fei was still in his arms. Professor Sa didn't understand how Liu was able to get inside. Liu informed Professor Sa that it was now his turn. Professor Sa asked his guards why they were still standing there and ordered them to stop Liu. The guards rushed at Liu as he sat Fei down on the floor. Liu knocked out both guards with one movement. Professor Sa stood up from his seat, shouting at Liu to find out what he wanted from him. Liu walked towards Professor Sa, saying that he needed his life. Professor Sa told Liu to take his hands off, adding that he could give him whatever he wanted, but Liu said that he should fully experience despair. Liu threw Professor Sa into the corridor, which was engulfed in flames. Liu sat down at Professor Sa's computer, and Mo warned him that the internet couldn't be used here to prevent information from leaking online, saying that this base was called Heracles. Liu studied the information, realizing that they were trying to create demigod people here. Liu asked Fei, who was still sitting where he had placed her, what the name of the government's transformation base was. Fei immediately replied that it was called Medusa. Mo said that he managed to find something interesting. Yan Yilin gave birth to a child before the transformation, and his genes are just perfect to become a god. Liu asked Mo if the child was in this room now, and Mo confirmed that he was hidden in a secret room. Mo pointed to the wall where the secret door was hidden. The door opened at Mo's command. Liu walked inside and Fei followed him. In the room they entered, there was a children's slide, and a boy was sitting there playing. The boy played with whatever was at hand, rearranging medicine bottles, carrots, and other trash. Liu sat down next to the boy, surprising him, and took the medicine bottle. Fei asked what Liu was going to do, saying that he was still just a child. Liu said the child was playing chess with himself and he just wanted to join him. Fei was amazed at how anyone could play chess alone as she watched Liu and the boy. Fei turned around, hearing someone's voice outside the door. Fei walked into the next room and saw a young man in a cage. Fei was shocked that they were experimenting on people here. The young man was coughing up blood while lying on the floor. Fei opened the lock on the cage, feeling sorry for the poor guy, but he seemed dead to her. Fei left the room and the guy's hand twitched. The boy Liu was playing with was amazed that Liu had beaten him 13 times and said he would go with him. Liu stroked the boy's hair and asked his name. The boy said that he had been given the devil's name, Mo Tong, at birth, and said that Liu could call him that. Liu and Mo were surprised to hear that his name was the same as the artificial intelligence. Liu told the boy that the name didn't have the best meaning, so he would come up with a new one for him. Liu introduced himself and said that he would call the boy Junior Liu D. The boy crossed his arms over his chest, saying that Liu was terrible and that such names were not given to anyone. Liu laughed, thinking that his own nicknames didn't go far. Fei approached them, saying that it was time for them to go, because a fire would start soon. Junior Liu looked at Fei, saying that she was a real realist, but the dress didn't suit her at all. Fei got angry, saying that she was not an aunt but a sister to the younger Liu, but he just shrugged and said that he did not think he was wrong. Liu pulled back part of the wall. Liu held Fei with one hand, who was holding the younger Liu in her arms. They all ran out of the room together as the fire spread to them. The building where experiments were conducted on people exploded. They returned to the helicopter, where a lot of people had gathered. Liu ruffled the younger Liu's hair, telling him that he would stay with Fei for now because Liu had things to do. Fei tried to stop him, asking him not to leave them alone. Liu turned around, saying that he had to meet his old friend, and told Fei to handle the task since it had come up. The helicopter on the site began to spin its blades. A hand appeared from the edge of the helipad as someone tried to climb up. The boy who was kept in the cage spoke of Fei as a goddess who saved him and asked him to wait. He was buried under the rubble of the building. Some time later, at the rehabilitation hospital, Liu parked near the entrance. Liu exited the elevator on the desired floor. Liu looked around, noticing the men who were definitely reformers. The next moment, the man who was a reformer burst into the room, breaking down the door. Liu followed him into the room. The man lying on the bed saw Liu and asked if he was D-San. Liu sat down next to the bed, saying that as the main customer of the poker club, he could not imagine that he spent his time so boringly, and asked why he was doing this. The man asked Liu why he came to him, since he knew everything. Liu said he wanted to restore peace and security to the people. The man on the bed laughed, saying that no one would dare kill him. At that moment, a message arrived on the typewriter, attracting Liu's attention. Liu read a message asking if anything was known about the children who had been kidnapped by the chain bridge and asking for their return with the utmost respect. The man got up from his bed, calling Liu a stupid boy and saying that the Joker would kill him. The man was about to rip his sensors off his chest, telling Liu that they would meet again in hell. The man tore off the sensors, and the devices stopped reading his readings. Liu rose from his chair, saying he didn't care and that the man deserved to die. Liu sent a false message via typewriter, writing that the chain bridge would be arriving here very soon, and their meeting was inevitable. Beiming on the other side thought about how his children would soon come to him with a gift in the form of Liu's head, and wondered if they ate sweets. Beiming heard a voice outside the door telling him that someone had come to play bridge. Beiming put away his gun, grumbling that the old men had come again, and said that he wouldn't let it go. A few moments later, Beiming opened the door to his friends who had come to him with drinks. An hour later, they were still sitting at the table playing the game. Liu entered the house, saying that it was time for everyone to leave, and that he needed to talk to the owner of the house. Beiming was surprised to see him and asked what brought him here. Beiming's friends asked if anyone had invited Liu to join them. Beiming took out his gun and fired. Beiming's friends ran away in fear, and Liu went to the table. Liu sat down at the table, offering to play, and said he had brought his deck while Beiming held him at gunpoint. Beiming didn't understand how Liu could escape from the chain bridge and still be alive. Liu pointed to the deck, asking if Beiming was thinking about which card to draw to kill him, and asked if he always did that. Liu clutched the deck of cards, looking at Beiming with the weapon, and said that he had a lot of cards up his sleeve. Liu declared that he would destroy Beiming with just one card. Beiming began to cough and clutched his chest. Beiming began to ask Liu if he was able to meet with Teacher Ko. Liu rose from his seat and confirmed his meeting with Ko, but said that he had committed suicide. Beiming became angry and began to blame Liu for everything, saying that his joker would destroy Liu. Beiming threw up his hands, saying that Liu did not understand the ultimate meaning of the poker club's existence. Liu threw the table aside and punched Beiming in the face. Beiming fell to the floor and Liu picked up the card, saying he had 2 clown cards. Liu looked at the 2 cards in his hand, saying that they were not as strong as the joker, but they could still destroy Beiming's empire. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the man woke up on his bed. The man slowly rose and sat up on the bed. The man left the room and went into the next one. The man looked at the guy who was lying in the next room and noticed that he was feeling much better. The man fell down, holding the boy's hand, after he transferred his consciousness. The guy woke up saying that today his name would be Lin R, and he had a joker tattoo on his arm. Lin R chuckled, deciding that he had spent too much effort to get here, and was now going to have fun. The hospital was destroyed sometime later, with several cars parked nearby. Fei looked at the captain as he used his powers. Fei asked if the captain was sure when he approached her. Fei asked him if he believed what she said, and the captain said that no ordinary person could do that. The captain told Fei that she might have been drugged, and that what she saw was just a hallucination. Fei begged the captain to hear her, saying that he had dealt with them not in an hour, but in only 10 minutes. Fei assured the captain, saying that in China this agent is called a god, and he is a rising star. The captain told her to stop talking nonsense and pointed to the destroyed hospital, saying that the culprit's strength level was comparable to rank 27. Fei continued to stand her ground, saying that everything she said was true, and invited the captain to meet Liu himself. Another subordinate ran up to them and asked the captain what they should do next. The captain said they would not be able to recover what had burned, and experts insisted that there had been a gas explosion. The subordinate approached Fei, telling her that she should return to headquarters to check her health. Fei chided him, saying that he should follow her orders. The captain looked to the side, asking whose child it was. Fei looked at the younger Liu, who was sitting in the helicopter, and said that he was hers, one of the children who had been stolen long ago. Fei chuckled when asked why she was so difficult to control, and said that she was not breaking the rules of the organization. The captain said he would allow her to take the child, but Fei needed to return to headquarters. The helicopter and vehicles were heading towards the headquarters. The guy who crawled out from under the rubble moved after them. The helicopter landed on the roof of a building somewhere in northern Europe. Fei entered the building holding the younger Liu in her arms, the military following behind her. The captain told Fei to leave the baby in the room while she underwent a full examination. Fei asked what he was talking about if the full examination would take 3 hours, but the captain insisted, reminding her that Fei herself had said that she was being haunted by the Chinese god of war. Fei became angry, telling the captain to show respect to the Chinese citizen. The captain tried to calm her down, saying that he liked him and that he needed to stay there to collect data for the study. Fei warned the captain not to go too far and leave him there because of the dire consequences, but the captain told her not to get worked up. An alarm went off in the building. A subordinate ran up to the captain, reporting that the headquarters was under attack. The captain watched the attacker through the monitor, giving the order to gather all forces to detain this monster. Fei saw the attacker, surprised that he was not dead, and tried to understand how he got there and where he got so much strength from. The captain looked back at Fei and asked if she knew this guy. Junior Liu answered for her, calling this guy Whirlwind Bug. The captain didn't understand what Junior Liu meant, and asked irritably about the Whirlwind Beetle. Fei asked if the attacker could have escaped from the experimental lab. The captain looked at the cameras again, saying that it seemed true, because he had an unusual power. The Whirlwind Beetle stood in front of the 4 agents. The captain decided that the danger had passed, and told Fei to go for an examination, heading towards the exit of the observation room. The captain said that he would go make himself some coffee, because he was about to meet a Chinese god. The captain looked around, sensing something was wrong. On CCTV, all 4 agents were immobilized, and the whirlwind beetle was nowhere to be seen, and the captain did not understand how this was possible. The captain told Faye to take the child and leave while he held off the monster, and Faye ran with the child to the exit. The door began to break from the blows on it. The whirlwind beetle kicked the lock open, forcing the door open. The whirlwind beetle laughed, finally finding what he was looking for. The captain rushed to attack him. The whirlwind beetle threw the captain aside, telling him to get out of the way. Faye told whirlwind beetle not to touch the child, and that she would handle any attack he made as the attacker ran towards her. The whirlwind beetle said that he had been following only her from the very beginning, and called Faye his queen. Junior Liu greeted the whirlwind worm. The whirlwind worm smiled, saying that he had found out where his youngest neighbor was hiding. Junior Liu stood in front of Faye, warning whirlwind worm that his friend would be arriving soon, and telling him that it was best for him to leave. The whirlwind worm told the younger Liu that he was going crazy because of the comics, but he didn't listen to him, saying that the worm wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. The whirlwind worm said that he would not kill Junior Liu as a sign that they had been neighbors for 4 years, but he must stop provoking him. Junior Liu continued to say that his friend would be coming soon, and whirlwind worm noticed that this was the first time he had talked so much in 4 years, and it was annoying. Liu jumped into the building through a window, breaking it. The whirlwind worm turned to look at Liu after hearing the noise. Faye and Junior Liu were delighted to see Liu, saying that he had come just in time. Liu came closer, hearing whirlwind beetle's question about Liu coming to spoil his fun. Liu pointed at him, saying that he had come to kill him, the black and white Joker, the whirlwind worm. Liu lunged at the Joker, the force of his jump causing debris to rise from the floor. Liu's punch landed on the Joker's arm. The Joker grimaced as he felt pain in his arm. Faye was amazed to see this and wondered if he was immortal. Liu smiled when he saw Joker's reaction and said he was even a little touched. The Joker became angry and asked what Liu just said, and asked who he was. Liu swung for a second blow and said that it didn't matter, since it was the first time he had met the one receiving the second blow. Liu began to beat him continuously, saying that the Joker was the first one who managed to awaken his anger. The captain woke up from the blow and saw Liu and Joker fighting. The captain was shocked. He watched them, wondering if the guy in front of him could be that very god of China. Liu stopped as Joker fell to the floor, bleeding, and flexed his fists. Younger Liu crossed his arms, saying that he had already said that Joker couldn't handle Liu. Liu looked back as he heard the FBI captain introduce himself and say he admired Liu. The captain extended his hand, offering Liu, on behalf of the FBI, to join their team of defenders. The captain stated that those who are on the crew receive wealth, benefits, and unlimited opportunities, and said that they will not force Liu to do anything. Liu clarified whether he understood correctly that this was a team of heroes, and asked what was going on with them now. The captain said that they were scattered around the world to solve problems, but now number 6 has been killed, and Liu can take his place. Liu quickly agreed, came up with the code name Dai Liu, and the captain thanked him for his decision on behalf of all humanity. The captain handed Liu the badge, saying that he could use it from now on, and their resources became his resources. Mo reported that the badge was equipped with a communication, identification, and GPS module, and Liu only told him that he knew what to do next. Liu turned towards the younger Liu, saying that it was time for them to go back. The captain looked at Faye, who followed Liu and Junior Liu as they left, and asked where she was going. Faye winked at the captain, saying that they must establish a good relationship with a master of such a level. The captain didn't know what to answer her, and simply watched as she walked away. The captain took out his phone, marking Liu's location. The captain sighed with displeasure, wondering if he had gathered heroes he could not control himself. The helicopter landed in a clearing near the forest. Junior Liu looked around with delight, while Faye looked on with interest. Sai stood near the tree while Kong-san roasted chicken over the fire. She saw Liu and greeted him joyfully. She ran up to Liu, asking what had happened. But Liu said that everything had already been taken care of. Liu turned around to look at the younger Liu and told Shi to prepare to welcome another person into the family. Liu introduced Shi to the younger Liu, saying that he had also suffered at the hands of the mercenaries and asked him to take care of him. Junior Liu happily greeted Shi, calling him brother. Shi leaned over to the younger Liu and ruffled his hair in greeting. Liu pointed at Kong-san, saying that he was playing baseball, while Kong-san was preparing to take a huge bite of chicken. Kong-san looked at Liu and Junior Liu and asked if Junior Liu was an illegitimate brother, and thought that he could easily defeat him. Junior Liu pointed at Kong-san, asking how he could take him seriously if he was just frying chicken. Liu patted the younger Liu on the head, saying that he was still just a child. Liu threw something towards Kong-san, saying that he brought him a gift. A bag containing the Joker's severed hand fell next to Kong San, and Liu said that he had destroyed the one who killed his wife. Kong San picked up the bag with his hand, not believing that the Joker was dead. Kong San watched Liu and Junior Liu leave and thanked him, saying that he would sacrifice his life for him. Liu waved at him without turning around, calling his words too loud. Liu brought the younger Liu inside his lab. Junior Liu was amazed, saying that Liu's house was unusual and spacious, and Liu said that it was now his house too. Junior Liu stopped when a small robot dog with a wagging tail ran up to him. Junior Liu began to pet the robot dog and looked at Liu, saying that he already liked his house. Liu walked up to the rack and said that it was good that he liked it there, but it was important to follow the rules and not climb on the shelves and not go near the assembly line. Junior Liu asked with interest if he could use the product assembly line. Liu handed him a small human-shaped robot and said he would let him have it if the younger Liu could fix the thing, and he agreed. Fei peered into the lab from the street. Liu noticed her and asked why she had come back instead of going about her duties. Fei awkwardly said that now that they were comrades and serving together, she simply had to protect him from danger. Liu picked up a test tube filled with liquid and asked if he looked like he needed protection. Their conversation was interrupted by a strange voice that Liu was looking for. Ruo Yi walked along the shelves, looking at what was there, and thought about how talented Liu was. Liu waved to her, telling her that he was here, and Ruo Yi was happy to see him. Ruo Yi saw Fei and thought about who she was, comparing her to a fox. Liu invited Ruo Yi to take a look at a robot he had made. The robot greeted Ruo Yi as if she had come to a hotel. Ruo Yi was amazed and asked what it was, and Liu explained that the robot was running according to the program he assigned to it. Fei stood to the side, amazed at how resourceful Liu was. Liu and Ruo Yi sat on the sofa to discuss business, and Ruo Yi offered her help in finding a robot production facility. Liu told Ruo Yi to offer her acquaintances a price they couldn't refuse, and buy out the production plants. The next moment, Liu's phone rang. Liu picked up the phone, asking his mother why she was calling him. His mother was sitting in the office, and she told Liu that she felt like she was going to die soon. Liu asked how much she needed this time. Liu's mother stopped him, saying that she had won today, but she was irritated by Zhao Chun, who said that Liu could not find a wife. Fei walked over to the sofa where Liu and Ruo Yi were sitting, and Liu told his mother that they would meet tomorrow and discuss everything. Liu exhaled after finishing his conversation with his mother. Fei and Ruo Yi listened to his conversation and asked him to take them with him to his home.